Jude Bayer logs into Legend of Heroes 2 as the top-ranked player, Outboxer 009. System messages confirm a successful login before an unusual light surrounds him. His surroundings transform, making the virtual world feel completely real. Jude examines the unfamiliar environment while staying calm. Guild chat becomes active as veteran players discuss rankings. He decides to continue normally while observing every change. Jude checks the interface and reviews the current rankings. Familiar player names confirm the game's competitive atmosphere. He heads toward the Hall of Fame. Ancient records introduce the world's greatest heroes. Soon, Jude enters a magnificent hall. Two important women appear before him. Both recognize Jude as a famous top-ranked player. Unexpected attention briefly embarrasses him. The monthly ranking announcement begins, capturing everyone's focus. Jude Bayer secures first place as Outboxer 009, while the monthly rankings are officially announced. The celebration quickly becomes chaotic as players react to the unexpected results. Rapid chat messages flood the system until restrictions silence the conversation. Ramiket discovers both top-ranked players have suddenly logged out together. She jokingly imagines dramatic rumors, while the Hall of Fame grows quiet. Meanwhile, brilliant lights descend upon two distant players. Jude awakens inside an elegant bedroom, struggling to breathe steadily. After regaining balance, he searches the unfamiliar room for answers. A nearby mirror reveals a completely different appearance. Realization strikes as Jude recognizes the world of Legend of Heroes 2. He concludes he has entered the game itself. Determined, Jude calmly accepts the unbelievable situation. A servant respectfully addresses him as young master. The unfamiliar title confirms his new identity. Jude prepares to face life inside the game world. Then Jude Bayer awkwardly greets his personal maid, Maya. After recovering from his confusion, memories of Uter Bile gradually return, helping him understand his new identity. Maya informs Jude that his fiancée has arrived for an important visit. Jude follows Maya through the Bile mansion toward the drawing room. During the walk, he recalls that Yellowstorm controlled Cordelia Chase. His heartbeat quickens as he anticipates meeting another transported player. Cordelia waits calmly inside the elegant room with attendants nearby. Jude introduces himself as Uter Bile instead of his player identity. Cordelia immediately recognizes him, despite his changed appearance. Both quietly confirm each other's identities through careful reactions. Jude realizes Yellowstorm has also entered the game world. Their reunion confirms they share the same impossible situation. Cordelia studies Jude with growing certainty. Hidden tension fills the room as both remain cautious. Their unexpected reunion marks the beginning of a new journey together. Jude Bayer stays calm while observing Cordelia Chase and recalling her role within the game. Realization grows as he suspects Yellowstorm now occupies Cordelia's body. Both carefully take their seats, preparing to confirm each other's identities. Jude tests her with a familiar greeting known only to veteran players. Cordelia's subtle reaction convinces him his assumption is correct. He proposes speaking privately to avoid attracting attention. Cordelia answers using coded game references only Yellowstorm would understand. Jude successfully deciphers the hidden message and recognizes their meeting place. Both silently agree to cooperate inside the unfamiliar world. Cordelia finishes the formal visit without exposing their secret. She departs with her attendants after arranging a future meeting. Jude watches her leave while remaining outwardly composed. Maya notices Jude's unusual behavior after the meeting ends. He casually dismisses her concern without revealing the truth. Alone again, Jude begins planning their next move together. Under the night sky, Jude Bayer reaches the garden after decoding Cordelia Chase's hidden message. Waiting quietly, Cordelia confirms that Yellowstorm now occupies her body. Together, they begin discussing the mystery behind their arrival. Carefully, Jude compares the moment they both awakened inside the game. Meanwhile, Cordelia recalls experiencing the same unexpected transition. Gradually, both realize they entered the world under nearly identical circumstances. Next, Jude explains. Uter Bile's 9 blocked yin physique. Unlike a healthy body, the condition greatly weakens physical strength and internal energy. Listening closely, Cordelia finally understands his difficult situation. Surprised, Cordelia realizes Jude's weakness is completely genuine. Concern quickly replaces curiosity as she questions his risky escape. Despite the hardship, Jude admits he forced himself to leave the mansion. Finally, both exchange their remaining observations about the strange transfer. Determined, they agree to investigate the world's secrets together. Confidently, the two prepare for the challenges awaiting them. Surprised, Jude Bayer learns Yellowstorm had always been a girl before entering the game. Embarrassment quickly fades, as both clear up their long-standing misunderstanding. Jude then reveals why he secretly arranged their meeting. Calmly, Jude explains Count Bile and the household have departed on an expedition. Because the mansion is nearly empty, their chances of discovery become much lower. Cordelia carefully compares those memories with her own experiences. Gradually, both realize their memories now feel identical to their characters' lives. Instead of remembering Earth first, the game world feels increasingly natural. That realization convinces them they truly inhabit this world. Finally, Jude concludes they are no longer ordinary players. Cordelia accepts that returning home may no longer be possible. Together, they recognize the danger awaiting everyone. Suddenly, Jude recalls Pleiades' doomed future. Flames consuming the kingdom fill his thoughts. Determination replaces uncertainty as both prepare to change the world's fate. Flames consumed the city in the distance, hinting at a tragic fate that awaited this world. Within that setting, two individuals realized they were no longer players but participants inside the game itself. Awareness came quickly, and one of them began assessing the situation with calm focus, treating everything as a familiar system rather than a crisis. Confusion faded as they adjusted their thinking. Cooperation became the most efficient choice, leading them to form a temporary partnership. A system prompt soon confirmed their connection, establishing them as a party. From that moment, their actions gained direction. Past experience guided their strategy. Instead of wandering aimlessly, they focused on gaining strength and securing powerful items that could change the story's outcome. However, certain limitations appeared, suggesting that the most valuable resources were not easily obtainable. Rather than accepting that obstacle, one of them proposed an alternative path. Knowledge of hidden locations revealed a dangerous opportunity tied to a rare item. The mention of a powerful enemy made the situation more serious, as they were far from ready to face such a threat. Standing together in a quiet place, they began shaping a plan. The challenge was clear, but so was their determination to overcome it. A sudden suggestion shifted the tone between them, turning their serious planning into something unexpected. The idea of a date appeared less like romance, and more like part of a calculated approach. Although surprised at first, the girl followed along as the situation moved forward. Soon after, a carriage ride carried them through a peaceful landscape filled with flowers and soft sunlight. The calm setting contrasted sharply with their original purpose. Observers nearby saw nothing unusual, as the two blended naturally into the environment, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary outing. As they walked together, the atmosphere remained light on the surface. However, beneath that calm exterior, both stayed focused on their objective. The relaxed pacing allowed them to move without drawing attention, which was essential for what they intended to do next. Eventually, the discussion shifted back to strategy. The target they sought, a powerful item tied to a dangerous creature, required careful preparation. Information about its origin and location confirmed the difficulty of their plan, especially at their current level. Despite the risks, preparation had already been made in advance. Necessary supplies were secured, and confidence returned as the next step became clear. Standing near a cliff overlooking the scenery, the boy revealed the direction of their plan, signaling the beginning of a more decisive action. The path ahead matched the terrain he remembered, confirming that the world followed the same structure as the game. With that certainty, he proposed a faster route involving a risky descent from a nearby cliff. The explanation confused her at first, as the destination could be reached through a safer path. However, his confidence suggested there was a hidden advantage behind the shortcut. Her reaction revealed hesitation, though she quickly tried to conceal it. Observing her expressions, he realized she was easy to read, which only strengthened his control over the situation. Time pressure made longer routes impractical, and avoiding pursuit became another important factor. Before taking action, he introduced an additional step to secure their plan. The method required agreement, leaving her uncertain about what he intended. As he moved closer and revealed the condition, the true nature of his idea became clear, catching her completely off guard. Cordelia becomes flustered after Uter calmly suggests they follow the planned course. Realizing delay will only complicate matters, Uter urges immediate action, maintaining composure as Cordelia struggles with embarrassment and hesitation. After a tense pause, Cordelia agrees, and both of them suddenly start running across the garden path. Their attendants notice the abrupt movement and shout in alarm as Cordelia increases her speed toward the cliff's edge. Without stopping, she jumps off the cliff, forcing Uter to react instantly as strong wind gathers around them. Uter catches her securely in midair, using controlled force to soften their landing below. From above, the attendants observe the dangerous act and urge quick intervention, fearing serious consequences. After landing safely, Cordelia immediately asks for private time with Uter. Confused, Uter agrees briefly, trusting the attendants to remain nearby. Dahlia insists that escorting Cordelia remains necessary for safety and proper conduct. Uter acknowledges the concern but continues forward to resolve the issue quickly, ignoring further protests. They move deeper into the greenery, away from others. Cordelia questions why she must handle such embarrassing matters alone. Uter watches her carefully, uncertain about her sudden determination, despite her frustration. Cordelia firmly grabs his arm, determined to complete her bold decision. Uter confesses that arranging a formal garden date and sending a heartfelt letter was humiliating, especially since Maja helped him compose every sincere line. He explains that the letter openly declared affection for Cordelia. Cordelia reacts sharply to his awkward reasoning, but insists they continue. 10 minutes later, they struggle up a steep forest path, breathing heavily as Uter suddenly collapses from exhaustion. Cordelia rushes to his side, surprised by his frailty and frustrated by his inability to endure simple travel. Despite dizziness, Uter claims he is fine, blaming his weakened body rather than the journey itself. Refusing to abandon the plan, Cordelia urges him onward and warns him not to say anything ominous. They descend carefully into a hidden cave beneath the cliff, supporting each other in the darkness. Inside, Uter steadies himself while Cordelia focuses on reaching their destination. At sunset, the Temple of the Sunday appears ahead, radiating sacred energy across the valley. Uter confirms the divine power feels identical to the game's scenario. Cordelia admits her heart is pounding as they search for the hidden seal. They enter the courtyard cautiously, reassured by the absence of monsters. Uter struggles to calm his excitement as the event nears. The seal finally reveals itself before them. Cordelia and Uter stand within the vast temple courtyard, confirming the structure matches the sealed facility described in the game. They assess the enormous scale of the temple, realizing a demon sealed here would require precise preparation. Uter calmly asks for the prepared supplies so they can begin their planned method. Cordelia discreetly retrieves hidden items from beneath her skirt, revealing small containers and tools. She maintains composure despite embarrassment while handing the materials over carefully. Enchanted ink and a feather pen are presented as key components for activating the seal. Uter inspects the magical supplies, acknowledging their rarity and difficulty to obtain. Cordelia regains confidence as their preparations conclude in the quiet courtyard. Uter steps forward decisively, signaling they are ready to activate the seal. Across the temple floor, Uter carefully completes a complex red magic circle, while Cordelia watches the final lines connect into a precise formation. She recognizes the structure as the magic circle of Velastin, a high-level demon, restriction spell known only through rare game knowledge. As the diagram settles, faint energy begins flowing through the pattern, confirming the spell has been accurately reconstructed. Once finished, Uter signals that the next step depends on Cordelia and her unique lineage. He explains the need to maintain temple power while triggering the seal using her blood as a catalyst. Accepting the risk, she steadies her breathing and prepares to complete the ritual. A small cut is made on her finger, and a single drop of blood falls onto the circle's center. Immediately, the red lines ignite and spread light across the chamber. Mana surges upward as the circle activates fully beneath her. Sudden tremors shake the pillars while Uter senses mana density rising too quickly. Cordelia notices the surrounding energy intensifying beyond expectation. They realize the solar seal is destabilizing. Deep below, chained energy strains violently. Crimson cracks spread through the restraint. The seal begins to break apart. Crimson energy surges across the chamber as iron chains strain violently above the completed magic circle. From the center, a massive winged demon rises, its restrained body glowing with unstable power. Uter understands that the legendary being has manifested beyond their original expectations. Amid the tension, Cordelia notices a radiant pendant hanging against the demon's chest. She identifies it as the necklace of the Sunday and signals that it is their true objective. Recognizing the opportunity, Uter prepares to retrieve it while the demon remains briefly motionless. Carefully advancing across the stone floor, Uter approaches the chained figure as Cordelia urges haste. With controlled movement, he avoids direct contact and reaches for the glowing necklace. The pendant detaches successfully, now secured in his grasp. Relief appears momentarily as they confirm the artifact is obtained. Without warning, the demon's red eye opens sharply. Dark mana erupts outward, filling the hall with overwhelming pressure. The demon spreads its wings, fully awakened. Realizing the danger, they prepare to escape immediately. Holding the necklace tightly, they turn and run as the demon begins pursuit. A violent wave of dark force erupts from the demon, hurling Uter and Cordelia across the temple floor. Although heavy chains still bind its body, The creature's presence alone overwhelms the chamber with crushing pressure. Struggling on one knee, Yuta realizes that even in restraint, the demon's strength exceeds their calculations. Weakness spreads through Yuta's limbs, preventing him from standing as the mana density continues rising. Instead of retreating, Cordelia plants her foot firmly and channels energy into a glowing magic circle beneath her. With controlled aim, she releases a magic missile that strikes the demon directly. The impact disrupts its movement momentarily, scattering sparks of dark energy. A sudden radiance surrounds Cordelia, drawing Yuta's stunned attention. An unexpected level up effect strengthens her mid-battle, altering the flow of combat. Yuta recalls the late-game scenario, where this demon appeared as a final opponent. Unlike that version, the current battle unfolds under the influence of the magic circle of Velastin. Recovering his footing, he stands beside Cordelia, ready to continue the fight together. Cordelia launches repeated magic missiles at the demon's head, the blasts striking hard while it stands restrained before the temple steps. She celebrates leveling up mid-battle, yet the demon remains largely unharmed. Dark energy gathers around the demon as it mocks their weakness and prepares to retaliate from the front. Yuta, the black-haired young man, decides to level up as well and steps forward under the glowing sunset. He raises a golden emblem and invokes the blessing of the Sunday god, shifting the battle's momentum. Sacred light forms around Yuta's hand as divine power concentrates into a focused attack. Yuta recalls the demon is in a late-game state, making ordinary skills ineffective. He resolves to fight seriously and charges without hesitation. Yuta lands a solid strike, surprising Cordelia with his sudden growth. The demon realizes they memorized the Sunday god's prayer and plans to break its magic circle within 1 minute. Yuta and Cordelia coordinate, combining divine blessing and magic missiles to target the temple. The structure cracks under their assault as debris falls. The demon absorbs souls and releases stronger dark energy. Its red eye glows as it threatens them. Yuta prepares one final strike beneath the fading sky. The demon's body bursts into red energy and sinks into the broken magic circle, its presence fading as the ritual collapses. Silence spreads across the temple as Yuta and Cordelia remain standing, confirming the enemy has truly vanished. A wide view reveals cracked stone floors and dim light, signaling the battle's end. Afterward, they sit together and reflect on the risks taken during the fight. Yuta considers the strain on his body and realizes the blocked energy within him will need time to settle. With new levels gained and items secured, they prepare to return. Exhaustion hits as they walk, causing their legs to tremble from overuse. Cordelia keeps her balance, despite fatigue, hiding discomfort behind calm acceptance. That night, both receive a 10-day house arrest, despite saving the temple. Morning at the academy appears peaceful, contrasting the chaos before. Yuta wakes feeling sore yet notices steady improvement in his condition. He attributes the recovery to the necklace of the Sunday. A vision reveals the world follows the doomed storyline of the game. The future threatens destruction through a grand summoning ritual. Realizing this, Yuta resolves to stop the ritual and survive. Yuta lies on his bed reflecting on their ultimate goal, realizing that achieving survival requires awakening inner abilities and strengthening the senses around him. Sweat runs down his face as he admits that regardless of how powerful they seem, their foundation remains incomplete. In a symbolic vision, Cordelia stands before an ornate backdrop. Morning light enters the room as Yuta reaches toward the necklace of the Sunday resting on the table. He evaluates his house arrest and decides to prepare carefully for the next stage, rather than acting impulsively. Elsewhere, Cordelia wakes abruptly, sensing a subtle change in her condition after recent events. She recalls how the original storyline described her future marriage and realizes the current path is shifting. A knock interrupts her thoughts, drawing her attention to the door. A maid enters respectfully and delivers a sealed letter addressed to Cordelia. The maid explains the message concerns Cordelia's former young master. Cordelia reacts strongly to the news, struggling to process its implications. The mention of past events at the Blinking Mountains resurfaces difficult memories. The maid observes that Cordelia has found someone meaningful in her life. She presents the letter again, urging Cordelia to read its contents carefully. Holding the envelope firmly, Cordelia prepares herself to face whatever message awaits inside. Cordelia opens the ornate letter addressed to her and begins reading its affectionate contents, her expression tightening as she understands the sender's intentions. Frustration overtakes her composure, and she crumples the paper in irritation, while the maid watches her reaction closely. After forcing herself to continue, Cordelia's eyes widen in sudden realization as she grasps the deeper meaning behind the message. Cordelia reads the letter carefully and realizes it references the goddess of secrets, Baruna, linking the invitation to a religious authority. The contents describe Baruna as a guardian of hidden knowledge, suggesting the meeting place was chosen for discretion. Recognizing the political weight behind the message, Cordelia understands the invitation is intentional. Yuta reacts lightly when informed about the request, appearing unconcerned by rumors or status. Cordelia considers whether recent leveling changes influenced his sudden proposal to meet. After thinking it through, she agrees to attend in 2 days at the Temple of Baruna. Supported by her maid, Cordelia prepares while keeping her emotions controlled. 2 days later, she travels through the city by carriage toward the temple. Upon arrival, she reminds herself the meeting is strictly formal. Inside, she walks along quiet corridors toward a reserved chamber, announcing herself. Cordelia steps into the prepared room. Yuta waits calmly, showing he arranged the setting in advance. She questions how he accessed a restricted area. He indicates the privacy was deliberate. Facing each other, they prepare to discuss serious matters. Yuta sits confidently inside the temple room, casually revealing his noble background and financial confidence while coins scatter symbolically around him. The camera shifts to the grand cathedral exterior, establishing the formal setting of their private discussion. Cordelia confronts him directly, demanding to know why he summoned her if there was no clear reason. Yuta explains that he called her because of a hidden event connected to the Temple of Baruna. A screen displaying discussion records appears, showing no public information about the supposed event. Maintaining composure, Yuta admits he cannot upload details yet, because the discovery is incomplete. Cordelia reacts sharply, accusing him of withholding guides and misleading everyone. Frustration overwhelms her as she realizes she failed to uncover the secret despite extensive searching. Embarrassment follows when she understands she may have exposed her own secrets unintentionally. Yuta shifts the topic and presents information about dungeon books and hidden mechanisms within the temple. Magical texts float in symbolic imagery, representing unexplored systems tied to the sanctuary. He states that the sanctuary dungeon of the Temple of Baruna is the key. Cordelia processes the revelation, recognizing she has not cleared that dungeon yet. Yuta calmly confirms her assumption and prepares to explain further steps. With renewed determination, Cordelia declares she will clear the dungeon first. Cordelia touches the sealed book with the sacred emblem, confirming their plan to begin the hidden dungeon investigation. Yuta agrees to proceed as a maid, notices something unusual forming nearby. The book suddenly opens and releases golden light, activating the concealed event. A system message announces their entry into the virtual dungeon of the Temple of Baruna as the dark hall materializes around them. Cordelia struggles with dizziness from sudden teleportation, clutching her head while trying to steady herself. Yuta observes her condition calmly and confirms they are inside the dungeon book identical to the game version. After regaining balance, Cordelia listens as Yuta explains that being expelled from the book ensures this is a contained virtual space. Irritated by his relaxed tone, she reacts sharply while he maintains composure. Their conversation shifts towards strategy, acknowledging the labyrinth's dangers. Despite similarities to the game, Yuta reassures her that their shared knowledge makes this dungeon manageable. He emphasizes cooperation, noting her strength will be essential in upcoming battles. Cordelia processes his words seriously, recognizing the responsibility placed on her. The atmosphere darkens briefly as he reflects on hidden mechanics tied to this dungeon. She questions what he intends to do differently this time. Instead of answering directly, Yuta instructs her to turn around. When she complies, he presents refined magic stones prepared in advance. The stones glow vividly, signaling higher quality than typical resources. Cordelia realizes he planned carefully, bringing valuable supplies to strengthen their dungeon attempt. Yuta praises the refined magic stones as Cordelia's strongest assets, acknowledging their reliability inside the dungeon. Confidently, Cordelia explains that the stones were crafted from high-grade materials, capable of sustaining advanced magic circles. Instead of keeping them, Yuta places the valuable resources back into her hands, entrusting her with their use. He then reveals prepared magic scrolls aligned with their respective attributes, including lightning and light. The scrolls are described as single-use tools that activate instantly without chanting. Cordelia realizes he memorized complex formulas beforehand to support her combat role. Yuta teases her briefly before requesting mana to test a scroll's activation. She reacts defensively, misunderstanding his intent and questioning his plan. Their exchange exposes his temporary injury, limiting his ability to serve as a frontline fighter. Cordelia scolds him for acting recklessly, despite not being fully healed. In response, Yuta produces several mana potions he prepared earlier. She accuses him of intending to use her as a mana source from the beginning. After consuming the potion, Cordelia feels an overwhelming surge of energy. Yuta reassures her that heavy armor is unnecessary due to mobility concerns. With a calm expression, he signals readiness and tells her to focus ahead. Cordelia walks forward through the dim corridor, steadying her breath as Yuta watches, aware this is her first true dungeon lead. Because their recent leveling left them in an unstable mid-stage state, he assumes her tension is understandable. A sharp noise echoes ahead, and he quietly signals that enemies are nearby. She nods and stiffens, forcing herself to stay calm while approaching the corner. From the shadows, two goblins step into view, confirming his expectations. Yuta immediately prepares a light, aligned response against their dark attribute. A glowing magic circle spreads beneath the goblins, releasing a burst that staggers them. Without delay, wind magic follows, keeping pressure on the disoriented monsters. Cordelia launches controlled magic missiles, striking them repeatedly. Hearing movement deeper inside, she switches to earth magic to slow approaching reinforcements. She holds her ground and waits until the enemies enter optimal range. At the right moment, she casts a slicking spell that forces them off balance. As the goblins slip, she binds them with radiant light. The restrained monsters collapse under combined attacks. Yuta acknowledges her clean execution while preparing for the next encounter. Cordelia drinks another mana potion while Yuta checks her condition and confirms they are nearing the boss chamber. They proceed through the corridor. As he reviews the dungeon structure using his prior knowledge, a brief status display shows their current levels, confirming steady advancement. She senses the difficulty is higher than expected and questions the situation. Yuta explains that the dungeon's varied attributes and monster traits increase the challenge beyond normal progression. A rough map appears, indicating he memorized enemy placements and terrain advantages. Prepared potions and scrolls highlight the extent of his planning. Cordelia recognizes he anticipated most threats before entering. Despite that, she restrains her frustration to avoid giving him satisfaction. After continued movement, she admits her legs hurt from walking. She also feels unwell from repeated mana potion use. Yuta listens quietly as she vents. Level indicators show him advancing slightly ahead again. The small difference reinforces her competitive frustration. Unable to hold back, Cordelia openly expresses her annoyance. Yuta confirms Cordelia's condition after the fight, ensuring she has recovered before they proceed deeper into the dungeon. Together they continue down the corridor, discussing the approaching boss room and preparing for the upcoming encounter. Status windows appear, showing their current levels and abilities as they assess readiness for the next battle. Yuta walks through the dim corridor beside Cordelia, noting they are close to the boss room as green flames burn along the stone walls. They continue forward, and Cordelia mentions the dungeon reward. Yuta calculates the time difference between the dungeon and reality. Cordelia reflects on their progress, believing they moved faster than expected. A massive red gate appears at the end of the hall, confirming the boss chamber lies beyond it. Both stop before the sealed entrance, silently preparing themselves for the battle inside. Yuta identifies the boss as a fury wolf, explaining that the goblins were only minor threats. Cordelia recalls the monster's electric nature, known for speed and powerful bites. Yuta states they must adjust their tactics to handle its lightning abilities. Before entering, Yuta instructs Cordelia not to attack until he signals, and to focus on positioning first. Cordelia suspects he plans to take the final blow again, but watches him prepare something instead. Yuta kneels and reveals a marked book, showing he has arranged a specific strategy. He adjusts a floor mechanism while Cordelia observes closely. She questions the reason for waiting, sensing a hidden plan. Yuta confirms there is a purpose behind the delay, preparing for a different outcome. Yuta stands inside the vast stone hall, focusing calmly as he prepares to show Cordelia the plan he mentioned earlier. The Fury Wolf rises from the shadows, its glowing eyes locking onto Yuta, while green energy pulses along its body. The beast lowers its body and charges straight toward him, choosing him as its first target. The wolf leaps with explosive speed, and Yuta barely avoids the claws as they crash against the floor. Cordelia realizes the monster intends to attack Yuta first and stays alert behind him. While moving aside, Yuta activates his prepared book, releasing golden chains toward the wolf. The chains bind the Fury Wolf tightly, restricting its limbs and halting its momentum. Cordelia notes that despite its speed, the wolf attacks directly without complex patterns. Yuta concludes they must end the fight quickly before the binding weakens. Cordelia steps forward as he signals, readying herself while the wolf struggles. She urges him to finish preparing while the opening remains. Yuta continues channeling energy into the glowing book. The pages shine brighter as power gathers. He turns another page to complete the sequence. Yuta declares, This is the true start of his prepared strategy. A bolt of lightning crashes down onto the Fury Wolf, surrounding its body in bright yellow light as electricity spreads across the stone floor. Cordelia watches in confusion, questioning why Uter is attacking first after telling her to wait. The wolf endures the strike without hesitation, its body still charged and ready to move again. Another surge of lightning hits the ground, but the scattered chains and sparks show little effect on the monster. Uter shouts a warning as the Fury Wolf suddenly changes direction and rushes toward Cordelia. The beast lunges at her side, forcing her to retreat quickly to avoid its claws. Uter notices something is wrong as the wolf continues attacking, despite repeated lightning strikes. The monster shows no visible damage, its electric aura growing stronger instead of weakening. Uter calls out to Cordelia, urgently asking if she can use a water spell. Cordelia gathers mana and forms a small orb of water between her fingers. Before she releases it, another lightning strike hits the wolf directly, intensifying the glow around its body. She realizes Uter is repeatedly using lightning against an electric-type monster. Electric energy floods the hall as Uter continues casting without pause. The Fury Wolf roars while lightning wraps around its frame, amplifying its presence. Cordelia understands that instead of harming the monster, a surge of water crashes onto the Fury Wolf as lightning strikes simultaneously, sending electricity through its soaked body. The monster shakes under the combined force, sparks scattering while its movements slow for a brief moment. Observing the reaction, Uter realizes the elemental combination is finally affecting the beast. Another bolt descends, rattling the chamber as the wolf struggles within flashing currents. Cordelia senses instability in the dungeon and studies the shifting atmosphere carefully. Continuing his casting, Uter maintains pressure, aiming to overwhelm the electric monster before it recovers. Uter reveals he intentionally awakened the Fury Wolf to obtain a higher-ranked reward, confidently confirming the boss has transformed. Realizing he strengthened the enemy without warning, Cordelia becomes furious, while the empowered wolf roars in the chamber. Maintaining a calm smile, Uter brushes off her anger as the awakened monster radiates intensified electric energy. The Fury Wolf suddenly charges, forcing both of them to shift positions across the stone floor. Its movements appear sharper and faster, demonstrating that the awakening has enhanced its combat abilities. Uter carefully observes the altered timing, recognizing the attack rhythm has changed. Using its powerful hind legs, the wolf leaps and redirects mid-air by pushing off a pillar. Cordelia narrowly avoids the strike, realizing the creature now uses the environment strategically. Uter warns her as the monster twists again, confirming its evolved pattern. He concludes that the wolf's increased leg strength allows unpredictable direction changes, recalling past experience. Uter notes that timing remains the key to countering it. Both prepare themselves. Understanding precision matters more than force. The awakened wolf lunges once more toward Cordelia. Uter calls out as she braces for impact. Cordelia steadies herself, ready to adapt to the upgraded combat pattern. Cordelia analyzes the Fury Wolf's movement, realizing its enhanced speed allows it to close distance before she can fully react. The awakened monster advances again, electricity flickering across its body as it prepares another sudden strike from behind. Uter notices the timing shift and senses the danger approaching faster than expected. A violent impact sends Uter backward, scattering his skill pages across the stone floor. Cordelia stares in shock as he struggles to rise, debris sliding around him. Before either can reposition, the wolf slams its claws down, cracking the ground. Green lightning whips through the chamber, forcing both of them to dodge in opposite directions. Cordelia attempts to cast, but the monster's pressure disrupts her magic flow. Uter realizes the awakened state is suppressing her spell output. The wolf lunges again, driving them toward the edge of the hall. Cordelia shouts for Uter as the beast closes in with sharpened aggression. At the last moment, the monster suddenly falters mid-motion. The Fury Wolf collapses onto the floor, its movements weakening unexpectedly. Both remain alert, unsure why the empowered creature has lost momentum. A strange scent spreads through the chamber as Uter quietly watches the fallen beast. Uter reveals he used a special scent bomb created from fused items, explaining that even awakened wolves possess a stronger sense of smell than humans. He states that no matter how powerful the monster becomes, its instincts cannot ignore an overwhelming odor. The Fury Wolf staggers as the scent spreads, its heightened senses turning against it. Cordelia watches him cough dramatically, realizing he deliberately waited to use this trump card. Seeing the wolf weakened and disoriented, she calms down despite thinking his method looks ridiculous. Uter admits the simple solution worked, maintaining his result-oriented mindset. Cordelia acknowledges his reasoning and refocuses on finishing the battle quickly. The fallen wolf struggles to rise while sparks flicker weakly around its body. She prepares a decisive spell to end the fight. A blue magic circle forms beneath the monster as energy gathers overhead. Uter and Cordelia stand above it, activating their coordinated attack. The chamber fills with light as the final strike descends. Golden pages and lightning crash down together onto the fury wolf. The monster collapses within the glowing circle, unable to resist further. After the impact fades, both realize they cleared the dungeon successfully and earned the reward. Uter pauses after the fight as a system message announces he earned a special title for defeating the fury wolf early. Cordelia notices the notification and realizes the world follows the game's achievement system. Another message confirms their stats permanently increase, strengthening them beyond normal experience gains. After the battle, a system notification confirms their stats have permanently increased, and both remain inside the quiet dungeon hall. Cordelia feels satisfied earning a title, while Uter reflects on how closely this world mirrors the original game system. She firmly reminds him to warn her before awakening another boss, recalling the earlier danger. Uter apologizes, admitting he strengthened the Fury Wolf intentionally to obtain better rewards. The defeated monster lies motionless as glowing reward items begin forming above the stone floor. Their attention shifts fully to the floating books, radiating blue light. One ornate book reveals a B-rank step technique as its description window appears. Uter studies the details carefully, recognizing its value immediately. Cordelia watches with anticipation while he activates the skill. A system screen announces the skill, 36 Sky Street EPS has been learned. The explanation highlights enhanced dodging, speed, and refined movement control. Uter realizes it resembles an upgraded technique from the game. He recalls the hidden requirements needed to unlock it. Cordelia eagerly opens her own reward while observing his reaction, standing beneath fading lights. Both acknowledge their strength has clearly increased. AA system window announces. Cordelia has learned a B-rank skill called Fire Missile, and she reacts with visible excitement while holding the glowing book. Uter watches her celebration calmly, satisfied that the dungeon reward suits her combat style. With the rewards confirmed, both prepare to leave the cleared chamber. Fatigue from ranking up hits them suddenly, forcing both to sit briefly on the stone floor. As they recover, Cordelia mentions the necklace's effect, suggesting it is helping stabilize her condition. Uter agrees, recalling she would have fainted days earlier without that item. Cordelia admits the necklace was obtained through special circumstances, then confirms her blocked yin pathways are gradually healing. Now above level 10, both recognize they have met the requirement for the next stage. Uter identifies the upcoming event as the Demon Hand Invasion. He explains that in every scenario of the game, the invasion begins once specific conditions are met. The sequence determines who survives and which heroes fall during the chaos. Cordelia listens carefully, aware that this event reshapes the entire storyline. The narrative shifts, showing the tragic outcome tied to the invasion. In the original route, Cordelia is eventually hunted and cornered. Her fate ends in the hands of the demon worshipper killer, marking a devastating turning point. Uter recalls the original storyline, remembering that the Demon Hand Invasion always begins once specific conditions are met. He realizes that following the game's sequence would only lead to destruction at the upcoming social gathering. Determination settles in as he decides they must reject the doomed route. Cordelia listens while he explains there is little time left before the invasion starts. Instead of obeying the scripted scenario, both agree to interfere directly. Their priority becomes protecting important figures tied to the northern clans. Uter remembers that Cordelia Chase dies during the invasion in the original timeline. He also recalls Delia Ale falling amid the chaos. Those memories strengthen his resolve to prevent the same tragedy. Cordelia firmly refuses to accept a fate as a disposable character. Uter recognizes she is no longer bound to a fixed script. Together, they prepare to confront the Demon Hand and change the future. Uter quietly recalls that in the original storyline, Cordelia Chase dies during the Demon Hand Invasion, a fate he refuses to accept again. Memories of Dahlia Ale's tragic end surface as he considers how both outcomes shaped the darker route of the game. Determination forms as he resolves to protect Dahlia alongside Cordelia, altering the future he once knew. Sitting within the dungeon hall, Uter reflects on how Cordelia once appeared as a distant figure in the game's narrative. Now, however, she stands before him as a real person whose condition has slowly improved. The necklace stabilizing her yin pathways proves that small changes have already begun rewriting events. Cordelia hesitates before suggesting he accompany her to the upcoming social gathering. Uter recognizes that such an invitation never occurred in the original scenario. Understanding that her recovery required this deviation, he accepts the shift without protest. Embarrassment flickers across Cordelia's face as she tries to maintain composure. Yuta responds lightly, easing the tension between them. Their interaction confirms that the storyline is steadily diverging from the predetermined path. The scene transitions to the academy grounds under a bright sky. Students train across the field as daily life continues despite looming threats. Yuta resumes physical practice, preparing himself for the approaching demon hand invasion. In the academy yard, Yuta completes strenuous physical training, leaning back while catching his breath under the morning sky. Instructor Victor Cromwell evaluates his improved stamina and confirms his recovery progresses steadily each day. Following the assessment, Victor permits him to begin structured martial arts lessons to compensate for lost time. Although exhausted, Yuta listens attentively as Victor explains that youth allows faster advancement despite previous setbacks. Motivated by the guidance, Yuta silently resolves to refine his body and continue unblocking his pathways. Abrupt footsteps echo across the yard, interrupting the calm training session. A maid named Maya arrives with urgency and formally announces the arrival of new correspondence. The letter is identified as originating from Chase County, drawing immediate attention. Victor clarifies that the sender is Count Arthur Chase, Cordelia's father. The name causes Yuta's expression to tighten, as he recognizes the political weight behind it. Maya presents the sealed envelope respectfully while awaiting instruction. Victor studies the seal carefully, aware the message may influence upcoming events. Yuta remains silent, sensing this development directly connects to Cordelia. The instructor acknowledges the sender's authority before opening the letter. With Count Arthur Chase involved, the situation clearly begins shifting toward a new stage. At the gates of Chase County, Yuta realizes he has stepped into Cordelia's family estate earlier than the original story ever suggested. He recalls that Count Arthur Chase usually controlled events from the background, rather than appearing in person. Uncertainty grows as he wonders which past actions changed the flow and led to this summons. Inside the mansion, Maya escorts him through decorated halls while noticing his tense expression. She explains that both households officially acknowledge the engagement, making this meeting inevitable. Her trembling voice shows she is just as nervous about facing Cordelia's father. Hearing the term father, in-law Yuta feels the weight of his new position within the Chase family. He tries to convince himself the Count only wants a formal introduction. Even so, the pressure of meeting a powerful noble keeps him uneasy. A sudden disturbance echoes through the hall, briefly breaking the tense atmosphere. Servants regain control and guide him deeper into the luxurious interior. Yuta steadies his breathing, determined not to show weakness. In the drawing room, Dame Dahlia calmly takes control of the situation. She clarifies that Cordelia does not know about the Count's summons. With no time left to prepare, Yuta braces himself to face Count Arthur directly. A gloved attendant announces Yuta's arrival at the ornate door, signaling that the long-anticipated audience is about to begin. Composing himself, Yuta steps forward across the red carpet, fully aware that retreat is no longer possible. Standing before the towering entrance, he is formally invited inside, where Count Arthur waits beyond the gilded doors. A military camp rests at the edge of a vast forest while soldiers organize supplies, aware that monsters have recently appeared more frequently near the city, near the fire. Alex Bile reviews the expedition's objective, understanding that eliminating threats early is the only way to prevent future disaster. Standing before him, his son listens carefully, recognizing the seriousness behind the mission rather than treating it as routine patrol. The young knight notices a letter in his father's hand and senses that the report concerns someone important. Alex reads Victor's message, which explains that Yuta's injury has not fully healed despite visible improvement. Mention of the necklace of the Sunday confirms that Yuta's recovery continues steadily, easing some concern. Seated calmly, Alex returns the letter and studies his son's determined expression. Measured advice follows, as he reminds him not to exhaust the soldiers in haste. Discipline and patience are emphasized as essential during uncertain times. Left alone, the young knight grips his sword and reflects on his own limits. Resolve strengthens as he hopes to stand proudly beside Yuta again. Wind moves through the clearing, carrying his quiet determination elsewhere. A dark presence emerges, hinting at unresolved danger. Inside a grand chamber, tension thickens around a formal meeting. Memories of facing a demon resurface, reviving a familiar anxiety. Arthur Chase drinks tea calmly in a sunlit chamber, while his son observes him, sensing hidden intent behind his father's steady gaze. His title as the Crimson Storm is recalled, marking him as one of the kingdom's strongest battle mages and a member of the four named powers. The family's strength is emphasized through his daughter, Yellowstorm, whose name alone represents formidable magical talent. In the original outcome, Cordelia and Uter were never meant to grow close. Due to Uter's weak influence among nobles, their engagement would have slowly fallen apart. Cordelia's disappearance during a gathering would have sealed that broken future. Back in the present, Arthur continues sipping tea as silence fills the ornate room. Uter notices the unusual sweetness and suspects a deliberate test. Anxiety rises, yet he keeps his composure. The heavy quiet makes it difficult for him to choose his words. Uncertainty briefly shakes his confidence. He steadies himself, refusing to appear weak. Arthur declares that Uter has received a rare opportunity. Uter confirms he qualified to obtain the necklace of the Sunday. Arthur lifts the radiant relic, revealing the Order's greatest treasure. Uter holds the necklace of the Sunday carefully, feeling intense holy energy radiating from it, while Arthur watches his reaction without offering explanation. Instead of praising the relic openly, Arthur measures Uter's composure, implying that a true magician must endure overwhelming power. Abruptly, Arthur pushes the necklace toward him, stating he brought it as a gift, shifting the tense atmosphere unexpectedly. Confusion crosses Uter's face as he questions the sudden generosity, unsure whether it hides another test. Trying to remain respectful, he thanks Arthur cautiously while doubting the Count's true intentions. Given permission to open a small box, Uter hesitates before lifting the lid. Light bursts outward as a glowing pill rests inside, radiating concentrated magical energy. Shock overwhelms him when he realizes the object's value far exceeds ordinary treasures. Across the table, Arthur calmly observes the reaction, satisfied with the display. Arthur then questions rumors about Cordelia pressing Uter against a wall during an earlier encounter. Flustered memories resurface, forcing Uter to admit the situation happened. Arthur's expression hardens slightly, though his tone remains controlled. The Count presents another case, explaining that rare berries capable of increasing strength were gathered. Uter listens carefully, realizing the gifts are preparation rather than kindness. Opening the final box reveals shining strength berries, confirming Arthur's serious expectations. Uter stares at the rare strength berries in disbelief, realizing they are items, normally unattainable, even within the game's hidden systems. Arthur calmly instructs him to consume them with the tea, revealing that the unusual sweetness was meant to stabilize their combined effects. Understanding the preparation behind the gesture, Uter finally connects the situation and recognizes this as a calculated act rather than simple generosity. Elsewhere, Cordelia awakens in her ornate bedroom, her body feeling heavier than expected, despite having rested peacefully. She slowly rises from the bed, noticing lingering stiffness as sunlight filters across the elegant furniture. Confusion settles over her expression, while she questions why her condition feels unusually sluggish. Uter studies Arthur's expression and begins reconsidering the Count's strict behavior, suspecting that the gifts may reflect approval rather than hostility. A brief thought crosses his mind that Arthur might value him highly, though he quickly questions whether that assumption is premature. Across the table, Arthur's sharp gaze remains fixed on him, signaling that the discussion is far from over. Attention shifts to the ring on Uter's finger, a symbol of the engagement arranged between him and Cordelia. The background of that promise is recalled, revealing it was established through family ties rather than personal consent. Their distant relationship is emphasized, highlighting the awkward foundation beneath the formal bond. Uter calmly explains the ring's presence while maintaining respectful composure before Arthur. Arthur's expression hardens as he suggests discarding the ring entirely. Shock flickers across Uter's face as the proposal challenges the meaning of the engagement. He hesitates, trying to understand the sudden shift in Arthur's stance. Memories of Cordelia's indifference surface, strengthening doubts about her commitment. Acceptance begins forming as he considers following Arthur's instruction. Uter resolves to comply, presenting a calm response despite inner confusion. Arthur erupts with anger, rejecting the match and demanding distance from his daughter. After the outburst, Arthur's stern expression settles, confirming his decisive opposition to the engagement. Uter reflects on Arthur's strict tone and realizes the Count may simply be expressing his thoughts directly without hidden malice. He considers Cordelia's bold personality, understanding how different their temperaments appear in comparison. Arthur brings up Uter escorting Cordelia at social events, watching closely for any hesitation. Uter confirms his plan to study abroad, presenting it as preparation for future responsibility. A brief surge of relief follows as he interprets Arthur's actions as reluctant approval. The meeting concludes with formal dismissal, leaving the table covered in unopened gifts. Outside the room, Uter feels physically satisfied yet unusually energized from what he consumed earlier. Moving through the grand corridor, he unexpectedly encounters Cordelia and her attendants. Their sudden meeting creates immediate tension beneath the ornate chandelier. Cordelia questions his unannounced arrival with visible agitation. He calmly explains the short summons and minimizes its importance. Concern surfaces as she worries about the status of their engagement. Yuta reassures her without mentioning Arthur's anger. He redirects the conversation by complimenting the estate. A walk through the gardens is suggested to ease the atmosphere. Walking through the garden path, Cordelia questions Yuta about the numerous items her father handed over during their private meeting. He admits receiving tools to grow stronger, explaining that Arthur wants him capable enough to protect her if necessary. She reacts with flustered pride, insisting she can manage herself while secretly pleased by the intention. As they descend the terrace stairs, Yuta reflects on how easily she expresses emotions compared to him. Cordelia suddenly notices faint changes in his condition, observing improvements in his mana flow and physical stability. Her sharp perception confirms that his recovery is progressing steadily. Yuta mentions Earl Bale's return and his upcoming martial arts training. He interprets the summons as another test from Arthur to evaluate his growth. Cordelia listens carefully, understanding the weight behind that expectation. The perspective shifts to Yuta's inner thoughts about the original game's storyline. He recalls that few players chose his character because of a difficult scenario and unstable traits. Memories of those weaknesses remind him why he must change his predetermined fate. He reflects on the 9 Dockery pathways, once considered his greatest flaw. Unlike the original narrative, he now sees an opportunity to strengthen that weakness. Determination settles within him as he prepares to surpass the limits written for his character. Yuta recalls that in the original game timeline, his cure occurs more than half a year after the starting point. During that period, the character can barely function, spending days bedridden or collapsing after brief movement. This weak introduction makes him an unpopular choice among players despite later potential. He remembers that progressing requires clearing the 9 yin-blocked pathways to unlock the main scenario. That mandatory route begins with the quest known as Father's Test. Completion demands training under Earl Bale's severe standards without shortcuts. Recovery alone requires remaining inside the mansion for weeks before physical improvement appears. Even then, relentless daily exercises push the body to extreme limits. The system offers no hidden alternatives to bypass this stage. Returning to the present, Cordelia asks whether such preparation will delay future social gatherings. Yuta hesitates briefly before shifting the topic. He produces the Necklace of the Sunday, its glow catching the daylight. The rare relic represents a high-tier reward with an extremely low drop rate. Cordelia recognizes its value immediately. Yuta studies the mansion grounds calmly, calculating how this advantage alters his path forward. Yuta recalls Arthur examining the Necklace of the Sunday and acknowledging its rarity, reinforcing how significant the acquisition truly is. Cordelia reflects on the unexpected gifts and notices Yuta's improved condition, quietly recognizing his steady recovery. Coins and exaggerated imagery emphasize how extraordinary the reward appears within their noble circle. Walking through the garden, Yuta listens as Cordelia processes the implications of his sudden progress. He smiles with calm assurance, suggesting that his greatest advantage is not the relic but her presence beside him. Her flustered reaction contrasts his composure, drawing the attention of nearby attendants as they continue across the courtyard. 1 week later, Cordelia is informed that Yuta has sent her a personal letter early in the morning. She accepts the sealed envelope with surprise, since she expected to meet him directly at the upcoming social gathering. After returning to her room, she opens the letter and reads its formal contents carefully. The message explains that Count Bale will soon return from his expedition. It further states that she must prepare herself to properly attend the social event. Confusion crosses her expression as she questions why this notice came through Yuta. 2 days later, she finds herself seated at a formal dining table inside the Bale estate. The sudden transition leaves her silently wondering how events progressed so quickly. Across from her, Yuta remains calm within the structured setting. Servants circulate beneath bright chandeliers while nobles observe the gathering. Yuta maintains composed manners throughout the tense meal. Cordelia feels the weight of expectations surrounding their engagement. A noble offers praise toward Cordelia's presence at the event. Yuta answers formally, reinforcing respectful decorum. At the head of the table, Count Bale studies them both in silence. At the dining table, a blue-haired noble addresses Yuta as future family, drawing attention from everyone present. Cordelia visibly tenses at the remark, embarrassed by the direct reference to their engagement. Count Bale ends the meal and calls his daughter forward, shifting the atmosphere to formal discussion. Yuta calmly states that Cordelia has a request to present before her father. Nervousness spreads across her expression as she prepares to speak. She formally expresses her wish to attend the upcoming social gathering. Count Bale explains that the event involves northern clans and carries political weight. The blue-haired noble confirms Yuta's eligibility to attend as a Bale heir. Yuder accepts this responsibility without hesitation, however. He questions whether someone once physically weak should step beyond familiar territory. His words imply that strength must be proven before gaining such privilege. Cordelia feels the pressure of his measured challenge. Yuder emphasizes that the Bile household values capability over promises. He states that permission depends on her ability to protect herself. Silence follows as Count Bile observes the tense exchange. Cordelia openly declares her determination to attend the social gathering, despite visible anxiety about the challenge. Yuder responds calmly, noting that her 9 yin pathways remain unstable and require caution. The necklace of the Sunday is referenced as a sacred relic, reinforcing the seriousness of the situation. Count Chase acknowledges that Yuder still has room to grow, yet recognizes his rapid improvement. Another noble questions whether Arthur's stance sounds overly harsh during the discussion. Cordelia anxiously asks if her father truly intends to deny her until the end. Arthur challenges Alex directly, criticizing him for hesitating while his daughter pleads. The tension confuses Alex Bile, who struggles to respond decisively. Yuder observes quietly, sensing the conflict escalating between both fathers. Yuder proposes beginning Cordelia's lessons immediately to prove her readiness. He accepts responsibility as her instructor, signaling confidence in guiding her growth. The dining table discussion shifts as attention turns to this unexpected solution. Cordelia reacts with surprise, realizing Yuder may personally train her. Yuder wonders if this sudden development resembles a bonus opportunity beyond expectations. Walking outside afterward, Cordelia expresses renewed determination to meet the challenge beside him. Yuder walks through the garden with quiet confidence, reflecting that Earl Bile himself will personally oversee his training. Beside him, Cordelia studies his expression in silence, noticing how genuinely pleased he appears about the arrangement. She realizes his excitement comes not only from progress but from encountering events that never existed in the original timeline. They continue along the terrace as Cordelia questions whether he intends to keep unlocking difficult pathways at this pace. Yuder responds playfully, implying that challenging scenarios are inevitable if one aims for the longest route. Her irritation surfaces briefly, though she remains attentive to his words. The conversation shifts when she compares him to his father's personality rather than appearance. Yuder avoids dwelling on the resemblance, sensing uncomfortable implications beneath the remark. They resume walking past the fountain while she openly praises her father's charm. A maid calls Cordelia back toward the mansion gates. Yuder promises to prepare everything necessary for the upcoming event. She hurries away, leaving him alone in the courtyard. As he turns back, a thought unsettles him about how closely his appearance mirrors Earl Bile. The realization brings a sudden headache he struggles to ignore. He dismisses the discomfort outwardly, standing beneath the quiet afternoon sky. 4 days later, at Bale Estate, a carriage waits near the forest road as Yuder and Cordelia arrive after completing separate demanding training sessions. Their stiff posture and strained expressions reveal lingering soreness from relentless practice carried out without rest during the previous days. Confidence gradually replaces fatigue as both steady themselves, silently reaffirming their determination to face the upcoming mission together. A senior knight steps forward in the courtyard, drawing attention as he inspects the pair before assembled guards and attendants. Formal acknowledgement follows after preparations are reviewed, confirming that the departure schedule will proceed as planned. Permission granted, they approach the carriage with composed expressions, understanding that this journey marks a significant turning point. From the doorway, both signal their resolve to return safely, their figures framed by bright daylight. Soon after, the carriage wheels begin rolling, carrying them away from the estate grounds. An overhead view shows the vehicle crossing the town and heading toward the open road lined with trees. Inside, Yuder checks Cordelia's condition while maintaining steady composure despite the carriage's movement. Attention shifts to their strategy as he reviews possible setbacks and confirms critical materials are secured. Stored luggage remains tightly fastened, indicating careful preparation for the planned ritual. Cordelia hands over medicine and tools required for magic execution. Yuder listens as she confirms the arrangement of the magic circle. Despite the shaking carriage, he remains calm and prepares to rest briefly before proceeding. Inside the carriage, Cordelia struggles to stay awake after studying magic circles all night. While Yuder quietly observes her exhaustion, he advises her to rest and considers that events are still unfolding according to the original storyline they remember. Determination settles in as he decides they will intentionally take the longer route to guide events properly. The following morning, the carriage stops when news arrives that the mountain road ahead has collapsed. June, a knight assigned by Count Bale, explains that scouts confirmed the blockage and travelers were forced to turn back. Given the delay, He recommends taking the longer path while worrying about the young master's fragile condition. An attendant reassures him that Cordelia has been learning healing magic to handle emergencies during the journey. Though visibly tired from constant study, she remains committed to supporting the mission. They ultimately agree to avoid the unstable mountain route and proceed along the extended road. Jun passionately vows to protect Miss Maya throughout the escort. His intense declaration creates brief awkward silence among the group. Inside the carriage, Cordelia quietly asks Yuter if he noticed the knight's unusual fervor. Yuter states the situation still follows the game's structure. Cordelia clarifies she meant the guard's personal words. He pauses, mildly confused by her different concern. Inside the carriage, Cordelia reflects that the mountain event originally occurred after a delay, yet traveling with Yuter makes everything feel unexpectedly different. Excitement shows clearly on her face, while Yuter watches her reaction with restrained concern. A quiet pause follows, as he internally notes that such enthusiasm often signals danger. Cordelia notices the pouch in Yuter's hand, and questions why he is eating during the ride. He calmly explains that the medicine and money were provided by his father for the journey. She objects immediately, insisting the funds should be shared rather than kept individually. As their argument fades, night falls and lightning briefly flashes across the darkening sky. The group settles at a campsite where Yuter rests near the fire. Later, Cordelia quietly leaves the camp to avoid drawing attention. She searches through the forest until she discovers a secluded stream. After confirming no one is nearby, she kneels to wash away sweat from the journey. Pressure from expectations weighs on her as she gathers herself in private. Thoughts of responsibility linger beneath the quiet night. Cool air steadies her breathing beside the water. Overhead, a bright moon illuminates the clearing. After admiring the quiet stream beneath the moonlight, Cordelia sits alone as the peaceful scenery steadies her breathing. Soon, she begins to sing softly, and the sound spreads across the water while faint lights gather in response. As glowing spirits rise before her, the hidden event activates, confirming the special occurrence tied to this secluded place. Elsewhere nearby, Yuter observes the phenomenon and recognizes that only Cordelia can complete the required condition. Although she hesitates under the pressure, he remains certain that the reward depends entirely on her role. Faced with responsibility, Cordelia steadies herself despite reluctance, understanding the importance of fulfilling the event properly. To assist her, Yuter reveals a prepared magic circle and explains that he anticipated this scenario. Encouraged by his readiness, she gathers resolve and prepares to complete the ritual without error. Yet her attention shifts briefly when she notices an unexpected detail about his attire, disrupting the tense atmosphere. A bright campfire burns under the night sky, sparks rising as smoke twists upward above the silent forest clearing. Nearby Yuter sits wrapped in a blanket on a wooden platform, his body weak and his expression strained from exhaustion. Soon, dizziness overtakes him, and he leans forward unsteadily, while faint concern approaches from below. Elsewhere in the forest, tension builds as the situation shifts toward an unexpected plan, neither fully discussed. Cordelia steps forward confidently, holding swimwear she prepared, while Yuter stares upward in shock. Firmly she insists he wear the item, believing preparation is necessary despite his visible embarrassment. Trying to stay composed, Yuter forces a strained smile as sweat forms along his face. Retreat crosses his mind, yet Cordelia reminds him of past hardships and demands fairness. Flustered, he protests inwardly while she blushes but refuses to withdraw her request. Silence stretches as Yuter realizes resistance will only prolong the moment. Under the trees, both avoid eye contact until he finally lowers his head. Reluctantly he accepts the swimwear, as Cordelia smiles in satisfaction. The waterfall roars nearby, marking the setting of their intended activity. Cordelia notices his blue lips as he touches them uncertainly. Cold breath escapes him while he explains his naturally low body temperature. Cordelia studies Yuter closely, noticing his pale lips and slight shivering, while he tries to act unaffected by the cold air. Concern replaces her earlier teasing, and she steps closer, offering to take the swimwear back as he hesitates silently. Embarrassment flashes across her face when he questions her sudden change, yet she firmly insists he should not wear it. Turning away, Cordelia worries that he might fall ill, unwilling to let pride cause unnecessary suffering. Yuter straightens, despite the chill, determined not to appear weak in front of her. Frustration bursts from Cordelia, and she strikes him lightly before complaining about the freezing weather. Yuter exhales, visible breath, reasoning that he has endured worse conditions before. Below the waterfall, mist drifts through the trees as Cordelia quietly regains composure. Standing at a distance, Yuter asks if she is ready, maintaining restraint. Cordelia warns him not to turn around while she adjusts her clothes behind cover. After reluctant agreement, Yuder faces a tree, giving her privacy. Moments later, he asks cautiously if she has finished. Soft night, light frames Cordelia as she steps forward in simple swimwear. Yuder stares silently, caught off guard by her appearance. Realization settles over him as admiration replaces his earlier discomfort. Cordelia catches Yuder staring and immediately blushes, demanding to know what he is looking at while trying to hide her embarrassment. Yuder denies everything with a stiff expression, though inwardly he admits she looks unexpectedly beautiful. Regaining composure, Cordelia orders him into the water, and he follows while she snaps at him not to copy her tone. The instant cold water touches her skin, Cordelia gasps as the freezing temperature shocks her entire body. Shivering violently, she forces herself to endure, realizing the night air makes it worse. Determined to finish quickly, she prepares to sing before the cold overwhelms her. A familiar melody surfaces in her mind as she stands waist deep in the stream, behind her. Yuder struggles to remember the correct song tied to this event. Panic flickers across his face when his memory fails at a critical moment. As Cordelia begins singing softly, Yuder suddenly recalls a simple star-themed tune. Alarmed, he raises his hand to stop her, fearing the wrong lyrics could cause trouble. Uncertain, he hesitates, unsure whether interrupting will ruin everything. Cordelia continues singing brightly despite the cold. Yuder analyzes the situation, realizing the song's effect may depend on the singer. Watching her smile, he decides to trust her judgment for now. A bright green light suddenly streaks down from the night sky, drawing Yuder's full attention as it descends toward the waterfall. Startled, he lifts his head and follows the glowing trail, sensing that the long-awaited event has finally been triggered. High above the water, the light gathers and shines intensely, confirming that something extraordinary has appeared. Meanwhile, Cordelia continues singing in the freezing stream, unaware that her voice has completed the condition. Two radiant fairy-like figures gradually materialize in midair, their presence illuminating the dark surroundings. Realization settles over Yuder as he recognizes that the rare fairy, a bright campfire burns under the night sky. Cordelia blushes as soft praise surrounds her, realizing the summoned fairies are admiring her appearance. Yuder watches silently, while two small winged figures hover close to her shoulders. Understanding dawns on him as he confirms the rare fairies have successfully manifested. The fairies circle Cordelia excitedly, focusing more on her beauty than the ritual itself. Confusion appears on her face as their behavior differs from what was expected. From afar, Yuder analyzes the situation, sensing something is not proceeding normally. After introducing themselves, the fairies cling to Cordelia while continuing their cheerful chatter. Cold water reaches her waist as she struggles to remain steady. Concern grows in Yuder's eyes when subtle movement disturbs the surface nearby. Bubbles rise rapidly beneath Cordelia, signaling danger below. Alarmed, Yuder urgently calls for her to leave the water. She hesitates, still distracted by the fairy's attention. Dark ripples spread across the stream under the moonlight. A massive horned creature begins emerging from beneath the waterfall. Its glowing eyes lock onto Cordelia, revealing the true threat of the event. Cordelia remains in the water as dark energy gathers beneath the waterfall, sensing danger as the surface begins to surge violently. A massive horned creature rises from below, its red eyes glowing while telekinetic force spreads across the stream. Within a shimmering barrier, Cordelia is lifted helplessly as the creature prepares to seize her. Yuder runs along the riverbank, immediately recognizing the monster as a bicorn appearing earlier than expected. Realization strikes him that the creature's telekinesis prevents Cordelia from moving her legs freely. He shouts urgently, while the bicorn begins pulling her away from the waterfall. Energy crackles around the creature's horn as it tightens its control over Cordelia's suspended body. Struggling in midair, she clenches her fists and acknowledges her magic cannot break the restraint. Determination replaces fear as she decides to escape through force instead. With a sudden burst of strength, Cordelia twists her body and drives herself downward. The impact disrupts the telekinetic hold, forcing the bicorn to recoil briefly. Water splashes violently as she falls back toward the stream. Yuder halts in shock while the creature steadies itself for another attempt. Cordelia lands hard but quickly regains awareness despite the pain. Gritting her teeth, she frees herself completely, ready to continue the fight. Cordelia falls backward toward the rushing stream as the bicorn looms above, its telekinetic force still distorting the water around them. Before she hits the surface, a sudden surge of controlled magic redirects her descent, disrupting the creature's hold. Yuder watches steadily from the riverbank, confident that her counterattack will break the monster's advantage. Blue arcs of energy spiral upward, binding the bicorn's legs and limiting its movement. A golden magic circle forms beneath Cordelia, stabilizing her position in the water. Brilliant light erupts skyward as the coordinated spell strikes the bicorn directly. Yuta watches as golden light forms a radiant circle above the sea, its glow revealing a massive shadow rising beneath the surface. The sea creature bursts upward, water cascading from its dark scales while Cordelia and the fairy recoil from the blinding light. A violent shockwave spreads, the beast roars and Cordelia loses balance, falling into the crashing waves below. Cordelia sinks underwater, bubbles surrounding her as her body drifts downward in the turbulent current. She forces herself upward and breaks the surface, coughing as she regains awareness of the battle. Yuta's figure appears above the cliff, calling out as he prepares to move against the monster. Green energy coils around Yuta as he steps forward and leaps from the cliff toward the raging sea. He descends rapidly, body aligned for impact while the creature turns its red eye toward him. Yuta narrows the distance, focusing his strength into a single downward strike. Lightning gathers around his fist, forming a concentrated arc of power midair. He steadies his breathing and commits fully to the attack. The energy intensifies as he prepares for impact. Yuta slams into the creature with thunder pummel, releasing a burst of electricity. The monster recoils as water erupts around them. Yuta lands firmly atop the beast, assessing the result of his strike. The horned bicorn jerks backward, a red line glowing across its face where Yuta's strike landed. It screams and thrashes, water spraying as its burning eye fixes on Yuta with rising fury. Yuta lands on the wet ground, rain sliding off his coat as he calmly judges the monster's remaining strength. Realizing the blow was not enough, Yuta shifts his focus toward Cordelia's position. Cordelia grips her staff, drawing pink magic into its gem despite the strain in her trembling arms. A crimson circle forms beneath her as she lifts the staff, fire gathering into a tight sphere above it. The flames spiral faster, compressing into a blazing projectile that distorts the air around it. The fireball launches forward and explodes against the shoreline in a burst of heat. Encouraged, Cordelia quickly releases another shot toward the bicorn. Flames strike the creature's body, pushing it back as smoke rises from scorched scales. The bicorn lowers its horns and steadies itself, eye glowing through the smoke. Yuta watches silently, preparing to follow the planned strategy. The monster growls, enduring the burns as embers fall around it. Cordelia steadies her breathing and recalls the usual method for this event. She decides they must change the pattern and chase the bicorn to finish it. Cordelia steadies herself, brushing back her damp hair while admitting the spell's aftereffects cannot be ignored. Yuta answers calmly, and despite their brief exchange, both remain focused on the weakened bicorn. The monster shifts near the shoreline, smoke rising from its scorched body as it prepares another move. Yuta observes that the creature is visibly weakened and steps forward, intending to. Cordelia challenges his assumption, insisting she is still capable of landing the final strike. They spread out across the rocky ground, coordinating positions to avoid obstructing each other. The bicorn suddenly charges downhill, hooves smashing stone as it targets Cordelia. She retreats swiftly, barely avoiding its horns as water splashes around her feet. Instead of counterattacking, she prepares a binding spell to restrain it. Golden chains erupt from a magic circle beneath the monster, wrapping around its limbs and torso. The bicorn struggles and roars, but the bindings tighten and halt its advance. Cordelia strains to maintain control as the spell drains her energy. Power surges around her body as she forces more magic into the chains. A backlash strikes her, causing visible pain and instability. Her status briefly reveals heavy mana loss as she fights to remain standing. Cordelia's status window shows her mana nearly empty as dizziness spreads across her face and sweat forms under the dark sky. Fatigue weakens her legs, forcing her to steady herself while the cliffside and shoreline blur in her vision. Even so, she faces the advancing bicorn, refusing to step back despite her fading strength. The monster lowers its horns and charges through the water, sending heavy splashes toward the rocky bank. Instead of retreating, Cordelia tightens her grip on the staff and carefully watches its path. A faint smile appears as she relies on preparations made earlier. Suddenly, the ground beneath the charging beast collapses with a violent burst of water. The bicorn plunges into a concealed pit hidden below the shallow surface. From above, Cordelia looks down calmly, her trap successfully activated. Kneeling from exhaustion, she struggles to regulate her breathing while maintaining focus. Yuta steps beside her and observes the trapped creature below. Golden energy gathers around his hands, signaling his intent to finish the fight. The scene shifts to a courtyard, where training concludes under supervision. Yuta stands composed before his father, showing steady control of his movements. He reflects quietly on the disciplined basics of swordsmanship practiced during the session. In the courtyard balcony, Yuta's father evaluates his martial talent. acknowledging his potential while observing his exhausted posture below. Standing with a wooden sword, Yuter listens as his father points out that skill alone is meaningless if his body cannot endure. Calm acceptance shows on Yuter's face as he absorbs the criticism and prepares for further instruction. Before leaving, his father decides to teach 2 essential techniques over the next 3 days. A demonstration begins as a hand strikes a wooden dummy, triggering a burst of lightning, like force. The training hall fills with shockwaves as the impact lands repeatedly in rapid succession. Yuter watches closely, eyes wide as he studies the speed of the lightning strike technique. Cracks spread across the wooden dummy, illustrating the power of multiple hits delivered in a single instant. His father explains the principle, emphasizing precision and timing over reckless strength. Attention shifts to the second lesson, focused on awareness during combat. With a raised finger, his father stresses that missing an opening leaves a fighter defenseless. He concludes that decisive strikes must end battles quickly when opportunity appears. Back at the shoreline, Yuter steadies his stance as energy gathers beneath his feet. Water bursts upward around the charging bicorn as he prepares to act. The creature's red eye gleams through the spray while Cordelia braces nearby for the next exchange. Rain pours over the shoreline as the bicorn steadies itself after escaping the pit. Water cascading from its dark frame, Cordelia watches from the rocky bank, her expression tense as she tracks the creature's sudden movement. Without hesitation, Yuter launches forward, golden lightning gathering around his arm as he closes the distance midair. The bicorn twists upward to meet him, its horns cutting through the rain while its red eye fixes on the incoming threat. Energy spirals around Yuter's fist, forming a concentrated strike aimed directly at the monster's head. Lightning Fist descends in a vertical blow, crashing against the creature and sending water exploding outward. Shockwaves ripple across the flooded ground as sparks scatter over the bicorn's body. Cordelia flinches at the impact, bracing herself against the spray and thunderous force. Amid the falling rain, Yuter lands in the shallow water, maintaining his stance while the monster recoils before him. In the pouring rain, the massive bicorn collapses into the river, while Yuter falls into the shallow water, his body unmoving after the exhausting fight. Cordelia kneels in the rain and realizes the monster has been defeated, understanding that the victory grants her a surge of experience points. She celebrates her sudden level increase, smiling brightly while Yuter remains motionless behind her in the rushing stream. Cordelia notices Yuter floating weakly near the bank and runs toward him as he struggles to respond. Yuter reveals the Sunday's necklace is affecting his heart, leaving his body paralyzed due to the 9-yin severed meridian. As she prepares to move him, 2 fairies appear above her, praising the defeat of the bicorn. The fairies explain they observed everything and urge Cordelia to report to their queen quickly. Cordelia hesitates, glancing between the fairies and Yuter's weakened condition. They insist the human children visit the queen together and float toward the forest. Yuter grips the golden necklace as dark energy surges through his chest. The power stabilizes briefly, allowing him to breathe steadily again. Cordelia helps him stand near the trees as rain continues to fall. Leaning against a tree, Yuter slowly regains balance. He remains conscious but weakened from the unstable energy. Cordelia looks toward the forest path, preparing to follow the fairies once Yuter can walk. Cordelia stands near the riverbank and decides to use her trump magic, raising her staff toward Yuter as he leans weakly against a tree. She activates a healing spell, channeling bright energy through a rose-shaped focus as light gathers around Yuter's chest. The magic surrounds him in a steady glow, easing his breathing while the rain fades into a quiet forest mist. Yuter observes the lingering energy and explains that his internal injuries will require time to recover fully. He states that the healing reduced the strain, but he still needs several minutes of rest before moving again. Cordelia agrees and stands guard while he remains seated beneath the tree, regaining strength. After resting, Yuter appears calmer, though traces of exhaustion remain visible in his expression. Cordelia explains that he exhausted much of his internal energy defeating the bicorn, which slowed his recovery. The 2 fairies hover nearby, commenting quietly on his condition while watching him closely. The fairies discuss that despite winning the battle, Yuter's body is still fragile from overexertion. Cordelia listens while keeping her attention on Yuter, who remains aware of their whispers. The fairies suddenly remember to introduce themselves properly. They ask for names, floating in front of Cordelia, with curious expressions. Cordelia introduces herself and identifies Yuter as the boy resting behind her. The fairies repeat her name incorrectly at first, then correct themselves as they prepare to ask another question. The fairies question Cordelia's bathing outfit, and she explains it is a swimsuit, while realizing her regular clothes are missing. She remembers forgetting to change back after casting magic, and Yuter notes the river setting made it less noticeable. Embarrassed, Cordelia decides to change before visiting the queen. A glowing blue portal opens near the cliff, spreading light across the wet ground. New garments descend through the light, signaling a completed outfit change. The portal fades as Cordelia and Uter stand properly dressed. They notice the forest looks familiar yet feels slightly altered. A fairy gestures ahead, guiding them deeper into the glowing woodland. They follow the shining trail, moving carefully through the trees. With each step, the scenery shifts into a vivid autumn landscape. Red and gold leaves swirl as the surroundings transform continuously. Cordelia observes the changing environment with focused attention. They pause under tall trees, bathed in warm light. Uter confirms the transformation is real and not an illusion. Together, they proceed toward the fairy queen's domain. The fairies lead Cordelia and Uter through the forest, explaining their kind exists between dimensions and rarely appears before humans. Uter studies them quietly, recognizing their significance and recalling that such beings were hidden figures within the game world. He understands their presence could be useful, though tracking creatures that vanish freely would remain difficult. The path narrows into a corridor, like trail that ends at a single ornate door in a clearing. Cordelia opens the door and reveals a grand interior filled with soft light. Both step inside cautiously, staying alert. A vast chamber stretches beneath a star-filled ceiling. Uter senses authority from the throne ahead. They stand together, ready to face the fairy queen. In a luminous palace filled with drifting petals, Queen Lorelei formally announces the Autumn of Abundance, establishing her authority over the fairy realm. Uter and Cordelia stand before the throne, quietly observing as the queen welcomes a human guest and signals the festival's significance. The declaration concludes with a clear statement that the season now unfolds under Lorelei's will. A forest campsite. A kettle boils over an open fire while soldiers rest beneath the night sky. Uter stands beside his horse, alert to a sudden disturbance that disrupts the camp's calm atmosphere. A red flare rises above the trees, prompting immediate attention from those stationed nearby. The campsite shows no struggle, yet someone has vanished without a trace. Uter reflects on how the situation appears intentionally arranged to isolate him. An approaching officer confirms growing suspicion that the disappearance was planned. Uter tastes herbal tea and recognizes it as a blend known to induce sleep. He realizes the drink may have been used to weaken him before the incident. Hidden observers watch from afar, confirming their scheme is progressing. A report states 2 individuals left earlier than recorded. Uter concludes the event was orchestrated to separate him and Cordelia. He resolves to uncover the truth and protect Cordelia from further manipulation. Uter and Cordelia kneel inside the Radiant Palace and formally greet Queen Lorelei, acknowledging her rule over the fairy realm. The queen calmly recognizes them, recalling their earlier visit and confirming their identities without hesitation. With composed authority, she accepts their greeting and signals that their presence here is expected. As they rise, Uter senses a subtle distortion in the air, as though space itself reacts to them. A brief vision of fairies and distant scenery crosses his awareness, hinting at unseen observers. Cordelia shows surprise, while Uter remains cautious and attentive. Queen Lorelei explains that movement within this realm ignores ordinary limits of distance. Uter realizes the environment resembles the same system they once experienced in the game. The queen adds that a long-standing issue has already been resolved. A memory surfaces of Cordelia confronting a massive dragon in a forest. Despite the threat, she stands firm against the overwhelming creature. The vision fades as the tension subsides. Uter studies the queen carefully, understanding she controls this realm's laws. He concludes, she is both magician and ruler. With a small gesture, the queen releases magic that settles around them. A glowing branch releases concentrated fairy energy, and Cordelia observes as Queen Lorelei explains its origin and long existence. Uter receives the luminous staff, understanding it once lacked a suitable bearer despite being created for another race. The queen calmly states the artifact holds greater value than human relics and should belong to those with sincere intent. Cordelia watches silently while Uter examines the staff, carefully sensing the magic flowing within it. A sudden surge of dark energy erupts around Uter, sharply contrasting the earlier calm atmosphere. Overwhelmed by the reaction, he realizes the fairy artifact has triggered an unexpected and dangerous response. Dark energy surges around Uter as the artifact activates, and he immediately recognizes the ability known as Fairy's Footsteps. Information about the A-rank item becomes clear to him, revealing its power to alter movement and completely evade incoming attacks. Understanding its value, he realizes the skill removes the need for defensive maneuvers if used with precise timing. Cordelia watches quietly, while Uter steadies himself and evaluates the limits placed on the item's daily usage. He examines the ring form of the artifact in his palm, confirming its authenticity and practical advantage. Gratitude replaces tension as he accepts the reward and adjusts his stance, signaling renewed confidence. Cordelia studies him with visible doubt, questioning his sudden shift in attitude. Despite her reaction, Yuta remains composed and compares their equal rank within this realm. Queen Lorelei observes the exchange from her throne, satisfied with their response. The queen clarifies that the reward was given in return for past efforts. Yuta and Cordelia look confused as her expression turns playful. She calmly admits her personal preference, surprising them further. Without warning, space distorts beneath their feet. Both are transported instantly to a riverside at night. Cordelia notices fairy traces nearby, indicating the queen's influence remains present. At the riverside beneath drifting fairy lights, Yuta reflects that time moved differently in the banquet hall, and calculates how long they were truly gone. He compares the experience to a game scenario, reasoning that the completed event should now transition them back to reality. Relief breaks through as he embraces Cordelia, both recognizing they have safely returned. Near the waterfall, the fallen bicorn lies in the shallow water, while Cordelia observes the scene with practical focus. Yuta evaluates the creature's horns and considers their usefulness rather than discarding them. After brief discussion, they agree to keep the materials, despite the effort required to retrieve them. Cordelia lists the valuable items they have gained, expressing optimism about their progress. Yuta interrupts her enthusiasm with a serious reminder about unresolved responsibilities. He clarifies that their current concern is not celebration but recovering the bicorn's horns. Cordelia questions involving the escort knights, while Yuta dismisses the idea due to earlier magical interference. He references the tower struck by their spell and explains the explosion likely incapacitated nearby guards. Silence follows as Cordelia turns away, gathering her thoughts. Standing under the night sky, she hesitates before raising a personal concern. Cordelia wonders whether her actions continue to cause complications for Yuta. He reassures her firmly, stating he would have faced greater trouble without her support. High above the palace, Queen Lorelei watches Yuta and comments on his character, noting both his appearance and potential for change. Fairy children gather around her as she reflects on the moment she first saw them and sensed a shift in possibility. Her expression grows thoughtful, suggesting that their influence may shape what happens next in her realm. A glowing notification appears, confirming that rewards have been granted for recent achievements. Yuta and Cordelia stand within the palace hall, absorbing the outcome while the queen observes from above. The queen quietly concludes that events will now proceed according to the flow of the world. Elsewhere, Dahlia confronts Cordelia in a camp, demanding an explanation for recent decisions. She lists the risks taken during their forest detour and questions the lack of escort support. Cordelia listens under pressure, as the accusation shifts responsibility onto her. Dahlia's tone sharpens as she frames the incident as reckless leadership. Cordelia reacts with restrained frustration, recognizing the unfairness of the claim. The scene settles into tense silence as the camp resumes activity in the background. Inside a wooden carriage at dusk, Yuta rests against the seat, appearing exhausted after recent events. Cordelia enters carrying a tray, having come to check on his condition after hearing he had collapsed earlier. He assures her he is stable, though his posture and slowed breathing suggest lingering fatigue. As the carriage moves, Yuta calmly asks about Dahlia's reaction to the forest incident. Cordelia admits she was heavily reprimanded and temporarily banned from traveling with their group. Rather than protesting, Yuta seems relieved, believing fewer obligations will reduce immediate tension. Cordelia lowers her head, clearly affected by the criticism directed at her leadership. Yuta observes her expression and concludes Dahlia's harshness likely stems from concern rather than hostility. Despite his reasoning, Cordelia quietly worries that resentment may still linger. Leaning back against the seat, Yuta suggests they respond through improved performance rather than argument. He describes Dahlia as someone strict but protective, comparable to an older sibling. Cordelia listens carefully and gradually steadies her emotions. Morning light filters through the carriage window as their conversation softens. Cordelia resolves to accept responsibility and endure further criticism if necessary. The carriage continues forward, carrying them toward the next stage of their journey. Inside the carriage, Cordelia gently adjusts the cloth at Yuta's neck while he lies back, still weakened from the cold he caught earlier. He briefly opens his eyes and murmurs faintly, his breathing uneven as the vehicle continues along the forest road. Concerned but composed, Cordelia checks his temperature again and remains seated beside him to monitor his condition. Sunlight filters through the window as she prepares a drink and urges him to rest properly until his strength returns. Yuta responds weakly from the seat, acknowledging her care while struggling to sit upright. After thanking her quietly, he closes his eyes once more, allowing himself to recover under her watch. Later, the carriage crosses a long bridge over a river, marking steady progress in their journey. The scenery shifts from flowing water to open fields, and then to a wooded campsite as evening approaches. Time passes, and the rhythm of travel continues without interruption. 3 days later, Cordelia excitedly examines a document inside the carriage, impressed by its contents. Yuder, now dressed neatly and fully recovered, listens as she compares the writing to her father's style. A sudden halt interrupts them, and they look toward the door as the driver signals their arrival. The carriage stops near a rural checkpoint surrounded by trees and open land. Cordelia peers outside with anticipation, while Yuder observes calmly from his seat. Recognizing the location, both prepare themselves for the next stage of their mission. From above, the vast city of Langest spreads across the plains, its walls and towers marking it as a major center of trade. Through the carriage window, Cordelia eagerly points toward the skyline, recognizing the capital of commerce at once. Yuder observes quietly beside her, noting the city's scale and strategic position near rivers and roads. Inside the gates, merchants, wagons, and pedestrians move in steady flow beneath tall stone arches. An official emblem appears, explaining that Langest operates independently despite being surrounded by the Bravender territory. The narration clarifies that the city governs itself and balances interests between surrounding powers. Stepping onto the street, Yuder reflects that this location exists in the original storyline as a key commercial hub. A guide informs them that Duke Chase has prepared a villa for their stay. Details follow about renovated floors and secure arrangements for their visit. Yuder reacts calmly to the generous treatment, understanding its political implications. Cordelia bows respectfully to a uniformed officer waiting to receive them. The officer responds with formal composure, acknowledging her greeting. After the exchange, Cordelia steps forward again with visible excitement. The officer opens his arms in a restrained but welcoming gesture. Unable to contain her relief, Cordelia rushes forward and embraces him as their arrival in Langest is officially secured. In the villa courtyard, Yuder watches the escort knights and confirms their arrival was handled smoothly. Maya informs him she will step out briefly, leaving supervision in his hands. A knight then gathers the others and leads them according to Duke Chase's instructions. Within the estate grounds, Cordelia questions the new arrangements. Yuder assures her they are secure. In Langest, he announces he will recruit strong fighters for the next task, though the claim is only a cover. At dusk, Yuder and Cordelia move through a crowded market street where merchants close stalls and townspeople fill the narrow path between buildings. Cordelia carefully observes the surroundings and guides Yuder toward a side alley, relying on her prior knowledge of the city's layout. She explains the structure of the district with confidence, showing she memorized the map before arriving. While walking, Cordelia reflects on the upcoming event in Langest and recalls that the original outcome ends in failure. She admits they are supposed to lose the coming battle, her expression tense as she considers the fixed storyline. Despite that fate, she decides they must interfere and change the expected result. 15 minutes before reaching Langest, Yuder reveals he prepared a forged document using their father's authority. He explains the letter will grant them access to the magicians of Langest for support. Cordelia reacts with surprise but listens as he urges her to examine the plan. The document includes detailed knowledge, making the forgery convincing. Yuder clarifies the magicians will not fight directly but can still assist them. Cordelia recognizes his careful preparation and strategic thinking. Yuder admits he anticipated her proposal and acted first. Cordelia grips the envelope, understanding the risk involved. Together they prepare to use the forged authority to alter Langest's future. Yuder shows Cordelia a sack of gold, explaining that magicians are part of the elite and will expect proper compensation for their cooperation. He adds that even if the Tower Master's daughter makes a request, payment will ensure smoother support and avoid unnecessary resistance. Cordelia weighs the coins in her hand, then agrees to scout the magicians in Langest while questioning his next move. Yuder recounts Earl Bale's battle with demon worshippers and reveals a hidden message discovered afterward at a specific site. He plans to include that confidential detail in the forged letter to convince the Knight Order of its authenticity. Cordelia considers the risk, but concludes that involving the knights early will shift the balance. Yuder states the method works because the information is not yet public. Cordelia acknowledges his preparation and accepts the logic. They agree to secure outside support before the main event unfolds. At the Blue Lion headquarters, an officer carefully reads the delivered letter. The detailed contents reduce suspicion among the knights. The officer treats the message as credible and urgent. Yuder insists the letter be burned after reading. He confirms its contents match Earl Bale's report. The knights begin preparations to act against the demon worshippers. Yuder calmly requests permission to join the operation with his guards, standing confidently before the commander, despite concerns about his health. He argues that this mission was entrusted to him by his father, and insists on seeing it through until the end. He adds that participating will strengthen ties with the Blue Lion Knight Order, which his father respects highly. The nearby knights react with surprise at the praise, uncertain whether the claim is genuine. Uter smoothly explains that Earl Bale considers the mission valuable experience for young knights under Commander Baruja. Baruja accepts the reasoning and allows Uter to accompany them, prompting visible relief. Later, the knights report discovering an important document inside the demon worshippers' hideout. The paper lists meeting points in Langest and identifies the group hiding there as Demon Hand Commander. Baruja orders an immediate strategy meeting at headquarters. By afternoon, the Blue Lion Knights split into teams and move through the city. They search multiple locations while pursuing Baron Edgar, who has escaped. The operation continues late into the night as tension spreads across Langest. Near midnight, Cordelia sits exhausted, her legs aching after hours of movement. She reflects on how different events feel compared to the original storyline. Realizing the changes are working, she steadies herself and prepares for what comes next. Cordelia, visibly exhausted, leans forward with heavy eyes, realizing her fatigue has reached its limit after the long operation. She stretches out her finger and pokes Uter's side to check his condition, observing his still posture without any reaction. Noticing his complete lack of response, she concludes he has fallen into deep sleep, slumped motionless in the chair beside her. Cordelia leans over the table and studies Uter's unresponsive posture, noting that exhaustion has left him completely motionless. She reviews their progress, confirming that several hidden branches of the demon worshippers have already been dealt with. Confidence grows as she realizes the Blue Lion Knights are now guarding multiple key locations without suspecting her influence. Uter quietly analyzes the remaining structure of Demon's Hand operating inside Langest. He determines that only part of the 12 meeting points were originally revealed, forcing them to uncover the rest independently. Both conclude that involving the Knights early has shifted control of the situation. Attention turns toward identifying the central leader directing the organization. Uter emphasizes that defeating this main figure will determine the outcome of the conflict. Cordelia accepts that the next stage depends on confronting that hidden authority. Night settles over the city as operations continue quietly. Elsewhere, a noble supporter of the cult grows frustrated over failed infiltration attempts. He suspects the Blue Lion Knights may already know their remaining locations. Anxiety spreads among his followers as the social gathering approaches. Timing becomes critical as their plans begin collapsing. Meanwhile, Uter and Cordelia prepare for the decisive phase. In a dim room, an elderly noble reports heavy losses to a silver-haired man called Minos, who listens without visible concern. Minos remains seated near the window, while cloaked subordinates confirm that Cordelia has arrived in Langest as expected. Calmly assessing the situation, he concludes that their broader plan will remain unchanged, despite the recent setbacks. Morning light reveals the mansion where the social gathering is scheduled to take place. Inside, attendants assist with final preparations while maintaining a composed atmosphere. Uter and Cordelia appear dressed formally, presenting themselves as honored guests. Observers note the elegance of Cordelia's red dress as she stands beside Uter. Staff members acknowledge their arrival and remark on the scale of the event. Time pressure becomes apparent as preparations near completion. Servants finish arranging the interior while senior members prepare to depart. Uter and Cordelia remain behind briefly, coordinating their next steps quietly. Both confirm they will join the others shortly. The pair share a brief pause before moving. Their expressions show readiness for the coming confrontation. Cordelia steps forward first, signaling the transition to the next stage. Inside, the mansion corridor. Uter briefly admires Cordelia's appearance, before reminding both of them that the day's objective must remain their priority. Cordelia responds with composure, adjusting her posture and preparing to move toward the venue entrance. Together they proceed outside, aware that the social gathering will determine the next stage of their strategy. The grand hall of the social gathering opens before them, revealing an event far larger than its modest name suggests. Nobles, influential figures, and representatives of prominent families fill the venue, demonstrating the political weight of the occasion. Uter and Cordelia step onto the red carpet, drawing immediate attention from surrounding guests. As they walk deeper into the hall, Uter quietly recalls their objective to protect Lucas Resbelg from Demon's Hand. Cordelia scans the crowd, noting the presence of high-ranking families and the youngest son of Earl Bale among the attendees. Whispers spread through the hall, increasing the pressure around them. Overwhelmed by attention, both recognize that maintaining secrecy will be difficult. Cordelia suppresses her irritation while remaining outwardly composed, their movements slow as the crowd's curiosity intensifies. A familiar voice calls out to Cordelia from across the hall. She turns toward the source, recognizing someone approaching. The encounter signals an unexpected complication within their carefully prepared plan. Sylvia greets Cordelia inside the bright glass hall, her composed smile reflecting noble confidence as she acknowledges their reunion after a long separation. Viola stands quietly behind Sylvia, while Uter and Cordelia step closer. The elegant garden surroundings emphasizing the formal atmosphere of the meeting. Recognition settles among them as their eyes meet, marking the beginning of a cautious yet polite social exchange. Near the fountain, formal pleasantries continue, and the tone remains controlled as they briefly acknowledge each other's well-being. Sylvia directs her attention toward Uter, clearly noting his presence beside Cordelia. Uter steps forward and introduces himself as a member of the Bale family, presenting his status with calm restraint. Sylvia responds gracefully, studying him with subtle curiosity beneath her gentle expression. Internally, Uter evaluates her reputation and beauty, yet feels no emotional disturbance from her presence. Her calm smile contrasts with his detached composure, reinforcing the formality between them. Uter adjusts his stance confidently, while Cordelia and Viola share a quieter exchange nearby. A subtle shift in the air draws his attention toward the entrance of the hall. He turns slightly, sensing someone important approaching. A noble figure steps forward, immediately commanding attention within the hall. Uter instinctively reacts as the newcomer extends a greeting. Lucas introduces himself formally, signaling the start of a more significant development. Lucas observes Uter with calm blue eyes, greeting him first out of courtesy, while revealing no genuine curiosity in his expression. Uter introduces himself formally as Yuta Bael of the Count Bael family, maintaining steady posture beneath Lucas's quiet scrutiny. Their hands meet in a firm handshake, signaling a polite yet evaluative exchange between two nobles measuring each other. Narration reveals Lucas as the leading heir of the Hrevvelg family, widely known for exceptional talent and swordsmanship. His personality is described as someone who tests others' strength before deciding whether they deserve his continued interest. Uter understands this habit and recognizes that Lucas will quickly lose attention if he appears unimpressive. Uter recalls rumors that Yuta Bael lacked martial ability, which would normally lower Lucas's expectations. Confidence forms within him as he tightens the handshake, knowing he is not the same person as before. Lucas shows slight surprise at the unexpected firmness, sensing something different beneath the calm exterior. The scene shifts to reveal that Uter, Cordelia, and Lucas share a hidden connection beyond this gathering. They are introduced as playable characters from the game Legends of Heroes 2, each tied to past life memories. Speculation arises over whether Lucas also retains such memories, adding uncertainty to the unfolding situation. AA system. Like display appears, listing rankings and hinting at hidden player identities within the world. Uter considers the possibility that the third-ranked player may have been reborn as Lucas. Determination settles in his gaze as he resolves to confirm the truth before danger strikes the gathering. Lucas addresses Uter directly, questioning him without hesitation while maintaining a composed but probing expression. Closing the distance, Uter leans in and quietly tests him with a subtle remark, meant to confirm his suspicion. The brief whisper unsettles Lucas, whose steady gaze wavers for a moment under the unexpected familiarity. Lucas stiffens slightly, surprised by the tone, as confusion flickers across his face. Uter withdraws and masks the exchange as nonsense, smoothly recovering his noble composure. He claims lingering illness as an excuse, formally apologizing before preparing to leave the conversation. From afar, Cordelia notices the shift and quickly steps forward as Uter moves away. She grabs his arm to stop him, clearly aware that his behavior drew unnecessary attention. Embarrassment shows briefly on his face while she reacts with blunt amusement. As they walk, Cordelia remarks that his approach was reckless, despite yielding slight progress. Uter reflects that Lucas might possess memories of the game, recalling faction conflicts from the original story. The earlier handshake replays in his mind as a possible confirmation of hidden awareness. He reasons that if Lucas retained past life knowledge, it would threaten their current plans. Doubt surfaces, because the demons should have already acted if that were true. Even so, Uter concludes the altered timeline may conceal unknown variables he must prepare for. Uter and Cordelia walk side by side in the hall as she suddenly recalls that Lucas was also a playable character in the original game. She casually mentions that it would have been better if Lucas had been the reborn third-ranked player instead. Surprise appears on Uter's face as he questions her reasoning and realizes she never favored Lucas in the game. Cordelia calmly explains that she disliked Lucas's storyline and rarely chose to play his route. Her expression turns serious as she reflects on the darker developments within his narrative path. In Lucas's original story, Cordelia is captured by demons and ultimately transformed into an enemy, shaping her lingering discomfort. Uter explains that although the game world remains similar, character roles shift depending on chosen routes, which changes how events unfold. Cordelia admits that in some storylines she becomes close to Lucas, yet in his route she ultimately falls into the demon's hands. A game, overseen is recalled, where her transformation into a demon ends that path tragically, leaving many players frustrated. Uter questions whether her dislike toward Lucas comes from that outcome, rather than personal bias. She acknowledges there is also a personal reason tied to an alternate version of Lucas. Memories surface of a romantic variation where Lucas appears in decorative attire, a detail she found irritating despite its popularity. Cordelia clarifies that even small design changes influenced player perception, affecting how routes were received. Attention shifts back to the hall as unfamiliar figures enter, drawing both their gazes forward. Uter studies the newcomers carefully, assessing whether they match any known threats from the original plot. Strategic discussion follows as they consider waiting for suspicious guests to reveal their intentions. Caution dominates their planning because demon attacks previously targeted gatherings like this. They decide to remain near Lucas while greeting others to maintain surveillance. Cordelia notices a distant noblewoman with an emotionless expression and mentions her identity quietly. Uter recalls that influential families are present tonight, increasing political tension within the hall. Despite light teasing between them, both remain alert, prepared for sudden disruption. Uter pauses alone in the hall, thinking that the survival of most nobles would not greatly affect the main storyline. He reflects that even the heirs of the 12 clans hold limited importance compared to key figures, like Lucas and Cordelia. A quiet conclusion follows as he realizes that saving everyone here would significantly alter the original plot's direction. Cordelia continues her conversation with Sylvia, while Uter observes them from nearby. Careful evaluation leads him to confirm that Cordelia shows no signs of demonic influence in this timeline. Relief mixes with caution as he accepts that events are already shifting from the original route. Music begins to fill the hall, signaling the start of the next dance sequence. Uter watches the crowd closely, remembering that similar gatherings once ended in disaster. Guests move toward the floor, unaware of the tension hidden beneath the celebration. A voice calls him unexpectedly, drawing him out of his thoughts. A maid informs him that his guardian urgently seeks him. A young officer stands beside her, reinforcing the seriousness of the request. Uter and Cordelia step onto the balcony as several guests notice them. Whispers spread below about their sudden departure from the main hall. Remaining composed, both stay alert for any sign of approaching danger. Uter gathers his composure and formally invites Cordelia to dance, extending his hand despite visible reluctance. Cordelia reacts with exaggerated refusal at first, clearly embarrassed by the sudden proposal in front of others. After a brief pause, she accepts while teasing him, and they step down toward the garden floor together. They position themselves awkwardly among other couples as music fills the hall. Uter admits uncertainty about the dance, revealing his lack of confidence in such social skills. Cordelia notices his tension but remains composed as they begin moving in rhythm. He suddenly pulls her closer to correct their stance, surprising her with unexpected boldness. Embarrassment flashes across her face as she realizes how near they are. Their eye contact lingers briefly before distant noise interrupts the moment. An explosion erupts inside the hall, shattering glass and throwing guests into panic. Flames spread rapidly as demon figures descend, attacking without warning. Uter shields Cordelia instinctively while scanning for the source of the assault. Screams echo through the burning hall as demons strike nearby. Nobles. Uter tightens his hold on Cordelia, ensuring she remains protected amid chaos. Through the smoke and fire, his focused gaze reflects readiness for the battle that has finally begun. Amid drifting embers and shattered glass, a silver-haired man steps forward through the smoke, his presence cutting through the chaos. Lucas stands protectively near Sylvia while turning toward the approaching figure, recognizing the threat behind the calm expression. The intruder stops before them and declares his arrival, directly addressing Lucas as tension tightens across the burning hall. Inside the burning hall, the young master steadies his injured arm while Lady Sylvia stands behind him, embers drifting through the shattered glass ceiling. Across the ruined floor, a silver-haired opponent walks forward calmly, ignoring the flames and debris scattered around the battlefield. Recognizing his weakened condition, the young master concludes that continuing the fight directly would only lead to certain defeat. Lady Sylvia reacts in alarm as lightning bursts from the enemy's step, cracking the ground and lifting fragments into the air. Advancing without hesitation, The silver-haired man closes the distance, releasing controlled waves of pressure toward his targets. Raising one hand, he gathers violet mana at his fingertips, preparing a decisive strike. The young master forms a glowing magic circle, forcing power through his injured arm to create a barrier. At the same moment, a dark-haired caster unleashes roaring flames toward him. A violent explosion erupts, overwhelming the defensive spell and engulfing the courtyard. Through the fire, a concentrated beam crashes downward like a falling pillar. The blast tears across the ground, hurling both defenders backward. Shielding Sylvia, the young master falls amid smoke and rubble. Cordelia arrives urgently, urging immediate retreat. The trio begins withdrawing from the burning courtyard, though reluctant. The young master accepts escape as their only chance to survive. Flames rage across the courtyard as Cordelia shouts urgently, warning that facing a magician without preparation is reckless and suicidal. Burning debris scatters over broken furniture, while she insists he recall the enemy's name spoken earlier during the sudden appearance. The young master freezes, sweat forming as realization begins to surface through the chaos. A close view of his widened eye reflects firelight as a chilling voice echoes behind him. From the smoke, the silver-haired man emerges calmly and declares that he has found his target. Hearing the name Lucas Resvelger, the young master tightens his trembling fist. The group begins running through the burning courtyard while distant footsteps approach rapidly from behind. A dark-clad figure suddenly appears in pursuit, moving with unnatural speed toward them. The maid Maya lags slightly behind, panic visible as danger closes in. A sharp cry pierces the air as Maya senses the attack descending from above. Steel flashes downward in a swift arc too fast for anyone to intercept. The blade cuts cleanly, sending blood across the courtyard as the young master collapses forward. Maya stares in shock, her expression frozen as crimson stains spread across his uniform. Cordelia falls to the ground nearby, struck aside by the overwhelming force. Through drifting embers, the attacker stands over them, silent and merciless amid the burning ruins. On the balcony, the dark-haired aide urges the young master to escape first, while he promises to follow shortly behind. Without hesitation, the group sprints across the burning courtyard as embers fall and smoke thickens around them. Behind them, the pursuer advances steadily, forcing them to increase their pace toward the palace entrance. Inside the hall, a guard raises his weapon while recalling that overwhelming force is required against such an enemy. Flames collide with a forming magical barrier as the confrontation escalates near the entrance. Taking advantage of the distraction, the young master's group slips further inside the building. A brief glance reveals the enemy's glowing eye, tracking them with unsettling precision. The dark-haired aide instructs the others to move toward the stairs while maintaining distance from the attacker. Following his direction, they rush along the corridor toward a sculpted wall. Cordelia presses her gloved hand against a statue, activating a hidden mechanism. A concealed doorway opens within the wall, surprising the young master and Sylvia. Though confused, they quickly enter the secret passage before it closes. Within the narrow chamber, a glowing light illuminates stone walls and ancient symbols. The group advances cautiously into a circular hall, marked with a large magic formation on the floor. At the far side, weapons and artifacts rest on stands, suggesting preparation for a deeper conflict ahead. Beneath the vaulted ceiling, Sylvia observes the glowing teleportation circle, while the young master stands behind her, assessing their surroundings. Cordelia opens a hidden floor compartment, revealing a concealed escape route. With urgency, she guides Sylvia inside and instructs her to remain hidden temporarily. Cordelia urgently opens the hidden floor hatch while warning Sylvia that time is limited and danger is approaching quickly. Sylvia hesitates near the teleportation circle, confused by the sudden command, yet recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Under pressure, Cordelia insists that Sylvia hide inside the passage temporarily to avoid becoming a direct target. Dark energy flickers near the entrance as the threat outside grows closer to their concealed location. Sylvia reluctantly moves into the opening while Cordelia prepares to seal the hatch behind her. Once secured, Cordelia straightens herself and turns back toward the chamber with determination. The young master retrieves a sword from a nearby rack, deciding to return to the banquet hall instead of remaining hidden. He explains through firm resolve that separating the enemy from the others is necessary if he is the true target. Standing beside him, the dark-haired aide prepares to move with the knights as planned. Before he can continue speaking, Cordelia activates a spell that suppresses sound around the young master. The magic seals his voice, preventing further argument and forcing him to listen instead. She maintains control of the situation, unwilling to let reckless decisions endanger them further. Cordelia firmly reminds him that this is an emergency where survival must come first. Frustration shows on his face, yet he recognizes her reasoning amid the crisis. Together with the aide, they prepare to act carefully, understanding that every choice now affects their survival. Inside the chamber, the dark-haired aide informs young Master Lucas that the silver-haired man is likely targeting either him or Cordelia. Beneath the vaulted ceiling, they assess that the magician intends to remove any obstacle standing in his path. Recognizing the threat, the group resolves to prepare before facing him directly. In the burning hall, a guard is struck down and hurled across the floor by overwhelming force. Through drifting embers, the silver-haired magician advances with a glowing magic circle forming behind him. Cold determination marks his expression as he continues forward. Measured footsteps echo while he approaches the palace doors without hesitation. Frost begins creeping along the walls as his power spreads through the structure. The air grows colder, signaling the expansion of his magic. Inside, icy energy surges down corridors, cracking stone surfaces. Lucas and Cordelia watch the frost advancing toward their position. The aide deduces that the spreading cold is part of the enemy's ability. Raising his gloved hand, the aide states they must endure for 3 minutes. A defensive spell activates as snowflakes swirl around them. Beyond the fractured doorway, the magician stands amid rising ice, ready to break through. Within the frozen corridor, the silver-haired magician senses an incoming attack as golden projectiles streak toward him through falling snow. A sudden explosion erupts against his position, flames briefly overpowering the cold air around his body. Despite the blast, he remains standing, his expression unchanged as smoke disperses. The dark-haired aide watches carefully, questioning whether the attack achieved any meaningful effect. In response, the magician raises his hand and releases intense frost that spreads rapidly across the floor. Towering ice crystals form around him, reinforcing his dominance over the battlefield. Struggling against the freezing wind, the aide realizes the enemy grows stronger upon entering the chamber. Lucas and Cordelia step forward into view, confronting the magician directly. Cold air thickens between them as both sides prepare for decisive action. Calmly advancing, the silver-haired man remarks that such resistance may summon something beyond expectation. Measured footsteps echo as he crosses deeper into the room, unconcerned by their presence. His arrival confirms that retreat is no longer possible. Determined, Cordelia raises her staff and prepares a countermeasure without hesitation. Drawing a blade across her palm, she uses blood to activate a prepared magic circle. As crimson energy ignites around the magician, the ritual begins to restrain him within the chamber. A sharp attack descends suddenly, catching the character mid-movement, as danger closes in. Violent energy erupts from an activated magic circle, spreading rapidly across the ground with destructive force. Bodies are flung away by the impact, revealing how overwhelming the unleashed power truly is. Standing calmly, the woman in red sustains the magic seal while maintaining full control over the situation. Bright patterns intensify beneath the target as the magic circle tightens its hold with crackling energy. Struggling within the seal, the trapped figure resists, yet remains unable to escape its binding force. With composed confidence, the caster observes the restrained opponent. Frustration appears on the captive's face, realizing the strength and precision of the sealing magic. Meanwhile, a new figure prepares to step in, shifting the direction of the unfolding conflict. Energy gathers around the restrained character, signaling a continued effort to resist the seal. Rushing forward, another individual enters the scene, carefully assessing the situation at hand. A wave of cold power spreads outward, slowing everything nearby and creating a brief advantage. Careful observation leads the newcomer to understand the structure and weakness of the magic. Golden energy concentrates into the hand, forming a controlled response aimed at breaking the seal, forcing the bound figure free as the seal collapses. Golden light bursts outward as a powerful figure releases a concentrated strike, filled with divine energy, showing strain while enduring the pressure from the incoming attack. A thunder-infused blow crashes forward, colliding with force and shaking the surrounding space. A figure slides across the marked floor, losing balance as the aftermath of the strike pushes him back. From a distance, the restrained opponent remains standing within the magic circle. A close view reveals tension in the hand as energy gathers, preparing for another decisive move. Despite earlier damage, the bound individual stands upright, showing unnatural endurance within the sealing field. Dark energy lingers around his body, suggesting a transformation that defies the expected outcome. A sudden clash erupts again as movement resumes, signaling that the battle has not yet ended. The advancing fighter concentrates power, channeling controlled energy through his arm with steady focus. Contact is made at close range, as the strike lands directly against the opponent's core. Reaction spreads across the enemy's body, revealing instability as the impact disrupts internal balance. A sharp blade descends from above, cutting through the air with precise speed toward the target. The clash intensifies as both forces meet, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. After the exchange, the injured figure struggles to remain upright. A young man steadies himself as energy gathers around his body, signaling the activation of a powerful holy ability. Focused eyes reveal his understanding of the technique, recalling its origin as a sacred force tied to ancient power. Light descends in a vertical beam, forming a holy strike designed to eliminate demonic presence within its range. A transformed opponent reacts violently, showing anger as energy surges outward from his corrupted body. Crystalline structures form around him, amplifying his power while resisting the incoming holy attack. The attacker charges forward, releasing another strike that cuts through the air toward the target. A red-haired woman observes the battlefield, noticing the abnormal condition of the enemy. Realization spreads as she understands the enemy is no longer fully human, but something altered. Nearby, the young man calls out as concern rises, shifting attention toward her position. Movement slows as both allies regain composure, assessing the ongoing danger. The man leans forward with determination, preparing to continue the fight despite the risk. Beside him, the woman stands ready, showing resolve as both prepare to act together. A tense atmosphere formed as the black-haired man fixed his gaze ahead, tightening her grip on her staff as she gathered what strength remained. Suddenly, the clash erupted, when the white-haired opponent unleashed a powerful surge of energy toward them. Fragments of crystal, like magic, spread outward, colliding violently with the dark aura surrounding the enemy. White-haired man resisted the attack, forcing his unstable power to push back against the assault. From a distance, the black-haired man carefully observed the situation, recognizing the imbalance in his opponent's energy. With precise timing, he moved forward and directed a concentrated strike toward a critical point. The impact disrupted the enemy's stance, driving him backward and weakening his control. At that moment, golden energy gathered around him, signaling preparation for a decisive action. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman struggled to remain steady as her vision blurred and her strength faded. Even so, she relied on instinct, channeling supportive magic toward the battlefield. Another wave of force collided as both sides continued pushing forward without yielding. Driven by desperation, the white-haired enemy charged forward with unstable power surging around him. In response, the black-haired man executed a swift counterattack with controlled precision. Behind them, the red-haired woman maintained her stance. A fierce clash erupted as the black-haired man's strike met the white-haired opponent's head. On fragments of broken magic floated between them, while both fighters locked eyes. From behind, the red-haired woman raised her staff, signaling the precise moment to act. Cracks of red energy spread across the white-haired man's body as the seal containing his power began to collapse. Realization set in as his unstable strength surged uncontrollably, intensifying the danger. At the same time, the black-haired man remained composed, preparing to respond to the sudden change. The red-haired woman stepped forward despite exhaustion, lifting her staff to initiate a powerful spell. A bright surge of light descended, forming a large magic circle beneath the battlefield. Energy gathered rapidly, creating a concentrated field that enclosed both allies and their enemy, piercing through the chaotic aura surrounding the white-haired man. The battlefield stabilized under the overwhelming light as the two allies stood within the glowing formation. Caught inside, the white-haired opponent staggered as the external power disrupted his movements, forcing him to recoil as the accumulated energy took effect. The black-haired man explained the nature of the attack through action. Even as the enemy resisted, the combined force of sunlight and magic continued pressing him toward defeat. The white-haired man realized his power was becoming unstable, deciding to withdraw while searching for a way to regain control. He quickly turned and began moving away across the battlefield as the two opponents watched his sudden retreat. At moment, the black-haired man activated a prepared spell, focusing energy into his hand with precise control. But a surge of force struck him from behind, interrupting his movement. A powerful impact followed, driving him forward, as the attack continued to push through the corridor. The force carried him across the ground, leaving him exposed as the assault weakened his stability further. With the enemy down, the black-haired man closed the distance and stood over him. Nearby, the red-haired woman raised her staff again, supporting the attack despite her exhausted state, slamming into the white-haired man and sealing the outcome of the battle. With her staff lifted high, the red-haired girl gathers concentrated energy, forming a bright force above her. Moments later, that energy crashes downward in a devastating strike. Dust and light spread across the area, revealing the wide destruction left behind as others notice the result. At the center of the ruined floor, the white-haired enemy lies within deep cracks caused by the attack, studying the fallen opponent with alert focus. Exhaustion takes over as the red-haired girl drops to one knee. Drained from her earlier effort, she shifts her gaze back toward the enemy, preparing herself despite fatigue. Without warning, a sudden force strikes her, throwing her balance off and halting her movement. From the shattered ground, the white-haired enemy rises again. Doubt fills the blonde boy as he realizes the enemy has not been defeated. On the ground, the red-haired girl weakens further, unable to regain her strength. Determination still appears in her expression, even as the situation becomes increasingly dangerous. Driven by dark energy, the white-haired enemy lunges forward with renewed aggression. Shock spreads across the blonde boy's face as he witnesses the overwhelming resurgence. Stepping ahead, the dark-haired boy prepares himself, choosing to continue the fight despite the rising threat. A faint smile forms on the enemy's face as he begins focusing his magic, showing his attempt to stabilize his power and reshape it with precision. Despite his effort, resistance appears as the red-haired girl weakly reaches out, releasing his own power and disrupting the enemy's control. A fast clash follows as his strike lands, pushing the white-haired enemy back with visible force. From a distance, the blonde boy watches, realizing the fight is turning again with this sudden intervention. Surrounded by fading dark energy across the cracked ground. Nearby, the dark-haired boy steadies himself, breathing heavily after releasing his strength. With calm resolve, he prepares a final move, indicating the battle is nearing its end. On the ground, the red-haired girl lies motionless, showing the toll of the prolonged fight. Dark energy gathers again around the dark-haired boy, suggesting a dangerous power being unleashed. He steps closer toward her, his expression focused as the atmosphere becomes tense. The blonde boy rushes forward, reaching the dark-haired boy and grabbing him to stop his advance. Exhaustion overtakes him as he leans forward, barely able to stand after the intense battle. In the next moment, he awakens elsewhere, startled, as if everything that happened was only a distant memory. Awakening in a quiet room, the dark-haired boy slowly turns his head, watching him closely with visible relief as she confirms he is finally awake. Concern fills the moment as she leans forward, checking his condition while he tries to respond calmly. While seated, he listens as she explains the recent events, including the condition of others after the battle. Images of the past conflict linger, showing the red-haired girl being carried away after collapsing. Further details reveal the aftermath, with many injured and the situation barely stabilized. Relief crosses his face as he processes that the others have survived despite the danger. A brief pause follows as he glances around, noticing the unfamiliar calm of the room. The maid draws his attention again, reminding him of someone still unconscious. With gentle hesitation, she suggests that he should visit the red-haired girl resting nearby. He lowers his gaze, showing reluctance as conflicting thoughts surface within him. A quiet sigh follows, revealing his internal struggle before making a decision. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he finally agrees, deciding to confirm her condition himself. Outside, the estate stands peacefully, contrasting with the chaos that happened earlier. A faint sense of unease lingers, as if something important has yet to be remembered. Outside the room, a maid and a knight step away after finishing their duties. Entering quietly, he moves toward the bed where the red-haired girl lies. A closer look reassures him that she is breathing, though her weakened state shows she has not fully recovered. Slowly regaining awareness, the girl struggles to explain how she managed to move despite her exhaustion. A heavy sensation clouds her thoughts, and lingering dizziness confirms the toll of excessive magic use. Carefully observing her, the young man evaluates her symptoms with a composed and analytical mindset, noticing her unstable reaction. He suggests rest while monitoring her slight improvement. Curiosity follows as he brings up the cause of her collapse. Unexpectedly, she reveals they obtained a title, introducing a sudden shift in their situation. Realization settles in as the meaning behind the title begins to take shape. Connections form in his mind, linking this achievement to changes in the story's expected outcome. Excitement rises within her as the reward feels both surprising and significant. Recognition of its importance leads him to confirm that events are no longer following the original path. Attention turns to the aftermath, as both consider how their allies were affected. Recounting recent events, marking the crisis as successfully overcome. Standing near the bed, the young man explains that their current progress exceeds expectations. Hearing this, the red-haired girl feels a wave of relief, realizing their efforts are finally leading toward a better outcome. Without warning, he gently pats her head, creating a sudden shift from seriousness to an awkward. She reacts immediately, pushing him away with clear embarrassment and irritation. The young man quickly apologizes, admitting he acted without thinking while trying to ease the mood, allowing the tension to fade and the focus to shift back to their situation. They begin discussing their next move, agreeing that urgent matters still require attention, where unresolved issues and future dangers await them. Considering the risks, they conclude that outside assistance will be necessary for what lies ahead. A sudden realization causes both to react at the same time, as an important name comes to mind. The scene shifts to a more somber memory, where a blue-haired girl is seen crying in distress, expressing regret as the weight of past events becomes clear. Back in the present, the young man stands with another companion. Regret surfaces as he acknowledges how easily he almost forgot something deeply important. Looking ahead, he focuses on the scene before him, where the emotional aftermath still lingers. The red-haired girl collapses on the ground in a dark memory while the young man lowers his head. Nearby, the blue-haired girl clings to her, trembling as she recalls the fear and isolation she experienced, revealing that protective magic had been used to prevent outside interference. Back in the present, the red-haired girl apologizes repeatedly while reaching out toward the blue-haired girl. Frustration surfaces as she confronts the situation, directing her anger toward the young man's earlier actions. Meanwhile, the blonde companion calmly explains the circumstances. A knight admits partial responsibility, acknowledging that information had been intentionally withheld. Despite this, the red-haired girl refuses to blame her, redirecting the fault elsewhere. The blonde companion openly criticizes the young man, increasing the tension in the group. Walking together, the blonde companion raises concerns about how their relationship may suffer from this conflict. He explains the severity of the injuries and confirms that healing has stabilized the situation. Hearing that the blue-haired girl is safe, he falls silent. The blonde companion turns serious, preparing to ask something important of the young man. He questions him about a rare condition involving blocked pathways within the body. Realization sets in as the implication becomes clear, leading to a deeper concern about his condition. The young man listens as the Northern Territory is introduced as a harsh. Attention shifts to the explanation of extreme conditions there, emphasizing the severity of the environment and its risks. He realizes that within that place lies a rare method capable of curing his blocked mana pathways. A blonde noble stands with a red-haired woman, both watching the black-haired boy as the moment builds toward an interaction. Stepping forward, he presents a solution related to fixing blocked mana pathways, as uncertainty mixes with quiet acceptance of the unexpected guidance. Suddenly, the noble states that he views the boy as a rival, shifting the tone of the encounter. He continues explaining his reasoning with a composed and steady demeanor. Confusion grows within the boy, who senses that the situation carries deeper meaning. With firm resolve, the noble reinforces his declaration, clearly defining their relationship. Discomfort becomes visible as the boy struggles to process the intensity of the statement. Attention then shifts when the noble requests the boy's attendance at an important meeting. Elsewhere, concerns arise regarding unstable mental conditions affecting several mages after recent events. As lingering effects are described as serious enough to require rest and caution, understanding settles in as the boy realizes the meeting holds significant importance. Formality returns as the noble concludes the discussion and prepares to depart with his companions. Left alone, the boy remains in the hall, quietly reflecting on everything that unfolded. A final thought forms as he recognizes that the noble's actions may have been sincere. On a quiet balcony, the black-haired boy sits across from the red-haired girl. A thoughtful expression forms as he considers the noble's intentions. Leaning back slightly, he concludes that the noble likely wanted to be acknowledged as a rival. Night falls as the discussion continues, shifting toward preparations for the upcoming meeting. The red-haired girl calmly connects the situation to defeating a shared enemy. Agreement follows as the boy reflects on past events. Attention turns to a sensitive matter involving documents. As the boy carefully explains his actions, a burning image flashes in memory, revealing that he destroyed evidence to avoid suspicion. Later, he resolves to rely on his family's authority, preparing a backup plan for future complications. A lighter mood appears as both discuss how to present themselves at the meeting. Excitement grows in the girl, who quickly accepts her role with confidence and enthusiasm. A subtle smile forms on the boy, indicating satisfaction with their coordinated plan. The conversation shifts again as the boy checks on her condition after recent strain. Sudden curiosity emerges when she recalls a detail about a magical activation, pressing him for answers. Despite her intensity, he remains composed while she insists on the importance of the matter moving forward. The boy listens as the red-haired girl continues speaking, noticing a shift in her tone that feels more serious than before. A closer look reveals his growing awareness that her behavior has changed. Sensing unease beneath her outward calm, her hand tightens slightly, revealing hidden strain despite her attempt to appear steady. Memories of the recent incident surface, as both acknowledge the lingering mental exhaustion left behind. Understanding passes between them, recognizing that the situation was far more dangerous than it seemed. The boy reflects on the battle, realizing that their victory was not as complete as it appeared, suggesting that defeating the enemy required more than what they had done. He concludes that a greater threat still remains, leaving their success incomplete. Doubt emerges as he considers the future, acknowledging that there are no guarantees for what comes next. Determination builds as both recognize the need for a more thorough and careful plan, emphasizing that strength alone will not be enough to prevent disaster. The girl encourages a balanced approach, suggesting that they continue forward while maintaining confidence. A brief moment of calm returns as she regains her usual energy, easing the tension between them, preparing to face whatever challenges await beyond this point. Questioning whether stronger knights will arrive to handle the growing danger. Suddenly, a distant scream echoes through a dark forest, signaling that an incident has already begun elsewhere. A wounded man struggles on the ground, gasping for air as signs of violence reveal the situation as critical. Under the night sky, the meeting room gathers as a young noble reports encountering the fairy queen. He presents his claim with seriousness while the surrounding nobles watch with doubtful expressions. Murmurs and uncertainty spread among the listeners, pushing him to continue explaining the situation in detail. He describes traveling alongside Cordelia through a quiet forest illuminated by moonlight. His memory highlights Cordelia's presence as the most striking part of the moment. Soon after, fairies emerge from the surroundings and approach her. Cordelia accepts the fairies' request, leading the situation in an unexpected direction. Without warning, a bicorn appears and launches an attack, disrupting the peaceful encounter. Recalling the chaos, he lowers his gaze as the nobles react with confusion and disbelief, and the group recognizes the need to confront the demonic creature. An explanation is given about the rarity of fairies and the unusual nature of the bicorn's existence. The creature's form is emphasized, focusing on its horn and the danger it represents. Only Cordelia is known to have encountered fairies before, reinforcing the uniqueness of the event. Doubt continues to linger among the listeners, yet he insists his knowledge has a reliable source. Turning slightly away, he prepares to support his claims further as suspicion within the room grows, explaining that Cordelia's unique nature made her the only one able to encounter fairies. He calmly concludes that defeating the demonic creature is possible, while others begin to reconsider his explanation. Cordelia reacts with surprise, recalling her own past weakness. As the room slowly starts to accept the story, the meeting ends, and the nobles begin to disperse across the grand hall. Cordelia approaches him directly, showing concern and curiosity about the earlier explanation, expressing gratitude and shifting the mood into a calmer exchange. The blue-haired woman gently asks for more details about the fairies. Cordelia responds with enthusiasm, agreeing to share everything she knows without hesitation. The group begins to move together, preparing to continue their discussion elsewhere. Searching for someone as his attention shifts toward another figure in the hall. He confronts a blonde noble, initiating a calculated interaction with a calm expression. Observing the response, he recognizes impatience and prepares to use it to his advantage. The blonde noble shows respect, acknowledging him as a rival. Memories surface of hidden knowledge about this noble's habits and preferences. That insight reveals a key detail, shaping the young noble's strategy moving forward. A subtle smile forms as the young noble reflects on knowledge taken from a story. He observes the blonde noble carefully, noting his emotions and how they align with expectations. Extending his hand, he proposes cooperation, signaling the start of a calculated alliance. A nearby observer notices the handshake, quietly reacting to the sudden agreement between the two. From a distance, their partnership stands out within the grand hall, drawing silent attention. Suddenly, Cordelia rushes in with urgency, breaking the calm atmosphere with alarming news. She declares her intention to travel north, presenting it as a decision already made. Another noblewoman reflects on this choice, linking it to recent events and growing concerns. A gentle smile appears as she considers the consequences, hinting at Cordelia's return afterward. Back in a private space, the young noble listens. As Cordelia questions the situation, he reveals that he has received an invitation, suggesting a plan already in motion. Her confusion grows as she tries to understand the meaning behind his words. He continues explaining calmly, outlining a plan that involves remaining in the northern region. A confident expression appears as he reassures her, presenting himself as dependable. While outside, the quiet estate contrasts with the tension building inside. A written report records the demon hand ambush and the arrival of knights. On the street, Cordelia stands among others as groups begin to part ways after the incident. The separation continues, leaving a quieter atmosphere as only a few remain behind. More children depart one after another, steadily reducing their number, emphasizing how small the remaining group has become. Inside her room, Cordelia lowers her head in distress, showing hesitation toward the coming responsibility. Morning arrives with two authoritative figures appearing before Cordelia and Uter. Their presence introduces tension, suggesting that their arrival carries serious purpose. A formal interaction follows, while Cordelia remains unsettled by the situation. Uter listens as a quiet explanation reveals concern about recent actions. Soon after, a stern man questions his involvement, expressing doubt about his capability. Calm confirmation is given, yet the pressure from the interrogation does not ease respectfully. Uter bows while receiving acknowledgement from the older man. Gradually, the tense mood softens as a sense of support replaces earlier doubt. Relief appears on both Cordelia and Uter, though the situation still requires careful handling. Inside a large hall, the group gathers as an older noble figure steps forward. Attention shifts to him as he prepares to speak, creating a serious atmosphere among those present. The discussion turns toward recent events and decisions. Suddenly, Cordelia moves forward with strong emotion, unable to hide her attachment and distress. Her reaction intensifies as she expresses her unwillingness to be separated. The room falls into a brief silence, with others reacting in surprise to her open display of feelings. A stern expression returns as the older man questions Uter's ability, testing his resolve. Despite the doubt, he offers preparation and support, showing a balance between concern and responsibility. Uter accepts this with visible relief, acknowledging the trust being given to him. Outside, a maid expresses her wish to accompany them, showing loyalty despite the risk. However, her request is gently refused, emphasizing the danger and the need to keep her safe. Instead, a valuable ring is presented as a prepared aid, symbolizing protection for the journey. Farewells are exchanged as the group prepares to separate, each carrying their own responsibility. Final instructions are given regarding letters and communication, ensuring continued connection. A carriage departs along the road, leaving the others behind as the next stage begins, drawing Cordelia and Uter aside to address an urgent matter, where a planned route must be reconsidered due to new information. Realizing the journey will not follow a simple path, two nobles describe sightings of monsters within the forest, emphasizing the threat that lies ahead. Uter reflects on the warning, recalling deeper knowledge about a hidden danger connected to the area. Cordelia reacts with surprise, while the situation becomes more serious. As the truth about the forest is revealed, Uter proposes entering the forest, despite the risk, suggesting a direct approach to uncover the truth, understanding that danger is unavoidable but necessary for progress. Cordelia shows confidence in the decision, believing their strength and allies will support them. A final decision is made to take a detour through the forest, prioritizing Cordelia's safety and the mission. Instructions are given to inform the knights, ensuring proper coordination before departure. Cordelia and Uter move forward together, ready to face the uncertain journey ahead. A dangerous forest known as the Witch's Forest is described as a place filled with monsters, thick vegetation. Plans are set for the group to proceed on foot, with their route including a future visit to the Northern Viscount after completing their current task. Uter stays composed, yet the red-haired woman begins noticing subtle irregularities in his behavior, where the tone and attitude surrounding the forged documents felt unnatural and slightly suspicious. Careful consideration of the documents reveals an almost flawless execution. Gradually, suspicion deepens as she starts questioning whether his background aligns with what he claims. A sudden realization forms as she considers the possibility that his past identity may have involved deception. Despite her internal conflict, he continues, leading calmly. Their journey continues, though her uneasiness quietly persists. A brief thought about his age and identity crosses her mind as the view shifts toward the sky and drifting leaves. Movement through the forest continues steadily, with a subtle sense of tension building in the background. Figures appear ahead on the path, suggesting that the group is about to face a new encounter. Observations from the man indicate that events are unfolding differently than expected. The group advances carefully while maintaining awareness of their surroundings, implying that both her suspicions and physical condition are worsening. Steps echo along the forest path as the group confirms they have cleared the outer monsters. Observations reveal the fog growing denser the deeper they travel, signaling increased danger within the forest. Uter studies the surroundings carefully, noticing the unusual fog, while preparing something in his hand, drawing attention from the others who question his sudden decision, indicating a precaution against getting separated in the thick fog. Agreement follows as the group forms a connected line, ensuring they remain together while moving forward. Light-hearted reactions briefly surface, yet the group continues walking in formation bound by the rope. Visibility drops as fog spreads across the path, surrounding them from all sides. The red-haired woman senses unease, feeling watched as the environment grows increasingly unsettling. A sudden collision occurs when the group halts, causing confusion among them. Realizing that the terrain and composition differ from earlier areas, tension rises as he concludes the environment has changed, signaling hidden danger. Silence abruptly falls, removing all ambient sound and heightening the sense of isolation. Panic spreads as they call out for Dahlia, realizing she has disappeared, despite being connected moments earlier. Understanding that the forest itself may be separating them, the man realizes they have been transported into a completely different section of the forest. A faint smile appears on his face as he acknowledges the situation. Facing his companion, he recognizes that the true challenge has now begun. As the fog begins to thin, the group notices something unusual ahead among the trees. Skeletal remains and scattered weapons come into view. Closer inspection reveals an emblem tied to the guards of the Holy Cross. Analysis leads to the conclusion that a small group was trapped within a magical barrier in this area. Confidence grows as the man suggests that entering the barrier may not be difficult with the right method. Attention shifts as the red-haired woman quietly decides to act, stepping forward with determination. She insists on burying the fallen guards, showing respect for those who lost their lives in the forest. Agreement follows as the group prepares to dig, acknowledging the importance of honoring the dead. The process continues calmly, though something unexpected soon interrupts them. An object is uncovered beneath the soil, revealing a hidden chest along with several valuable items. Examination suggests the presence of magic, indicating the items may hold special properties linked to martial arts. The group organizes the items, recognizing that this finding will aid them in the trials ahead. The man acknowledges that the items they found were a form of response from those who had perished. Attention shifts to the red-haired woman, whose calm expression reflects her role in guiding the group's actions. After organizing their findings, the group prepares to move again, though a subtle unease begins to form around them. As they consider heading deeper into the forest, the red-haired woman suddenly pauses. A strange presence emerges, and her expression changes as she becomes aware of voices that others cannot perceive. The man notices her reaction and realizes that she is detecting something beyond normal awareness. A direction is indicated as the source of the presence becomes clearer, drawing their attention forward. The group understands that something within the forest is deliberately guiding them toward a specific location, revealing that an unknown entity is waiting for them deeper within the forest. Soft footsteps echo as Cordelia moves along the forest path, dry leaves shifting under each step not far behind. Uter and his companion follow in silence, watching her unusual behavior with attention. Her gaze fixed ahead as if sensing something hidden deeper within. Carefully, Uter scans the area, noticing the unnatural stillness surrounding them. Gradually, a realization forms in his mind, connecting Cordelia's actions to an unseen influence. That thought leads him to conclude that a witch is guiding this path from somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Cordelia raises her arm and points toward a concealed cave further ahead. Without hesitation, the group advances, remaining alert as the atmosphere grows heavier. Meanwhile, Uter keeps observing her, determined to understand the reason behind her reaction. Inside the cave, dim light reveals glowing crystals that cast a cold shine across the walls. At the center, a figure appears sealed within ice, surrounded by magical energy. Even in that state, a faint presence lingers, indicating the witch remains alive. With confidence, Cordelia explains the process required to release the seal. While listening, Uter evaluates each detail, considering the possible consequences. Soon after, the group prepares to act, aware that breaking the seal may change everything. Near the crystal, Uter crouches and examines the seal closely, while his companion watches with concern. Cordelia approaches after finishing her preparations, informing them that the process is nearly complete. Soon after, she confidently announces the start of the unsealing as the group gathers around the crystal. A small blade appears in Cordelia's hand as she prepares the final step with calm determination. She draws blood and lets it fall onto the glowing magic circle beneath the crystal. At once, the seal reacts, spreading light across the cave as energy begins to shift violently, and the crystal emits a strong vibration that unsettles the group. One of them realizes the seal was not only containing the witch, but also suppressing something dangerous, signaling that something beyond their expectations is awakening. Inside the crystal, the witch begins to stir, her presence slowly becoming clearer. Cordelia maintains focus, despite the pressure, continuing the ritual as the energy grows unstable. Memories and instructions echo in her mind, guiding her actions as she pushes forward. Her blood continues to connect with the magic, strengthening the link between her and the seal. Behind her, the others remain tense, aware that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. At the final moment, the seal begins to crack, marking the start of its complete collapse. Cracks spread across the crystal as the sealed witch begins to awaken. Uter and his companion brace themselves, while the cave fills with unstable power and fragments scatter. At the center, the witch fully emerges, her presence expanding as the seal completely breaks. Cordelia reacts with urgency as the situation changes, realizing the danger has already escalated. The witch appears before them, observing the group with calm awareness. Recognizing the threat, Cordelia moves forward, intending to resolve the situation before it worsens. Without warning, the witch reaches toward Cordelia, initiating a direct connection between them. A strange energy begins to transfer as the witch attempts to place her essence into Cordelia's body. Cordelia remains still, while the power continues to merge with her. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a forest as Uter's surroundings suddenly change without explanation. A familiar figure appears searching for him, indicating a separation from the previous location. Confusion grows as the connection to Cordelia weakens, leaving uncertainty about her current state. Glowing green eyes appear in the darkness as a mysterious force begins shifting a soul into a new vessel. Surrounding darkness forms into swirling energy, while the girl's body becomes the center of the transfer. Within a void, the boy senses the change, realizing his existence is being pulled into another world. Her body floats gently as magical light gathers, signaling the completion of the transformations. Lowly, her eyes open, revealing awareness along with unfamiliar power spreading through her. Now standing, she begins to understand the presence of strong witch-like energy inside her. Overwhelming force builds within her, causing visible strain as she struggles to control it. A composed witch watches closely, noticing the lack of control and the unstable flow of magic. Not far away, the boy stays alert, observing the situation as danger approaches. A massive beast suddenly emerges, rushing forward with destructive momentum. Its roar echoes loudly while its attack shakes the surroundings. Without delay, the boy steps forward, ready to confront the threat. With swift motion, he activates a speed technique and dashes toward the enemy. The creature reacts instantly, displaying sharp instincts and aggression. Recognizing the opponent's speed, he prepares himself as the battle truly begins, striking the ground and forcing the beast backward with a powerful impact. The creature regains balance quickly and retaliates, swinging its massive arm while closing the distance again. After the clash, the boy steadies himself, calmly acknowledging the situation despite the danger ahead. Dark thoughts fill his mind as he realizes ordinary methods will not be enough to win this fight. He concludes that only relying on Cordelia's magic will give them a chance to survive. Nearby, the girl focuses deeply, trying to recall how to control the mana within her body. Energy gathers around her hands as guidance appears, helping her shape the flow of power, linking her body and the surrounding mana into one controlled system. With the spell complete, energy surges outward as she finally activates her ability. The boy is suddenly struck and thrown aside, losing balance from the force of the attack. He struggles on the ground while his ally rushes toward him in concern. At the same time, the girl regains confidence, realizing she can now use her power properly. Moments later, the boy lies motionless, creating confusion among the group. Tension rises as blame briefly shifts, while the witch reacts with mixed emotion. The beast opens its mouth, gathering destructive energy as it prepares a powerful breath attack, sensing danger. As the beast prepares a powerful attack, a sudden explosion erupts as the creature releases its breath, sending flames and force across the battlefield. The impact spreads violently, shaking the ground while debris scatters in all directions. She tightens her fist, gathering mana with focus as swirling wind begins forming around her. A rotating current of energy expands outward, clashing against the remaining flames and pushing them back. Despite the effort, her body shows strain, revealing the limits of her control. Realizing the girl still lacks proper understanding of magic. Without wasting time, she steps forward, deciding to act instead of explaining. In a swift motion, she moves into position as the situation becomes more urgent. Both figures collide and roll across the ground, avoiding further damage from the aftermath. At the same moment, controlled magic is released, striking downward with precision. The attack lands heavily, sending shockwaves through the ground, and briefly stopping the chaos. Uter rushes toward the girl, checking her condition after the intense exchange. She struggles to breathe, weakened by the backlash of forcing her magic standing nearby. The older witch observes calmly, warning that further reckless use will only worsen her condition. The boy supports Cordelia as she weakens, her body trembling from the strain of excessive magic use. Both regain composure briefly, showing determination despite injuries and the ongoing threat nearby. A new presence emerges behind them, signaling another force preparing to intervene in the battle. Green currents spiral across the battlefield, while feathers drift through the air. Surrounding winds grow sharper and more aggressive, forming a tightening vortex. Awareness sharpens as he studies the situation, preparing to react while continuing to shield her from harm. Weakness overtakes the woman, her body leaning heavily against him as her condition worsens. With urgency, he lifts his hand and begins constructing a spell. From ahead, a massive creature emerges, its roar accompanied by a burst of golden light that signals an imminent attack. Pressure intensifies as he endures the incoming force, refusing to let go while protecting her. At a distance, a mysterious observer watches calmly, showing no intention of intervening. Despite her weakened state, the woman raises her hand, faint energy starting to form once more. She forms a focused spell, condensing magic into a single point. The projectile fires forward and connects with the creature, interrupting its advance. Impact drives the enemy backward, creating a brief opening in the battle. Taking advantage of the moment, the man channels energy into his hand. A powerful release follows, his attack surging forward and overwhelming the creature. After the explosion fades, the battlefield quiets as the enemy collapses, marking the end of the fight. Its red eye fading while lightning, like energy, disperses into the air, leaving behind a ruined battlefield marked by the aftermath of the intense clash. A blond young man stands still, staring at the fallen creature as he processes what has just been defeated, acknowledging the victory and granting a new title, along with increased strength against demons. Nearby, the black-haired man lies exhausted, while the red-haired woman regains slight awareness despite her injuries. Relief begins to spread as the danger subsides, confirming that the immediate threat has ended. Kneeling beside their weakened bodies with visible concern, the red-haired woman lifts her hand slightly, struggling to respond as her strength fades again. Her vision dims, and consciousness begins slipping away, despite the situation stabilizing. Darkness surrounds her perception before a new space slowly forms. She finds herself in a quiet room beside the black-haired man, both appearing unharmed in this unfamiliar place, explaining that this space is separate from reality. The woman continues, revealing that their minds were brought here while their physical bodies rest elsewhere. Understanding grows between the two as they recognize the situation and its implications. The mysterious figure turns slightly, preparing to explain more about her past and the reason behind their connection, recalling a life shaped by isolation and harsh judgment from others, where she was labeled a witch and forced to endure constant fear and rejection, leading to manipulation and control over her fate. Her strength continued to increase over time, attracting the attention of powerful beings from the underworld. Among them, a demon lord recognized her potential and captured her. Under restraint, her power was used for another's purpose, turning her into a tool rather than a person. The story ends, and the atmosphere returns to the quiet room. Realizing the difference between what they knew and what she experienced, she shifts the focus away from history, indicating that what matters now lies ahead. Leaning closer, she studies the red-haired woman, sensing something unusual within her presence. A deeper insight forms as she recognizes a familiar type of power hidden within her soul. She reveals that a trace of her own ability remains connected, linking their existence. Attention turns to the black-haired man as she evaluates him with a more thoughtful expression. Rather than similarity, she senses a different kind of potential within him, something not yet defined. With a calm tone, she concludes that time has passed, and the moment to act can no longer be delayed. The space begins to fade as the woman prepares to leave, her presence slowly dissolving while the room loses its stability. Petals drift through the air as both remain standing, realizing the encounter is ending and the connection will soon disappear. The surroundings collapse completely, returning them to reality as the impact of her words lingers. Uter kneels beside Cordelia in a dim cavern, calling her name while observing her condition after the battle, noticing bandages and her surroundings, while Uter confirms her safety and recovery. Other companions remain nearby, and the group assesses the situation, confirming minimal injuries and a successful survival. Recognizing how the attack nearly led to disaster before intervention changed the outcome, Yuta is described as having stepped forward bravely, protecting Cordelia, despite the overwhelming threat present at that time. With tension easing as they confirm Cordelia's awakening and stable condition, Cordelia reflects internally, realizing hidden feelings and subtle admiration toward Uter's actions during the battle. Uter checks her physical state again, ensuring no lasting harm while maintaining awareness of their next movements. The group plans to rest within the cave, preparing to depart safely once morning arrives. Uter considers gathering resources and reviewing the area to secure advantages before continuing their journey. Cordelia observes him quietly, recognizing his composure and leadership as essential to their survival. promising to report every detail, reinforcing the group's coordination and trust. A brief transition shows lingering thoughts and urgency about organizing information and future actions. Where the group travels together along a forest path under clear daylight, they discuss movements and reports while continuing forward, showing slight embarrassment while reflecting on someone she respects deeply. Yuta expresses anticipation as they approach their destination, suggesting a reunion after a long time apart. Inside a carriage, Cordelia grows curious about the person mentioned, while Yuta calmly reveals the connection to his father. Yuta receives a small box, realizing it was prepared in advance and handed down through careful planning, questioning why only Yuta received it, while tension briefly rises between them. He opens the box, revealing a pair of rings, indicating they are meant to be used together. Delivering instructions and guidance left behind with deliberate intent, Yuta understands the message originates from his father, confirming its purpose and the preparations made earlier. The final instruction emphasizes Cordelia's importance, leaving Yuta momentarily stunned by the implication. Cordelia reacts with irritation, dismissing the situation while Yuta processes the meaning behind the message, leading to a clearer understanding of the ring's function. The rings are revealed as magical items that amplify power when used together, making them highly valuable. Yuta examines the rings carefully, recognizing their potential advantage in future encounters. He requests Cordelia's hand, preparing to activate the item according to the instructions. Completing the process as a subtle change marks the beginning of their connection, carefully checking her condition while ensuring there are no hidden injuries remaining. He concludes that her recovery is stable, attributing it to the treatment she received earlier after the battle. She reacts strongly with sudden embarrassment, trying to hide her flustered state while denying anything unusual. Cordelia suddenly loses balance and moves forward unexpectedly inside the carriage. She falls toward him, creating a close and awkward moment that catches both of them off guard, explaining that the carriage stopped due to an obstacle blocking the road, allowing both of them to regain composure as the situation stabilizes. Yuta remains calm, while Cordelia becomes more aware of the awkward proximity between them. He casually reflects on the situation, comparing it to familiar patterns seen in fictional stories. The scene transitions to night as their journey continues, leading them to a noble estate for rest, who acknowledges their safe arrival and the events they endured. The group expresses gratitude and prepares to rest, ending the day after a long journey. Inside the estate, Yuta and Cordelia walk together, discussing their impressions of the Viscount's character. Regrouping as the group settles into the estate's accommodations, a new arrangement is explained for the nights, signaling the group's transition into a temporary period of rest, emphasizing the need to recover after the recent escort mission and exhaustion. Acknowledging that Dahlia endured the same hardships and deserves proper rest, Dahlia accepts their concern and agrees to rest, while Cordelia expresses satisfaction as the group prepares to separate for the night. Inside the estate hallway, the group disperses toward their rooms. Before leaving, Cordelia approaches Yuta with a brief intention, pausing him as he prepares to enter his room. She delivers a simple farewell and departs, leaving Yuta momentarily thoughtful as the night quietly settles. Under the quiet night sky, the mansion garden remains still as a lone figure moves closer with careful intent, showing steady progress as the figure approaches the building. Inside the bedroom, the window opens abruptly, and a shadowy presence slips into the room, breaking the silence. Suddenly, an explosion bursts through the room, scattering flames and debris while the intruder collapses in pain. Struggling to breathe, the figure looks around in confusion. A powerful strike sends the intruder flying across the room, disrupting any chance to recover. Standing above, a man maintains control, while the fallen figure remains on the ground in disarray. From below, the intruder notices the man's appearance and connects it to a dangerous force, regaining focus. The man prepares to act, shifting his attention toward escaping quickly. At that moment, a woman rushes in, drawn by the disturbance. With a swift motion, she releases a surge of magical energy that pushes the man away. Despite the impact, he steadies himself and endures the attack without losing composure. Together, they move into the hallway, acting with urgency to leave the dangerous area. Both remain focused on their escape and immediate safety. In the end, the cause of the explosion is revealed as a triggered trap, explaining the sudden chaos. A realization forms that the enemy has drawn forces away while distracting knights. A young man identifies the situation as a trap within the estate. Armed intruders surround the area, closing in as the defenders prepare to confront the sudden threat. Young Lucas steps forward with determination, facing multiple attackers as energy gathers around his blade. With swift movement, he strikes rapidly, forcing enemies back through precise and controlled attacks. Observers react in surprise as his speed and skill disrupt the attacker's formation. An opponent attempts a counterattack, but Lucas pivots and evades while maintaining pressure. A strong follow-up strike lands, overpowering the enemy and driving them to the ground. Blood marks the floor as the clash ends, showing the intensity of the brief encounter. After the fight, Lucas regroups with others, confirming the situation remains unstable despite victory. Cordelia decides on a new route, leading the group toward an alternative exit through the corridors. While moving ahead, she senses something unusual, slowing as unease begins to grow. Outside, the group advances cautiously, staying alert as tension builds in the surroundings. An attack suddenly emerges from the side, forcing an immediate defensive reaction. Cordelia responds instantly, unleashing fire toward the threat to protect their allies, sending purple energy downward toward the estate with controlled precision. Cordelia becomes enveloped by the energy as it descends, her body reacting while the power spreads across the area, affecting the entire courtyard and disrupting everyone within its range. The pressure intensifies as an unseen weight pushes down, forcing individuals to the ground under a heavy field. Enemies emerge confidently, advancing while others struggle to move within the oppressive force. A noble figure reveals himself as the mastermind. Calmly observing the situation while asserting control, orders are given to eliminate resistance as corrupted energy flows through those under control. Cordelia collapses under the pressure, her body strained while the dark energy continues to bind her. Despite the pain, she considers using her power to counter the force surrounding them, entrusting others to handle the remaining enemies while focusing on breaking the field. Nearby, someone realizes the risk of her pushing beyond limits, anticipating consequences. The energy around her intensifies further, signaling that she is exceeding safe control. Above the battlefield, a distortion forms in the sky, drawing attention from everyone below. A massive beam descends from the opening, striking the ground with overwhelming force. Amid the impact, a powerful figure appears, standing at the center as the light fades. A massive surge of energy crashes down onto the estate, warping the sky and shaking everything below. Noticing the crushing force has suddenly disappeared as he looks around, observing the situation while the young man tries to understand the event. Out of a glowing entrance, a red-haired warrior rushes forward, his body filled with intense power. With a single advance, he strikes through multiple enemies, sending them flying in all directions. Without hesitation, the warrior presses onward alone, releasing a wave of blazing force. The explosion hurls opponents into the air as fragments scatter across the ruined ground. Further destruction spreads outward, smashing through walls and knocking others aside. Caught in the aftermath, a girl is thrown off balance and collapses, quickly moving. The young man catches her before she hits the ground, shielding her. While holding her, he observes the battlefield, recognizing the warrior's overwhelming strength, surrounded by flames. The warrior stands firmly, dominating the scene with his presence. Amid flickering fire, the warrior turns his head and surveys the area. His eyes narrow as he notices the survivors nearby. On the ground, the pair remains still, slowly recovering as the chaos fades, directing his attention toward the young man with clear intent. Held protectively, the girl leans against the young man as both react cautiously to the sudden approach. The warrior grips the young man firmly, declaring his decision to take him as a disciple, without hesitation. Confusion spreads between the two as they struggle to understand the unexpected proposal. From a distance, the warrior calmly explains his intention, showing confidence in his judgment. He identifies the young man's rare potential, recognizing a unique martial constitution. A vision unfolds, revealing an extraordinary body structure formed for martial mastery. Complex pathways and energy systems appear, symbolizing immense hidden potential within him. The process completes, marking him as someone chosen for greater power. A mark is pressed onto his body, initiating the beginning of a new path. Memories surface as he recalls knowledge about advanced martial techniques. Standing before them, the warrior introduces a powerful method tied to legendary heroes. The young man considers the offer carefully, weighing the meaning behind the opportunity. With resolve he accepts, choosing to follow the warrior as his master ladder. Alone and exhausted, he reflects on the consequences, realizing the path ahead will not be easy. Inside a quiet room, the girl sits facing the young man, her condition weak while he watches her carefully. Pain spreads through his body as he struggles to move, still recovering from the earlier battle. He reflects on the danger they faced, realizing the situation could have ended far worse. Morning arrives in a forest clearing where the red-haired warrior stands before him, ready to begin training. The young man listens attentively as the warrior prepares to test his physical ability. Without delay, the training begins with simple but demanding exercises to measure his limits. Exhaustion quickly builds as the young man struggles to endure the unexpected intensity. Meanwhile, the girl observes from inside, trying to understand his condition and actions. Later both sit together as he calls her closer, despite his weakened state, gathering strength. He reveals important knowledge he had kept hidden until now. He admits acting alone earlier, explaining his decision and the consequences that followed. A brief recollection surfaces, showing the moment that led to her anger and concern. The girl responds seriously, warning him not to act recklessly again. Her concern softens the tension as both begin to understand each other better. Days later, a carriage moves forward as their journey continues, marking a new stage ahead. A servant hurriedly opens the door as a sudden presence arrives, creating urgency in the hallway. Dahlia rushes forward with surprise, noticing the unexpected arrival inside the estate. She is informed that an important figure has come early, prompting immediate attention and movement. Maintaining composure while observing Dahlia's reaction, he studies her quietly, showing awareness of her identity and background. A brief pause follows as he recalls knowledge connected to her, hinting at deeper understanding. Dahlia listens carefully as the situation is explained, her posture becoming more focused, predicting seasonal changes and necessary preparation. He emphasizes a distant location, suggesting a journey tied to the flower's origin. Dahlia considers the plan while adding practical concerns about supplies and safety. Preparations begin quickly as the discussion concludes with urgency. Elsewhere, intense training continues, showing the broader effort happening simultaneously. The young man reflects on his role, recognizing his position within a greater narrative. Another figure evaluates his abilities, questioning his current limitations, revealing that his potential has already been acknowledged by powerful individuals. The young man admits a quiet envy while sitting, observing the knight standing calmly before him. He rejects the idea of staying idle, placing his hand firmly as determination replaces hesitation. Turning away, he resolves to act, deciding to pursue strength instead of watching from afar. Outside, a muscular master oversees exhausted trainees, maintaining strict control over the session. Dahlia appears drained from training, struggling to keep up with the demanding pace. Considering something, then declares that they will depart for a forest soon. The master reflects briefly, noting the limited time left for physical conditioning. A trainee collapses on the ground, completely worn out from continuous effort. Training shifts direction as the master introduces a new stage focused on internal techniques. The master criticizes the trainee's lack of progress, emphasizing weakness, despite prior training. Dahlia observes closely, realizing the method being used is unusual and difficult to achieve. She raises her hand suddenly, interrupting the flow with urgency and curiosity. Dahlia proposes an unexpected idea, suggesting a dramatic increase in size. The master reacts with amusement, finding the suggestion bold but entertaining. Dahlia processes the response, beginning to understand the deeper principle behind the technique. The master reveals his immense size comes from circulating internal energy throughout his body, demonstrating a powerful technique. His body radiates golden energy, showing how constant flow strengthens every part of him. Dahlia and the trainee observe, realizing this method alters both physical strength and internal balance. Explaining the technique originates from an ancient relic and begins with opening a gate. Trainee reacts with confusion, trying to understand the unfamiliar concept. The master clarifies that guidance can only lead to the entrance, while mastery depends on the individual. Both sit facing each other, preparing for deeper training as the master reflects on his own progress. He reveals that mastering the technique requires rare talent beyond normal training. The trainee realizes the difficulty, understanding that not everyone can achieve this level, explains the final goal, reaching a state beyond limits through complete mastery. The trainee reacts with shock, struggling to grasp the scale of what is being described. He is instructed to calm himself and focus, beginning the process with concentration. The trainee enters a deep mental state, visualizing internal energy paths forming within. A breakthrough occurs as a new technique is recognized, marking progress in his training. From afar, an observer watches quietly, sensing the significance of the change. A medical room is prepared with tools while the situation is explained as dangerous. Knight sits on the bed with an injured leg, while another observes concerned about worsening condition. Dahlia is addressed as she looks down at her wound, realizing the severity and limits of recovery. Inside a grand room, a red-haired man watches, as the boy slowly regains consciousness, his senses still dull, his eyes open halfway, showing confusion as scattered memories begin to return. Leaning closer, a red-haired girl checks his condition while he gradually understands where he is. With weak movement, 2 fingers are raised, hinting at a number he tries to convey. Confusion spreads across the girl's face as she fails to grasp the meaning behind the gesture, revealing himself as the master, While observing calmly, the boy begins organizing his thoughts and recent experiences. A sudden realization forms as he notices how quickly his condition has improved. Nearby, the girl studies him carefully, sensing something unusual in his state. Careful observation from the master follows, showing interest in the boy's unexpectedly strong body. At that moment, the boy feels a surge within, signaling the return of internal energy. Composure returns as he prepares to explain the change in his martial progress. A clear explanation emerges, describing how his martial arts evolved after a breakthrough. Attentive listening from the master reveals growing recognition of a higher technique. Shock quickly replaces calm as the master realizes the boy may have reached a rare advanced state. Still weak but conscious, the boy begins speaking carefully while maintaining a steady posture. A sharp gaze from the master follows, as he listens and acknowledges the boy's explanation. Soon after, both the girl and the boy sit together, realizing the significance behind the number being discussed. A vivid vision fills the boy's mind, revealing scenes of a chaotic and ruined world. Fragments of battles and destruction appear, showing powerful beings. Through these images, the boy understands that a major event is connected to the present timeline. The master reflects calmly, considering the meaning behind the boy's sudden insight. Careful reasoning leads him to question the origin of such knowledge. At the same time, the boy explains that the future may change depending on their actions. A noble young man is being prepared by attendants inside another grand hall. An official delivers a message, informing him about a decision involving another young master. After hearing this, the young man pauses before deciding to leave for an important destination. Back in the room, the girl shows slight fatigue while the master observes her condition. The master concludes that both of them need rest after their recent exertion. Standing alone. Afterward, the master looks ahead with quiet determination toward what lies ahead. Standing outside, the boy maintains a calm expression while reflecting on the limits of his current ability. Thoughts deepen as he realizes he cannot fully give up on mastering the higher technique despite the risks. Acknowledging the boy's rare potential with growing interest, bright sunlight fills the sky as the master continues guiding him, offering direction without abandoning his role, emphasizing how rare it is to reach such a stage in martial development. Hearing this, the boy quietly absorbs the weight of those words while remaining composed, showing the master as a feared figure in another time, revealing countless fallen enemies and overwhelming power. These memories suggest a past filled with death, shaping the master into a legendary existence. Back in the present, uncertainty lingers as the boy begins to speak about a past encounter. He recalls meeting a strange soul, describing it as unfamiliar yet deeply significant. The girl reacts with concern, sensing that the matter may directly involve her. Shock appears on her face as she struggles to accept the meaning behind his explanation. The master listens carefully, urging clarity while maintaining a steady presence. In the end, the boy prepares to reveal the full truth, understanding its importance for everyone involved. A young man strides across a quiet interior, maintaining a composed expression while organizing his thoughts and next actions. Outside the building, two individuals wait near the entrance. Their brief gathering leads to a decision to part ways temporarily, with clear roles assigned for what comes next. A red-haired warrior presents his strength boldly, his imposing figure radiating confidence and control, quietly measuring the gap between his current abilities and what he aims to achieve, releasing force that ripples outward and demonstrates his overwhelming capability. Above them, a brilliant light forms in the sky, drawing their attention towards something unusual and significant. Standing side by side, the trio reflects in silence, sensing that their circumstances are shifting beyond expectations, pushing them to move forward with heightened awareness. Stepping forward as he prepares to share an important realization, sensing the weight behind what he is about to reveal, his statement triggers visible surprise, hinting that the situation is more serious than they had assumed. Within a calm room, the group reflects on repeated attacks, beginning to recognize a troubling pattern. Careful analysis from the dark-haired man connects the events, suggesting that all of them are linked as targets. This conclusion shifts their focus toward the broader threat, leaving them to consider what danger may come next. Inside a quiet room, the two review new information about a rare flower and an ongoing investigation. One of them reflects on their limited options, understanding that leaving the city will not be easy for now. A close expression reveals concern, as both recognize their plans are beginning to face complications, showing determination as he decides to take responsibility for gathering information. Both companions acknowledge his resolve, noting that his position allows him to act more freely within the city. With renewed confidence, he commits himself to the task, setting a clear direction for the group's next move. The pair agrees to conserve energy, choosing patience over rushing into uncertain action. The blonde youth departs, leaving the two alone as the room grows quieter. Left behind, they express mild frustration but accept the situation, knowing they must endure the delay, prompting a more serious discussion about alternative plans. Documents and a pen appear, signaling the start of a calculated and deliberate approach. Both sit in silence, focusing as a new plan begins to take shape. A confident gesture marks the completion of the idea, showing satisfaction with the strategy. In contrast, the other reacts with visible irritation, highlighting their contrasting personalities, suggesting the plan is set and the next phase will soon begin. An open door reveals a neatly arranged table, suggesting a prepared setting for private discussion. A closer view shows a letter placed carefully beside a small decorative object, indicating a message meant to be read with attention. Signaling someone arriving to respond to the contents of the letter. Walking through a dim street, two figures move side by side, their pace steady as they continue their task. The dark-haired man explains a logical scenario, guiding the situation with calm reasoning while the girl listens. Frustration appears on her face, yet she follows along, accepting the explanation despite her annoyance. A sudden realization forms as the man raises a finger, connecting the outcome of repeated actions to a simple conclusion. Breaking the calm atmosphere with a sharp response. Afterward, tension lingers as he endures the result. They continue along the street, discussing their next move while acknowledging the lack of preparation. Her expression hardens with determination, pushing forward despite uncertainty. A sequence of thoughts unfolds, linking recent events into a clearer understanding of the situation. He calls her name to regain focus, grounding the moment before things escalate further. Confidence returns to him as he reassures her about someone important. Hearing this, she relaxes slightly, her tension easing as she regains composure. The young man reaches forward and assures the girl, showing calm confidence while guiding her through the uncertain situation. Their hands briefly connect, signaling trust as they continue moving together through the quiet street. He resolves to protect her while she follows, both advancing with a shared purpose. The courtyard remains still as a horse waits beside a red-hooded girl preparing to leave. Carefully, the young man examines the horse's condition, ensuring it is strong enough for the journey ahead. Soon after, Fabian appears and evaluates the situation, confirming that the horse will be enough for their travel. At the gate, Fabian reveals that the guards have already been dealt with. With a sharp gaze, she questions their intentions, finding their sudden trip suspicious. Instead of answering, the young man stays quiet, leading Fabian to stop pressing further. The farewell begins quietly on the stone ground beneath them. Standing still, the red-hooded girl reflects on the idea of luck and what it truly means. Gradually, her thoughts shift toward her master's teachings about strength beyond appearances. Through a forest path, the horse moves steadily, carrying both of them away from the city. Close together, they ride in silence, sharing a calmer moment during their journey. While riding, the young man reflects on their choices and accepts the direction they have taken. A symbolic vision of higher beings appears, suggesting unseen forces guiding events. Continuing forward, both riders grow more certain about their shared path. Gently, the girl leans closer, marking the beginning of a deeper bond between them. While riding together, the red-hooded girl confidently explains that their cooperation will change the outcome of the story with a bright expression. She shows excitement, believing their plan can succeed. Meanwhile, the young man listens quietly, showing a calm reaction to her confidence. As they continue through the forest, he begins analyzing future events. Carefully, he explains the need to act at the right moment to influence the situation. Soon after, he introduces the idea of a hidden mechanic connected to the upcoming event. Excited by the hint, the girl quickly tries to identify the mechanic based on her knowledge. Suddenly, her reaction causes a brief imbalance as she moves too energetically on the horse. After regaining stability, the young man confirms her answer is correct and continues explaining. As the journey continues, he outlines the conditions needed to activate the special ability. Hearing this, the girl shows concern about the complexity of the required magic. In response, he remains composed, indicating there is already a solution prepared. A realization forms as he reveals knowledge of the necessary magic circle. Despite this, the girl reacts with slight frustration, unable to match his memory. Far away, a noble reads a report about their sudden disappearance, signaling new attention on their actions. Inside a royal room, two individuals discuss how the pair managed to leave despite the guards watching closely. After checking the situation, they realize the escape was carefully planned and not a simple mistake. The mood turns tense as the conclusion forms that the two have successfully slipped away, likening the escape to small animals breaking free, emphasizing how unexpected it was. Despite frustration, they decide to search nearby areas, assuming the pair cannot have gone far yet. A sudden thought emerges, suggesting the escapees had already prepared their departure in advance. The young man finishes setting up a camp near a flowing river. The red-hooded girl observes his efficiency, recognizing his familiarity with outdoor survival. As evening settles, both of them remain by the campsite, preparing to stay through the night. While resting, the girl begins explaining a rare nighttime phenomenon that can only be seen near rivers, creating a calm and magical atmosphere around them. From a distance, observers notice the peaceful scene, drawn by its unusual beauty. Small fairy-like beings appear, approaching gently with curiosity toward the two travelers. The girl reacts with surprise as the creatures move closer and acknowledge their presence. Floating together, the fairies invite them, signaling the beginning of a new and unexpected encounter. While Yuta remains composed and watches the situation unfold. Above them, two glowing fairies emerge and extend an invitation, marking the start of an unusual encounter. With a calm decision, Yuta agrees, and the light from his ring reveals that he anticipated this moment. The fairies hesitate after sensing movement, realizing the presence of footsteps that should not be there. Soon after, Yuta and Cordelia reveal themselves, showing that they deliberately traced the fairies' location. At that point, the fairies understand they have been guided into contact rather than discovering it themselves. Recognition follows as the fairies identify their role and acknowledge the importance of the two visitors. Yuta and Cordelia accept this attention as chosen participants in the unfolding event. From there, the moment transitions, signaling movement toward a new phase of their journey. Along a quiet path, the pair follows subtle traces left behind by the fairies. Inside, a grand interior, the fairies appear again and direct them further inward. Gradually, both reach a vast hall where a glowing throne waits at the center. Immediately recognizing them as expected arrivals, the fairy queen steps forward, displaying clear authority over the space. Finally, she offers a formal welcome, marking the beginning of their involvement within the winter fairy realm. Inside the grand hall, Yuta and Cordelia bow as the winter fairy queen acknowledges their presence, observing them with curiosity, while Cordelia reacts with surprise. A sharp gaze from the queen meets Yuta's calm eyes, confirming her interest in their arrival. The queen evaluates them and concludes that they possess the qualifications to attend the upcoming fairy banquet. Yuta explains their past encounter involving the moonlight staff. The queen reacts with visible surprise, realizing the extent of their involvement. Movement resumes as the fairies guide them further, maintaining a formal but welcoming atmosphere. Clarifies her earlier behavior, attempting to explain her intentions toward the guests, showing understanding while maintaining composure within the formal setting. A light-hearted moment follows as the fairy becomes embarrassed, revealing a more playful nature. Yuta offers polite praise, easing the tension while Cordelia observes the exchange with quiet interest. The queen then announces that preparations are complete, signaling the banquet is ready to begin. Outside, the atmosphere shifts as a reward is mentioned, hinting at future benefits for the pair. Elsewhere, a search begins for a boy and girl matching their description, suggesting growing attention on them. The pair remains within the fairy domain as outside forces continue to investigate their presence. In the city, a knight questions a man, but receives refusal, showing uncertainty about the investigation. Two knights move through the streets, discussing the sudden disappearance of their targets. Their concern grows as they realize no clear trace remains, making the situation harder to control. A shadowed figure observes them, quietly analyzing the situation and confirming suspicions. Elsewhere, Cordelia hesitates, rejecting a request while showing concern about the consequences. Yuta reassures her through calm actions, indicating he understands her limits and intentions. Meanwhile, fairies enjoy themselves nearby, maintaining a peaceful and playful atmosphere. A sudden shift occurs as Yuta leans closer, creating a moment that changes the mood. The fairies react excitedly, while Cordelia becomes flustered and unsure how to respond, showing embarrassment while acknowledging what just happened. A gentle action follows as their hands meet. Symbolizing growing trust and connection, the fairy queen observes and comments, recognizing their bond as part of a larger story. A magical structure appears as the queen prepares a blessing, signaling a reward. Power flows into Cordelia, granting resistance and strengthening her condition. With the blessing complete, the queen concludes the event, marking the end of this stage. The fairy queen studies them closely, realizing their destination and understanding their purpose. With a small gesture, she calls for assistance, preparing additional support for their journey ahead. She then assures their safety among winter fairies, establishing protection and guidance for what comes next. A sharp gesture signals urgency as a command is issued to retrieve a specific object without delay. Soon after, a radiant feather appears, carefully presented amid intricate patterns that emphasize its rarity, connecting it to ancient dwarves and the approaching closure of a seasonal barrier. A winged fairy reveals that only one feather remains, raising the stakes significantly. Hearing this, the red-haired girl shows confusion, trying to grasp the limitation and its consequences. With calm composure, the fairy introduces a simple yet unusual method to bypass the restriction, demonstrating clearly. She joins hands, implying that the feather's power must be shared between two people. Realization sets in as the pair reacts with visible discomfort at the required closeness. Having explained everything, the fairy prepares to depart, leaving the decision to them. Before leaving, she offers a brief farewell, accompanied by small spirits fluttering around her. Left alone, hesitation lingers, as both struggle to decide who should act first. Eventually, the boy accepts the task, forcing himself forward despite clear awkwardness. Meanwhile, the girl gathers her resolve, mentally preparing for what must be done. Determination replaces doubt as she commits fully to the plan. Soon after, tension and embarrassment rise as the method begins, drawing lively reactions from the watching spirits. A surge of light erupts as the girl initiates the process, her movement signaling the start of the feather's power. Moments later, energy gathers intensely around the fairy, forming a glowing pillar that draws attention to the transformation. As the light fades, the scene transitions, marking the end of the event and hinting at consequences beyond their view. Elsewhere, a dark hall reveals the absence of divine protection, raising concern among those present. Information is delivered about a journey tied to Frost Anvil, connecting recent events to a larger plan. A hand clenches tightly, signaling anger as the revelation triggers a deeper reaction, reflecting on the situation while questioning the choices that led here. Soon after, his expression shifts into confidence, suggesting he sees opportunity within the chaos. Across from him, a woman listens silently, absorbing every detail without interruption. Evidence of destruction appears, implying that powerful figures have already fallen. The narration connects past failures to missed opportunities, emphasizing how close success once was. From above, the chamber is shown in full, highlighting the scale of their operation. The woman presents gathered intelligence, pointing toward individuals, moving toward Frost Anvil, linking predictions and movements to a single direction. Finally, the discussion concludes with uncertainty, as their next move remains unresolved, estimating the target's movement and concluding their route toward Frost Anvil, proposing interception forces at the key location while minimizing unexpected variables. Confidence rises as she pledges to capture a specific individual, showing determination and personal involvement. From a higher position, authority is implied as trust is granted again, reinforcing her role in the plan. Relief and satisfaction appear briefly as she acknowledges the approval and prepares to act. Meanwhile, the leader remains composed, signaling controlled approval while maintaining distance from emotional response. Later, she reappears in another location, indicating swift movement and execution of assigned duties. A subordinate provides updates about recent developments, including changes affecting their target. Together, they assess the situation at Frost Anvil, identifying key entry points and defensive conditions. Further analysis highlights restricted access, emphasizing the importance of a single main gate. Attention shifts to limitations in teleportation, narrowing possible approaches and increasing risk. In the end, a teleportation attempt begins, marking the start of their direct intervention. A surge of light marks their arrival as both figures materialize within a circular stone chamber. Unsteady from the transfer, the girl leans forward while the boy steadies her, checking her condition. Careful observation follows from him, but her flustered reaction quickly breaks the moment as she pushes him away. Silence lingers as he pauses, keeping his composure while watching her response. With a small motion, he scratches his head, showing mild apology without making a scene. Overwhelmed, she covers her face, memories surfacing and intensifying her embarrassment. Frustration bursts out as she raises her voice, unable to contain the awkwardness. Calm acceptance appears on his face, interpreting her reaction without overthinking it. Both move forward through the cold corridor, shifting focus toward their surroundings and next actions. A sudden halt from her interrupts their pace, drawing attention to her state. Turning back, he looks at her with confusion as she struggles to stay composed. Regaining control, she shows visible fatigue and signals that it is time to stop. A casual gesture from him follows as he covers his mouth, acknowledging her tiredness. Careful steps guide them through the worn interior as they head toward the exit. Outside the chamber, both settle on resting for now before continuing later. Debris and broken pieces float as both begin clearing the damaged interior, focusing on restoring the building. After finishing, they move to a bed, their bodies showing signs of exhaustion from earlier efforts. Without hesitation, both collapse onto the bed, too tired to maintain distance. Lying side by side, fatigue takes over as they remain still, conserving energy. A brief exchange of intent occurs as one suggests resting properly, while the other resists slightly. The tension fades, and both settle into rest, despite lingering embarrassment. Morning arrives as the girl slowly wakes, still feeling the weight of exhaustion. Across the room, the boy is already awake, seated calmly, and focused on something in front of him, revealing that he has begun examining materials while she slept. Several scrolls and maps are spread across the table, indicating careful study of a complex location. He analyzes the documents, noting their origin and the repeated need to interpret them. Standing nearby, she listens as he proposes preparing properly before moving forward. A quick gesture from him organizes the materials, signaling readiness to act. She reacts with disbelief at his sudden pace, questioning his intentions. The moment shifts into light tension as both prepare to continue, balancing seriousness with familiarity. A quiet moment follows as he rests his hand near his face, thinking ahead while estimating their current pace. Concern forms as he realizes progress may slow if conditions remain unchanged. She notices his pause and questions him, but he dismisses it and shifts focus away. A snowy battlefield appears, where armored guards stand alert, securing every entrance under strict orders. Among them, a commander directs movements, ensuring no intruders pass through the defenses. A woman in red watches from behind, observing the situation with confidence and interest. She studies the area with a calm expression, evaluating how others might react to the harsh conditions. The commander remains composed, dismissing threats while maintaining control over the guarded zone. Her sharp gaze shifts toward a sealed object, signaling its importance. Attention centers on a chained coffin, heavily restrained and hidden within the snow. Both figures stand above the area, confident that their control will prevent interference. Snow continues to fall as their presence reinforces the guarded perimeter. Back inside, the mood changes as she enjoys a warm meal, recovering her energy. He listens quietly while she speaks, keeping track of their situation and resources. Together, they walk through the corridor again, setting a limited time frame and preparing for the next step. He proposes a different method while she listens. Showing curiosity about the plan forming in his mind, both stand before a sealed entrance, examining the structure and considering how to proceed without exiting. Several magical tools appear in his hands, indicating preparation for a controlled setup inside the area. He outlines a strategy involving traps and mana control, guiding the process with confidence, revealing she prepared enough resources to support the plan despite lingering frustration. Tension softens slightly as both continue working together, balancing irritation with steady cooperation. Reflecting a moment of courtesy that contrasts with the tension beneath the scene. Standing side by side, the two figures show quiet readiness, their posture suggesting prior knowledge of what lies ahead. A brief inner thought passes as doubt lingers, yet both remain focused on proceeding with their plan. Moving along a decorated corridor, they head deeper underground with a clear destination in mind. Careful planning becomes evident through their synchronized steps, showing strong coordination between them. Agreement is reached without hesitation, reinforcing their shared mindset as they continue forward. From above, winged creatures descend rapidly, turning the snowy battlefield into sudden chaos. Fighters on the ground struggle to maintain order as attacks strike from multiple directions. Pressure increases as the enemy force overwhelms defenses, forcing a retreat under heavy assault. Amid confusion, a leader attempts to reorganize the troops and direct them toward defensive traps. Alarming reports reveal additional threats approaching, expanding the scale of the conflict. Realization sets in that the situation is worsening rapidly, raising concern over its sudden escalation. Facing forward, a determined figure braces against the incoming wave despite visible strain. Behind him, the red-cloaked ally prepares a powerful move, signaling a turning point. Energy gathers intensely, marking the start of a decisive counterattack against the enemies. A massive magical formation appears, radiating overwhelming energy as creatures and soldiers are lifted into the air below. Two figures observe the phenomenon while purple energy begins to surge, signaling the start of a powerful attack. A concentrated burst of magic descends violently, spreading destructive force across the battlefield. After the impact, bodies scatter across the snow as the aftermath of the attack leaves the area in ruin. One injured fighter struggles to breathe, showing the heavy toll of the sudden strike. From above, a figure crashes down, drawing attention as others react to the fall. A soldier realizes a greater threat is approaching, his expression tightening as tension rises. Determination replaces hesitation as he prepares himself mentally for what must be done next. A large-scale ability is unleashed, releasing a powerful presence across the snowy mountains, acknowledging the difficulty while maintaining composure. Distant view reveals survivors scattered, emphasizing the scale of the battlefield. A command is issued to the remaining fighters, urging them to act quickly. AAA report reaches the leader about a magical seal at the entrance, shifting attention to a new factor. The glowing barrier becomes visible, standing firm as a protective structure. Recognition follows as the seal's nature is understood, hinting at a strategic opportunity. A surge of blue energy erupts from a raised hand, crackling intensely as power gathers around the figure, signaling precise control over the unleashed force. The energy releases forward in a violent strike, shattering obstacles and forcing a path ahead. Exhaustion sets in as two figures rush across the ground, their bodies strained from continuous battle. A soldier calls out desperately from behind, struggling to keep up as the pair advances. The heavy gate closes behind them, sealing off the chaos outside as they enter a safer space. Breathing heavily, the red-haired ally steadies herself while assessing the outcome of their plan. Support is given as the injured man leans forward, showing the toll of sustaining the technique. Both begin moving again despite fatigue, choosing to continue rather than stop. A sudden sensation causes hesitation, as awareness shifts towards something unusual ahead. Light expands through the corridor, drawing both figures forward with a powerful pull. The environment changes abruptly as a loud impact echoes, signaling a transition. A quiet reaction follows, as realization begins to form from the unexpected event. Both stand within a new setting, their expressions showing confusion mixed with recognition. Understanding slowly develops, suggesting that the earlier actions triggered this sudden change. They slow their pace inside the ruins, carefully observing surroundings while maintaining awareness to avoid unnecessary attention, scanning the area and reacting quickly to something of interest nearby, showing quiet satisfaction as the situation shifts into a more controlled state. A small resting spot appears undisturbed, yet the remaining items indicate a recent departure. Approaching carefully, the two notice signs that their targets had paused here before moving on. After a brief assessment, they determine the distance is still manageable if they act quickly. Walking along the snowy trail, both maintain focus while a faint sense of doubt lingers. Confidence shows in one of them, dismissing uncertainty and continuing forward without hesitation. Soon after, their path leads them toward a forge, suggesting preparation will be necessary. Inside the workshop, the red-hooded girl eagerly gathers equipment as if claiming a reward. Her companion calmly points out the flaws, noting the items are difficult to handle. Large weapons and tools fill the space, clearly designed for a different build and scale. Curiosity arises as she lifts a helmet, unsure of its original purpose. Closer inspection reveals it was meant as protective gear during forging tasks. At a glance, her companion detects its exceptional defensive quality and hidden value. Displeasure immediately shows as she rejects the idea of using such an item, attempts to persuade her fail, as practicality loses against her personal standards. In the end, her stubborn pride remains, leaving him silently acknowledging her nature. The red-hooded girl finds several rare weapons and treats them as valuable loot worth collecting. She gathers everything, prioritizing quantity while showing satisfaction. Soon after, she takes out tools and begins copying items, revealing a strategy to duplicate resources. Excitement fades slightly as she realizes their next destination cannot be reached immediately. She shifts focus, suggesting they clear weaker enemies first to gain experience along the way. Both acknowledge this familiar plan, recognizing their repeated pattern of calculated progression. A distant view reveals an ancient frozen structure, once home to powerful dwarves. Legends describe a destructive event tied to a white serpent that devastated the region. That catastrophe shaped the present, leaving behind ruins and a dangerous legacy. Inside the cold cavern, scattered debris and frozen remains show traces of past destruction. The pair advance cautiously, aware that the creature still lies within the area. A massive white serpent rests nearby, its presence filling the space with quiet danger. Observing carefully, they confirm the creature is dormant under specific environmental conditions. Recognizing the opportunity, both prepare their weapons with clear intent. Standing together, they decide to strike first, turning the silent moment into the start of battle. A sudden burst of energy fills the cavern, implying a powerful creature has just fallen. The two stand among scattered debris, realizing the threat has been eliminated unexpectedly. Their attention shifts as a rare flower appears, marking a valuable and time-sensitive resource. The red-hooded girl approaches the flower carefully, considering its potential benefits and risks. Uncertainty lingers as she evaluates whether consuming it immediately would be safe. Despite hesitation, she expresses hope that the flower will bloom soon for proper use. Their focus changes toward another item connected to the fallen creature's remains. A crystal-like object is revealed, identified as something previously considered insignificant. Further analysis suggests it holds hidden value depending on the user's abilities. The companion studies the item closely, recognizing its compatibility with her unique power. He concludes that her existing abilities make her capable of using it effectively. A deeper presence emerges, hinting that her power is linked to a greater origin. Yuder calmly observes while explaining that Cordelia can absorb the energy, showing confidence in her ability. A glowing dark aura surrounds Cordelia as she begins the absorption process, indicating a dangerous but controlled power flow. Her body stabilizing as the energy settles, while Yuder watches carefully. She holds a crystal as Yuder explains its limited but useful mana, emphasizing preparation despite constraints. A comparison of the underground hall appears, showing its condition before and after monsters were cleared. Yuder notes the risk of absorbing power during vulnerability, highlighting the danger of their current situation. Cordelia reacts brightly, showing excitement while holding the crystal, shifting the mood briefly. Both stand facing each other as the atmosphere lightens, though the task remains serious. Yuder responds with restrained acceptance, maintaining focus despite Cordelia's energy. Cordelia asks about timing while preparing, showing readiness for the next step. Yuder begins a countdown using a pocket watch, signaling precise execution at the final count. A sprout emerges from the ground, glowing with energy. The sprout blooms into a radiant flower, releasing bright magical light. Both observe the fully formed flower, recognizing its significance. Yuder acknowledges the result, while Cordelia focuses on the outcome, both aware of its importance, noting its brightness and gentle warmth as she studies its energy. Standing beside her, Yuder reacts with slight tension, watching her closely as the atmosphere softens. With a cheerful expression, Cordelia turns toward him, clearly captivated by the beauty of the bloom. Yuder suddenly clutches his chest, showing discomfort while Cordelia reacts with concern at the change. From a distance, he steadies himself and explains the strange sensation affecting his heart. Cordelia continues worrying, but Yuder reassures her as his condition stabilizes. Kneeling down, Yuder carefully reaches toward the flower, preparing to interact with its energy. He pauses briefly, emphasizing caution as the situation still holds potential danger. After regaining composure, he warns Cordelia to stop if anything feels unusual. Yuder admits uncertainty, but maintains that only Cordelia can handle the absorption process. Cordelia responds with steady trust, reinforcing their partnership despite the risks involved. Yuder accepts her resolve and advises her to remain in control throughout the process. They separate to prepare, each heading to a position suited for their roles. Cordelia holds the crystal firmly, focusing as she prepares to absorb its power. Meanwhile, Yuder steadies the flower's energy in his hand, ensuring the plan proceeds as intended. Cordelia and Yuder exchange a focused glance as energy begins to surge, signaling the start of a powerful reaction. A burst of purple energy envelops them, with Cordelia at the center, absorbing the force while Yuder steadies himself. As the light fades, the scene abruptly transitions, revealing a snowy forest with a group advancing cautiously. The group walks through snow filled with buried corpses, noticing the unnatural heaviness in the air. Sensing something unusual beyond the visible destruction, they discover frozen bodies scattered across the area, suggesting a sudden and violent event. Another group stands nearby, drawing attention due to their distinct appearance and calm presence. Two uniformed members react alertly, recognizing the situation as potentially significant. A blonde knight formally introduces herself, indicating authority and purpose in the investigation. The opposing side acknowledges her presence while remaining cautious about revealing information. Dark explanation unfolds, describing a large-scale battle that ended in overwhelming destruction. Blood-stained ground and shattered remains emphasize the brutality of what occurred. A crimson blade pierces the snow, hinting at a lingering threat beneath the surface. Monstrous presence begins to awaken, its eye opening slowly amid the silence. A fully armed figure emerges, standing alone in the frozen battlefield, signaling the return of danger. A tense moment begins as a character processes the news about the Great Gate breaking. Realization spreads when the presence of strong demonic energy is confirmed, raising immediate concern. A red-haired figure stands firm as the awakening of an ancient demon becomes undeniable. With urgency, Yuder reaches for his weapon, already identifying the demon tied to Cordelia. Nearby, Cordelia maintains a composed expression while another individual struggles to understand the situation. Determination settles in as Yuder pushes forward, deciding they must reach the Great Gate at once. Deep underground, a cavern filled with glowing crystals reveals a buildup of strange, concentrated energy. A dark-haired girl notices the energy intensifying as it gathers around her. Seated calmly, she absorbs the pale snake's power, drawing it fully into herself. A subtle smile forms, reflecting how the process has become easier to control. Standing up, she moves with lightness, showing confidence after stabilizing the energy. Careful steps follow as she sneaks through the cavern, heading toward another presence. From behind a corner, she peeks ahead, cautiously searching for someone. Suddenly, bright energy flashes across the ground, revealing a figure lying motionless. Quiet observation follows, as she understands the absorption is complete, and the situation has shifted. Concern appears on Yuder's face as he reflects on the unstable situation, thinking about the risks of absorbing more demonic power. Noting how the pale snake's seal had already weakened earlier. In the distance, a red-cloaked girl stands near a fallen figure, watching over the scene with firm resolve. Snow falls across a wide mountain landscape as glowing traces of energy drift through the air. Steady footsteps mark the advance of Yuder and Cordelia as they continue toward their destination. Calm discussion continues, while they confirm the Great Gate has fully broken, shifting their expectations. Confidence shows on Cordelia's face as she believes reinforcements will arrive in time. A sudden halt interrupts their movement when something unusual is noticed ahead. Far beyond the trees, a strange figure stands among blood-stained snow, drawing their attention. Sharp reaction occurs as danger is sensed instantly, prompting an urgent warning striking before a full response is possible. The impact throws Yuder aside, leaving him injured as the attack lands cleanly. Branches snap as another fighter rushes in from above, attempting to intercept the threat. Shock spreads across his face when he realizes the enemy's power far exceeds expectations. In the snowy clearing, a dark armored figure stands motionless. A defensive formation is raised as two figures channel magic from afar. The enemy stands unmoved, while orders are given to stop it from advancing toward Frost Anvil. Inside a dim structure, the red-cloaked girl lowers her head, surrounded by faint purple energy as she senses the situation. She lifts her head slowly, eyes sharpening as awareness returns to her surroundings. Nearby, a wounded figure lies on the ground while she evaluates the condition and the lingering energy. Thoughts settle in as she realizes the interference has weakened the area's stability. A surge of power rises within her, marked by repeated pulses as her strength continues increasing, reflecting rapid leveling and control over accumulated energy. Visions of earlier battles and traps pass through her mind, connecting past efforts to the current outcome. Calm calculation appears as she concludes the pale snake's power has already merged with the Great Gate. A sudden movement breaks the stillness as she prepares to act despite the unstable surroundings. Facing multiple threats while maintaining control of the energy, she decides to move ahead first, taking initiative in the unfolding situation. Urgency drives her forward as she rushes toward the objective, leaving others behind, marking the path toward the Great Gate and the next confrontation. She moves quickly through the hall, recalling a hidden path connected to the first floor. Her steps slow as she considers timing, adjusting her pace while preparing herself. Raising her hands, she steadies her focus, estimating only a few minutes remain before acting. Cordelia lifts her arms and prepares a spell, pushing herself to act before the limited time runs out. Magic gathers around her body as a haste effect activates. A sudden burst of speed carries her forward through the corridor. A tense expression forms as memories of failure surface, urging her to move faster. Dark thoughts flash through her mind, showing the aftermath of arriving too late. Determination returns, driving her to accelerate further toward her goal. Heavy rain falls while soldiers organize and prepare a large ceiling formation. Glowing magic circles expand outward as energy is directed into a central point. A radiant barrier rises, stabilizing the ritual against the looming threat. Several observers remain alert, sensing something unusual despite the stable formation. The blonde knight focuses on the ritual, maintaining caution as tension increases. A red ribbon drifts across the scene, suggesting movement approaching from afar. At the center, a demon stands unaffected within the formation, disrupting the balance. Violent dark energy erupts, breaking through parts of the barrier and shaking the ground. A powerful shockwave spreads outward, forcing defenders back as the ritual collapses, maintaining the barrier while others stand around the formation under falling snow, sensing a disturbance as tension spreads across the battlefield. Cracks begin forming through the structure as the ground trembles, signaling an incoming impact. She reacts instantly, drawing her sword with urgency as danger approaches from above. Blade strikes the ground with force, sending snow and debris outward upon impact. Soldiers step forward together, forming a defensive line as they declare their territory and stand firm. Commander issues orders while explaining the barrier's purpose, ensuring everyone maintains their position. One guard turns sharply, detecting movement as a warning spreads through the group. A red streak cuts across the air as the demon appears again, closing the distance rapidly, forming a glowing seal that targets the enemy below. The demon moves forward despite the pressure, resisting the incoming energy. A swordsman braces himself, preparing to respond as the situation escalates. Golden chains bind the demon, restricting its movement as the sealing magic takes hold. From a distance, Cordelia watches while catching her breath. Recognizing the critical moment, she steps forward with resolve, ready to intervene as the battle reaches a turning point. Two soldiers react in shock upon recognizing Cordelia's sudden arrival. She stands alone under a dark aura, her expression strained as overwhelming pressure gathers around her. Without hesitation, she launches forward, cutting through the air with a decisive movement toward the enemy. The demon turns its head slightly, acknowledging her approach with a calm and unfazed demeanor. Cordelia halts briefly, analyzing the opponent as recognition forms in her mind. The identity of the blade demon becomes clear, revealing its dangerous wind-based abilities. Confidence builds within her as she recalls past experience dealing with similar threats. The demon unleashes multiple sharp wind slashes, tearing through the ground and advancing rapidly. She evades the attacks with precise timing, maintaining control of her movement. Crimson slashes fill the battlefield, striking repeatedly as the demon intensifies its assault. Cordelia steadies herself mid-motion, focusing on timing rather than force. A swift maneuver carries her through the barrage as she prepares a counteraction. Her gaze sharpens, calculating the situation with limited knowledge about the enemy. A brief moment of hesitation passes as she considers the risks of direct engagement. The battlefield stretches below as she regains composure, ready to continue the fight. A hand touches the ground weakly, showing fading strength as the situation settles. A young man leans forward and reaches out, pulling a red cloak toward himself with urgency. He gathers the body carefully, lowering himself as concern grows, while recognizing Cordelia. Across the shattered terrain, Cordelia observes the sweeping red energy attacks and anticipates their trajectory. With controlled movement, she steps forward alone, deliberately entering a more dangerous range. Determination fills her expression as she resolves to stall the enemy until help arrives. From behind, two knights rush in, visibly concerned as they approach her position. Without turning back, Cordelia halts them while continuing to evade the incoming strikes. A violent shockwave erupts, throwing the knights backward and revealing the enemy's strength. Realization dawns on the knights as they notice her maintaining distance from them. Her actions make it clear that she is drawing all threats toward herself. Amid the chaos, Cordelia maintains precise footwork, controlling her position carefully. Suddenly, the enemy increases its speed, sending sharper and faster attacks around her. Despite the pressure, she endures, refusing to step back from her role. Even while struggling, she continues protecting others by holding her ground. Gradually, the attacks become more accurate, limiting her space to move. Pushing past her limits, she keeps dodging while exhaustion builds. Nearby observers react with shock as the situation reaches a turning point. Cordelia steadies herself on the snowy ground as the storm of attacks continues to press down on her position. A sudden realization shifts her focus, and her body begins adjusting instinctively to the enemy's rhythm. Her movements sharpen as newfound agility emerges, allowing her to react faster than before. With increased speed, Cordelia charges forward, closing the distance between herself and the enemy. Demon observes her approach closely, noticing a clear change in her combat flow. Air red slash cuts across her path, yet she evades it with improved precision. The enemy accelerates its attacks, releasing faster strikes in response to her advancement. Cordelia weaves through the barrage, maintaining control despite the rising pressure. Her body continues adapting, moving beyond calculated reactions into natural instinct. The demon recognizes her shift, realizing she is no longer relying on prediction alone. Cordelia's perception deepens as she begins reacting without conscious thought. Each motion flows smoothly, guided by intuition rather than deliberate planning. The enemy acknowledges her talent while preparing another decisive attack. A brief pause settles over the battlefield as tension builds. Suddenly, multiple red strikes descend at once, signaling the next critical exchange. Cordelia struggles under the pressure of falling debris and continuous attacks. The enemy advances steadily, recognizing her weakening state and demanding greater endurance from her. She realizes the battle resembles a trial, where survival depends on surpassing her current limits. Fatigue spreads across her face as her movements lose sharpness and stability. A sudden impact forces her downward, leaving her momentarily unable to react. Confusion fills her mind as the battlefield blurs and her strength begins to fade. A figure suddenly appears beside her, interrupting the overwhelming situation. He catches her before she collapses completely, securing her safely in his arms. With control over the situation restored, he prepares to withdraw her from danger and stabilize the battle. Amid drifting snow, the young man firmly carries the red-haired woman across a jagged cliff while faint golden lights trail through the air. Awareness returns, and he carefully studies her condition without loosening his grip. From a lower point, another person notices their arrival, sensing the shift in the situation as both prepare to act, marking their landing and the beginning of a tense moment. Uter evaluates the battlefield, recognizing their disadvantage in strength and numbers. Far ahead, a dark armored figure emerges, surrounded by an ominous aura that signals danger. A confident smile forms on the woman's face, revealing her readiness despite the threat. Raising her hand, she prepares a spell, showing control as she steps forward into position. She glances back briefly, aligning her actions with her companion's presence. Standing still, the man allows her to take the lead, maintaining a calm and controlled posture. Rather than rushing, he signals restraint, suggesting a deliberate and careful approach. A sharper look crosses his face, hinting at a strategy forming beneath his composed exterior. Surprise appears on the woman's expression as she processes his intent, where fallen figures and scattered traces of conflict fill the snow. In the distance, the armored enemy stands motionless, its silent presence marking the start of the next clash. Standing still as she studies her companion's unusual presence, without hesitation, the man raises his hand, gathering energy as the surrounding air begins to shift, releasing controlled force as his expression sharpens with focus. Wind pressure surges outward, forming visible currents that distort the snowy battlefield. The woman reacts with surprise, realizing a new level of power has been unleashed, sending energy crashing toward the enemy's position from above. Red slashes cut through the air as the armored enemy moves swiftly to counter. The man observes carefully, maintaining composure while tracking the enemy's movements. Blue energy collides against the incoming attacks, disrupting their path and limiting their impact. A new technique begins, focusing on speed and repeated motion as the man advances. Multiple rapid strikes unfold, closing the distance while overwhelming the opponent's defenses. The fight shifts into close range, where precise movements become critical. Both figures clash directly, exchanging blows with sharp, controlled force. The enemy retaliates with a heavy strike, forcing the man to guard and adjust his stance. Maintaining balance, he continues forward, preparing to turn the momentum in his favor, recognizing the pressure as the man continues his relentless advance. Within the swirling aura, the opponent realizes the blows are accelerating, each strike carrying greater force than before. A sudden dash follows. As the man closes distance again, sharp impacts land in rapid succession, forcing the enemy backward under continuous pressure. From afar, observers watch in shock, realizing the demon is being overwhelmed despite its power. The woman remains focused, her attention fixed on the man as she begins to understand his strategy, noticing that the technique depends on sustained motion and precise control. In contrast, the man maintains a steady gaze, showing confidence as he continues the assault. A quick step shifts his position, preparing for another angle of attack. Energy chains and magic formations appear in the distance, activating as support begins to intervene. Allies channel power from afar, restricting the enemy's movement and reinforcing the battlefield control. Another group strengthens the man's position, ensuring he can continue without interruption. Red slashes surge outward again, cutting through the air as the enemy attempts to break free. Explosive clashes erupt between opposing forces, filling the battlefield with violent impacts. Even so, the enemy remains standing, its gaze fixed forward as the conflict intensifies further. Dark purple energy spreads across the battlefield as the enemy releases a wide attack, forcing the man to adjust his position. He moves through the incoming force, maintaining balance, while tracking the enemy's movements carefully. A direct clash follows as opposing energies collide, creating a brief opening in the enemy's defense. The man raises his hand, activating a hidden ability while focusing his vision on the opponent, allowing him to read the enemy's movements and structure more clearly. The armored figure reacts with visible tension, sensing the sudden shift in control. Energy lines distort around the battlefield as the man stabilizes his stance and prepares a decisive action. He closes the distance again, using the advantage gained from his enhanced perception. The attack connects at close range, marking a turning point as momentum shifts firmly in his favor. On a snowy battlefield, a young fighter lunges forward and strikes a masked enemy. The masked opponent regains balance and reveals its identity, while the boy keeps his focus fixed ahead. Power gathers rapidly around the boy as golden currents surge through his body. Bound by glowing restraints, the enemy reacts in shock after its name is exposed. From afar, a girl surrounded by purple energy controls the situation with steady precision. Both fighters remain locked in place as the girl confidently concludes the outcome. With one raised hand, the girl releases a stronger wave of purple power that tightens the pressure. Meanwhile, the boy gathers energy again, lightning forming around him as he prepares another strike. A powerful impact follows, as combined force crashes into the enemy and tears through its defenses. Cracks spread across the enemy's body before it begins to shatter into fragments. Dark energy erupts briefly, then fades, as the enemy loses all resistance. Exhaustion takes over the girl, causing her to collapse onto the snow. Carefully, the boy approaches and checks on her condition. An ally rushes in from behind, regrouping with them after the battle ends. Silence settles as they acknowledge their victory and the rewards gained. Cordelia stands in the snow with a faint smile, recalling a familiar outcome as she looks toward Uter. Her body suddenly tilts forward, strength leaving her as exhaustion catches up. From a distance, Uter notices her collapse and quickly reacts. Concern evident in his posture, Uter lifts his hand and observes it quietly, realizing Cordelia must have anticipated this situation. Two allies rush across the snowy field, calling out as they approach Cordelia in alarm. As they arrive, Cordelia reassures them despite her weakened state. Uter raises his hand to stop further questions, choosing to focus on immediate priorities. He calmly explains the situation and directs attention toward helping Cordelia recover. In a lighter moment, the others quietly admire their teamwork, while Uter remains aware of their surroundings. Uter steps closer, approaching Cordelia as she sits on the ground. He checks on her condition while she explains her exhaustion and physical strain after the battle. Cordelia smiles brightly, expressing satisfaction with the outcome. Uter offers his help, preparing to carry her as she accepts without resistance. With Cordelia on his back, he moves forward carefully while she leans against him. The snowfall fades, and the two continue across the quiet landscape, leaving the battlefield behind together. A woman stands before a tall monument in a ruined, snowy place, observing the scene as faint purple energy flickers around her. She studies the engraved surface, realizing the names connected to the place have already disappeared. Dark purple energy spreads across the surroundings, suggesting that existence itself has been erased without leaving traces. She reflects on the situation, carefully analyzing the meaning behind the vanished records. Her expression tightens as she considers a specific name, recognizing its importance within the erased history. A brief image forms in her thoughts, linking the missing figure to a deeper connection she cannot ignore. Nearby, a cloaked figure kneels and reports information, indicating movements tied to a known individual. The woman listens calmly, deciding that she must take direct action based on the report. With firm resolve, she turns away, determined to intervene before the situation worsens further. Officials conclude that the incident requires further investigation, establishing a serious atmosphere among those present. Attention gathers on the young man as he remains composed under scrutiny. A direct question about the demon's true name places pressure on him. He recounts entering the ruins and encountering unexpected danger during the mission. Soon after, the group becomes trapped, emphasizing the harsh conditions and rising threat. From that situation, they manage to survive and uncover key information tied to the demon. Skepticism emerges among the nobles, casting doubt on the accuracy of his explanation. At that moment, a nurse arrives with news that Cordelia's treatment has been completed. Relief spreads as her recovery is confirmed, easing the tension within the room. With the main issue addressed, he requests permission to leave and see his fiancée. Surprise appears among the officials, yet they begin to accept, ending the session. The meeting gradually concludes, leaving further matters to be handled later. Outside, he pauses quietly, maintaining a calm expression while reflecting inwardly. Facing a knight, he reveals his thoughts about the battle and his sense of inadequacy. A silent reaction from the knight shows the emotional weight carried in that moment. Gesture of goodwill is offered as a hand extends forward, signaling acknowledgement of shared survival. The knight expresses gratitude through a composed demeanor, showing sincerity behind her formal posture. In response, the young man downplays the need for repayment. After parting, the scene shifts outside where the knight settles over the camp, creating a quiet transition. Walking alone, he reflects on how events have unfolded differently from the expected course. A realization forms that the current timeline has already diverged significantly from what should have happened. Thoughts deepen as he considers the consequences if events had followed their original path. The imagined outcome reveals a far greater loss, emphasizing the severity of what was avoided. Understanding grows that his actions altered a situation that once led to widespread destruction. He recalls critical moments where intervention changed the flow of events and prevented disaster. The importance of key figures and timing becomes clear, reinforcing how fragile the outcome was. A quiet conclusion settles in his mind, recognizing the burden carried through those decisions. Entering the tent, his attention shifts from reflection to the present situation. Cordelia appears awake, her condition stable, though still recovering from exhaustion. A gentle atmosphere forms as their reunion replaces tension with a sense of relief. The young man recalls how the knights and guardians expressed gratitude, noting that none of them suspected the truth behind the enemy. Cordelia reacts with surprise upon hearing that no one realized the danger. A sense of comfort settles as both acknowledge that the suffering they endured was not meaningless. He listens quietly as she gathers her thoughts, her tone shifting toward something more personal. From her perspective, the memory of being in danger resurfaces, bringing focus to a single moment. Gratitude becomes clear as she recognizes his role in ensuring her safety. Yet curiosity emerges regarding how he acted so quickly during the incident. He avoids giving a detailed explanation, offering only a simple reasoning for his actions. Confusion follows as she tries to understand the vague answer. The mood shifts into light tension as she reacts physically, expressing her frustration more openly. He endures the reaction, showing discomfort, while attempting to remain composed, transitioning back into a calmer discussion about future plans. A decision forms as they consider leaving before further complications arise. Later that night, a written message is prepared, signaling their intention to step away. Quiet scene closes with their departure, implied, leaving behind only a note and fading lights. The young man walks through a quiet forest at night, moving carefully as the cold surroundings and silence emphasize their escape from the camp. Nearby, the red-haired girl leans on him for support, her weakened condition showing despite her steady determination. A sense of relief appears, suggesting their decision to leave has given them a brief moment of peace. Supporting his weakened body while observing his reaction, her playful expression contrasts with his stiff posture as she continues guiding him through the cold surroundings. Silence dominates the moment as the boy struggles internally, unsure how to respond to her behavior. Confidence shows in her actions as she explains herself while keeping physical contact, showing no hesitation. Awkward tension builds when the boy reacts nervously, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. The moment escalates slightly, yet she remains steady while he loses composure. A transition leads them to a town inn where the boy enters, leaving the harsh forest behind. Inside the room, both settle down, facing each other as they recover and reflect on recent events. Careful observation follows as the girl studies his condition while maintaining a calm attitude. With a simple motion, she removes her bandage, revealing that her eye has fully healed. Realization appears on the boy's face as he understands her hidden intention. Preparation begins as she signals readiness to proceed with their plan. Both sit together reviewing crucial information, focusing on future threats. Details of a prophecy emerge, describing a concealed enemy and sealed power. Impending destruction becomes evident, marking the start of their next mission. Inside the inn, the girl explains the origin of the coming invasion. She outlines how tribes unite under that influence, describing it as a key event within the main scenario. Doubt arises as the boy questions intervention, realizing the difficulty of stopping such a large-scale event, considering a more careful approach instead of direct interference. Cards scatter across the scene as he forms a strategy to resist the corrupted tribe indirectly, focusing on uncorrupted forces that could oppose the threat. Memories of a past incident appear, showing how earlier actions had already altered the original storyline. A burning village illustrates the consequences of those changes, emphasizing how events shifted drastically. Returning to the present, both acknowledge that the future is no longer fixed. Urgency rises as the girl proposes rescuing a key figure tied to future events. A chained prisoner is revealed, showing the harsh condition of the person they must save. Danger becomes clear as the target remains imprisoned before turning hostile in the future. The pair moves into the city, preparing to act while blending into the surroundings. Information surfaces that the target is currently controlled by a slave trader. A surprising plan emerges as they decide to resolve the situation through purchase instead of force. Plan forms as both consider disguising themselves and targeting the auction house tied to the slave merchant. Concerns arise about the risks, especially with powerful authorities present in the city. Despite hesitation, the boy remains focused, signaling determination to proceed with the plan. He moves closer and lowers his voice, emphasizing the need for caution to avoid drawing attention. Their gaze follows suspicious individuals moving through the street. Guards escort people into a restricted building, confirming the location of their target. A covert exchange occurs as the boy secretly hands something over. The girl recalls how chaos once allowed the target to escape. Realizing the same opportunity may return, he decides to rely on that upcoming disruption, choosing timing over direct confrontation. They prepare by acquiring items for disguise, blending into the busy marketplace without suspicion. Confusion appears on the girl's face as she questions the unusual preparation. Without revealing details, He leads the way forward, indicating the plan will unfold at the destination. Stacks of chips fill the table while several players sit in concentration, emphasizing the uncertainty and fast pace of the casino games. A woman walks into the hall as people gather around, while a man observes her arrival with clear interest. Suddenly, the man is struck as the woman reacts strongly, revealing her anger toward his actions. Holding his cheek, he attempts to explain himself, yet her expression shows continued frustration and disbelief. Despite her reaction, he continues insisting on his plan, displaying confidence in his decisions. While walking together, he tries to reassure her, suggesting that everything is under control. Confidence shows as he claims experience in gambling, presenting himself as capable and skilled. Silence follows as she stares at him, clearly doubtful about his bold statements. Outside the casino, evening settles as she appears relaxed, contrasting his serious and thoughtful mood. Thoughts begin to surface as he reflects on his unusual situation and recent experiences. A sense of realization forms, leaving him both surprised and focused on what lies ahead. At the table, he plays blackjack with precision, carefully placing cards while chips increase, confirming that his winnings have reached a significant amount. With the reward in hand, he evaluates its worth, understanding the outcome of his calculated strategy. A man observes the game with a confident expression, analyzing patterns and recalling his knowledge of probability. His thoughts suggest caution as he considers how success might attract unwanted attention in the casino. Nearby players react with surprise as a woman continues winning, surrounded by shining chips as her streak of victories becomes undeniable. Spectators gather closer, impressed by her repeated success and unusual consistency in the game. Outside later, the man questions her ability, clearly puzzled by how she achieved such results. She explains her choices calmly, relying on instinct rather than calculated reasoning. Her method appears simple, yet it challenges his understanding of logic and strategy. Walking together, he looks unsettled while she remains cheerful, unaffected by the situation. Their conversation shifts as he calls her name, signaling concern about her reckless behavior. She listens while he warns about the dangers of gambling and the risks involved. Despite his warning, her confidence remains steady as they continue through the quiet street. Envelope appears in her hand, representing a new opportunity gained from their success. They move forward with purpose, planning their next steps while discussing future advantages. As night deepens, the man reflects alone, realizing the situation is far from ordinary and requires careful thought. Analyzing reports about two individuals who escaped despite heavy pursuit, information suggests they avoided detection, causing concern about how they managed to evade organized forces. A decision is made as a hand moves firmly, signaling that action will be taken against them soon. While plans begin forming to respond to the situation carefully. Looking outside, the noble considers alternative methods, deciding that a direct approach may not be effective. He proposes sending someone suitable, focusing on strategy rather than force to resolve the issue. A name is mentioned, causing a brief reaction as the choice carries significance within the current situation. Details about her location and condition are reviewed, suggesting she has returned and may take action personally. The noble reflects on her personality, recognizing both her concern and determination in handling problems, showing familiarity and a past connection that influences his thoughts. Elsewhere, a young woman sits quietly, appearing composed yet focused on something important. The scene shifts outward as a quiet resolve forms, indicating that future events will soon unfold. Under a clear sky, a grand estate comes into view as the destination is confirmed and the investigation begins. Nearby, two men discuss the situation, noting the presence of many skilled mages soon after. The young noble is addressed while a maid approaches and hands over an item. With calm precision, the maid presents medicinal items and explains their functions for the upcoming journey. The young noble listens while her concern for his condition becomes evident. Before she can go further, he stops her, stressing the urgency, and she quickly apologizes and regains composure. At that moment, the item is accepted, signaling that preparations are complete. Without delay, he mounts his horse and announces his intent to return after finishing the task. Behind him, those remaining watch silently, expressing concern through their farewell. Upon arrival, the estate's grand entrance stands before him as he takes in the surroundings. Not far away, a familiar figure catches his attention, hinting at an unexpected encounter. Their acknowledgement reveals a prior connection linked to the estate. During their brief exchange, the situation becomes clearer through their interaction. From the side, another individual approaches, indicating a new turn in the mission. The newcomer joins the search, establishing cooperation for what lies ahead. At the estate entrance, The young noble reacts with surprise upon recognizing a familiar figure standing nearby. The blonde noble approaches and explains his recent return, revealing he left his duties for a specific purpose. Both acknowledge the timing of their meeting and shift focus toward the task ahead. Soon, a guide offers to lead the way, claiming familiarity with the area and taking initiative. Without waiting, she mounts her horse and challenges the young noble to keep pace. In an instant, she speeds ahead, leaving him startled as he realizes the urgency of following. From a distance, the blonde noble watches them depart, remaining behind with a thoughtful expression. He reflects on concerns about another matter, but chooses not to delay the current opportunity. As time passes, the scene transitions toward evening, marking a shift to a new location. Inside an auction house, a host explains the rules regarding displayed items and bidding procedures. The host excuses herself, leaving the guests to observe freely. Two masked attendees stand together, preparing to examine the items with quiet anticipation. They discuss their expectations, sensing that something significant might be found among the items. Moving forward, they notice a display glowing faintly, suggesting the presence of rare artifacts. Powerful items are revealed, hinting at their importance in the unfolding events. Two masked figures examine an item closely, treating it as valuable despite its modest appearance. A note attached to the object is reviewed, revealing it was recovered from ancient ruins but lacks clear identification. After checking the bid sheet, they realize the current highest offer is low. Quickly reacting, both decide to place a bid immediately, taking advantage of the lack of competition. Relief follows as the bid is submitted without interference, confirming their advantage in the auction. They recognize the discovery as a rare opportunity, understanding its potential importance. Soon after, they leave the display area and move through the hall, searching for additional valuable items. While walking, they realize an important detail about the event has been forgotten, shifting their focus. Their movement continues toward another section, where a new choice awaits beyond the main hall. Inside a quieter area, a group observes a restrained individual, indicating a different kind of item on display. Attention is drawn to her unusual features, marking her as significant compared to others present. It becomes clear, she is dangerous yet controlled, hinting at future complications. A restrained hand tightens subtly, revealing unease as the situation begins to unfold in a narrow corridor. Standing across from the merchant, the masked noble evaluates him carefully while presenting a composed request. Suspicion rises within the merchant, who begins to sense that the visitor's intentions may not be simple. The merchant attempts to justify the secrecy surrounding his dealings and hidden inventory, though his attention sharpens as he quietly analyzes the inconsistencies, suggesting that the operation conceals more than it reveals. Deeper underground, dim corridors open into a concealed marketplace filled with tension and silence. With controlled steps, the noblewoman advances while suppressing discomfort caused by the unsettling environment. Echoing chains and restrained figures confirm the grim reality of the trade hidden below. Careful observation replaces curiosity as unease grows within the noble upon witnessing the scene. Around them, wealthy patrons treat the situation lightly, exposing their indifference toward suffering. This behavior reinforces his suspicion, strengthening his intent to uncover the truth behind it. While walking forward, a sudden resistance interrupts the noblewoman's steady movement. Unseen force tugs at her hair, revealing interference from something hidden nearby. Regaining balance, she recognizes the pain as unnatural, signaling a concealed danger ahead. The masked noble listens as a quiet plea is directed toward him. After a brief pause, he lowers his gaze, signaling a decision formed with calm certainty. His hand moves to the noblewoman's hair, gently adjusting it as if removing the hidden disturbance. Guiding her forward, he maintains a composed posture while masking concern beneath controlled actions. Once outside, the night air contrasts the tension, offering a moment of relief after leaving the underground. The noble checks on her condition indirectly, ensuring stability before continuing their plans. Rests on a bed, recovering from exhaustion caused by earlier restraints. Nearby, the noble organizes his thoughts, shifting focus toward future objectives. At the table, both begin outlining a strategy, considering alliances that could support their next move. Uncertainty appears as the woman questions the direction, showing hesitation toward the proposed plan. Her reaction sharpens when she senses hidden intentions behind his calm explanation. Despite doubt, he proceeds, presenting a method that relies on deception rather than force. A magical script is introduced, its unfamiliar symbols, creating confusion for both observers. Moments later, faint energy gathers around the resting figure, reacting to the ritual's activation. Her eyes open suddenly, signaling the awakening triggered by the invoked power. A surge of wind bursts outward as the blue-haired girl awakens, her body reacting violently to the sudden release of power. She lifts her head in confusion while sensing unfamiliar energy surrounding her. A calm voice echoes through the mist, easing her panic while drawing her attention forward, surrounded by a glowing circle that fills the space with overwhelming presence. The entity reveals its identity as a guardian, establishing authority while observing the girl's fragile state. Shock spreads across her face as she realizes the magnitude of the being before her. The girl learns of a growing crisis threatening both land and sea. Confusion deepens as she tries to understand her role, questioning what actions she must take. The guardian shifts focus, directing her attention toward the humans who summoned her. Visions appear, showing two individuals tied to her fate, presented as essential allies. Hesitation lingers as she doubts the idea of trusting unfamiliar humans. Despite uncertainty, the message urges cooperation to overcome the looming disaster. Energy fades as exhaustion overtakes her, causing her body to weaken after the encounter. She collapses onto the floor, the overwhelming experience draining her remaining strength. Outside the fading mist, the observers witness the aftermath, realizing the ritual has succeeded. A blue-haired elf slowly regains awareness, her vision blurred as she senses an unfamiliar environment. Faint light enters her sight, revealing two figures nearby while her confusion deepens. Sudden tension takes over, causing her to react sharply as instinct overrides understanding. Gradually, her breathing steadies and fragments of memory begin to return. Around her, the simple interior becomes clearer, while the strangers remain cautious yet calm. Their presence feels less threatening as reassurance begins to ease her guarded stance. Memories of isolation resurface, bringing back the weight of her long loneliness. Her expression softens, revealing fatigue and emotional strain beneath her earlier alertness. Nearby, the red-haired girl watches carefully, noticing the shift in her condition. Without hesitation, the red-haired girl moves forward and pulls her into an embrace. At first, her body stiffens, but the warmth gradually breaks through her resistance. That brief contact changes the atmosphere, forming a quiet sense of connection. Meanwhile, the young man leaves the room, allowing space for the moment to settle. Walking through the building, his focus shifts to organizing the next steps. Soon after, his attention fixes on a nearby object, hinting at plans that will shape what comes next. Inside, a quiet room, the atmosphere feels calm as lingering thoughts reflect on recent events. The elf sits at a table, eating while recalling a familiar place tied to her past. Across from her, the others listen closely, their attention focused on understanding her situation. All three gather around the table, their interaction becoming more relaxed as trust builds. Curiosity arises as they reflect on how quickly their relationship has changed. The young man shifts the topic, steering the conversation toward their next destination. Energy returns as the girls react eagerly, preparing to move forward without delay. The young man takes control of the plan, organizing their journey with confidence. Despite his composure, he briefly hesitates, considering how quickly things have developed. Later, he stands alone, checking his readiness while calling out to the others. The two girls appear prepared, carrying what they need as they gather near the entrance. A small moment of concern appears as they ensure each other is ready for the journey. Attention shifts to appearance as the red-haired girl adjusts something carefully. Memories surface, recalling how similar actions once appeared in a different context. With careful hands, she ties the elf's hair, marking a quiet step toward companionship. The red-haired girl finishes adjusting the elf's appearance, carefully arranging her hair as the elf sits still. A slight reaction appears from the elf as she notices the change. Relief follows as she accepts the result, her posture easing, while a sense of comfort replaces hesitation. With preparations complete, the group leaves the building and moves onto a forest path. The young man kneels to examine the ground, studying traces left behind with focused attention. Nearby, another figure listens as he analyzes the direction of movement, pointing out details of the trail. The blonde girl reflects on the situation, considering the unusual pattern suggested by the evidence. A map is revealed, and a hand traces possible routes while narrowing down the likely path. Conclusion forms as the direction becomes clear, though uncertainty about the destination remains. The blonde girl recalls past behavior, comparing it with the current situation to find inconsistencies. Realization begins to surface, connecting scattered clues into a more serious possibility. The young man's expression changes as the implication becomes clear, suggesting a dangerous turn in events. Uter studies the border area with a composed expression, carefully examining whether something unusual has occurred. A troubling thought crosses his mind as he considers the chance that someone may have been taken by force. He still suspects external involvement, possibly linked to demons or hidden enemies. Cordelia shows a brief reaction, processing his reasoning while maintaining her usual calm demeanor. He explains that his idea remains uncertain, yet it cannot be ignored given the circumstances. Without delay, both decide to act, moving quickly toward the direction that might reveal answers. Snow falls heavily as a narration reveals the long history of the weakening defensive wall. Repeated damage and incomplete repairs are described. These accumulated failures eventually created dangerous gaps that enemies could use to infiltrate. Riding through the snowy path, Yuder continues analyzing where intruders may have crossed the wall. Despite the worsening storm, they push forward, determined to gather any useful clues. Visibility drops further, forcing them to consider finding shelter before conditions become worse. Cordelia struggles slightly to stay steady on the horse, but continues moving with determination. Attention shifts toward a nearby cave, which appears to offer temporary safety from the storm. They adjust their plan and head toward the cave, remaining alert as they proceed. Snow blows across the cave entrance as the group settles inside, marking a pause after a long and difficult journey. Cordelia crouches near the wall, noting how harsh the route and weather have become as they move further north. Yuder confirms their progress and evaluates their direction toward the valley, ensuring they remain on the correct path. Concern arises briefly as Yuder checks on Cordelia's condition, while also noticing a detail about another companion. His attention shifts to the silver-haired girl, recognizing her appearance as something significant from past knowledge. A realization forms as he connects her to a known figure, confirming her identity with quiet certainty. Inside the cave, the group regathers as Yuder prepares to ask something important. Cordelia reacts strongly to something unusual in the surroundings, drawing attention to a hidden presence. With the group trying to understand what exactly has been discovered, Cordelia struggles internally, attempting to explain her words while appearing flustered under the others' attention. She simplifies her explanation, presenting it as a basic expression rather than something deeper. The group listens as the situation calms slightly, though uncertainty still lingers in the air, allowing the conversation to move forward without further confusion. The silver-haired girl expresses relief and gratitude, acknowledging that she can now return safely. Cordelia becomes emotional, overwhelmed as the moment settles, while the group prepares for what comes next. Snow covers the steep terrain as the group advances, showing how exhausting the journey has become in the deep wilderness, slowing their movement and making travel increasingly difficult without clear paths. They recall releasing the horses earlier, realizing it was necessary to continue through the harsh landscape, encouraging steady movement as the terrain gradually improves. Yuder and Cordelia follow closely, maintaining focus while adapting to the conditions. Cordelia begins reflecting on their rapid growth, sensing that events are unfolding faster than expected, analyzing possibilities based on their current progress and past knowledge. Cordelia shares a growing unease, describing a strange feeling that suggests danger nearby, as if something unseen is targeting them from behind. A realization forms about her enhanced intuition, revealing that her abilities have evolved into something more powerful. This heightened sense confirms that the warning is real, not imagined, signaling imminent danger. Unable to ignore it, she urges immediate action as the group prepares to respond, sensing pursuit and alerting the others to something approaching from behind. Though nothing is visible at first, the group continues forward cautiously, aware of the hidden threat. Moments later, wolves emerge from the snowy distance, confirming they are being hunted. Snow scatters beneath their feet as the three rush forward, urgency driving their movement through the forest. A sudden shift in the surroundings causes one of them to hesitate, sensing danger approaching, turning back. The red-haired girl notices something off, prompting the others to react quickly. In the distance, a massive dark figure looms, its presence heavy and threatening soon after. Several hellhounds appear, spreading across the path and closing in. Realization strikes as she concludes the creatures were deliberately summoned. Without delay, she advances toward the threat, taking control of the situation. At the same time, the male lead secures the silver-haired girl, shielding her from harm. A surge of wind carries them forward, creating distance while she remains behind. With precise force, she releases a powerful attack that overwhelms the charging beasts. Meanwhile, the others continue retreating, witnessing her strength from afar. Careful observation leads the male lead to suspect something beyond the obvious attack. Above them, a black crow quietly watches, tracking their movements. Suspicion deepens as he senses a hidden force among the enemies. Then the crow takes flight, suggesting an unseen controller guiding the assault. A faint smile appears on the red-haired girl as she senses another presence hidden nearby. The male lead reacts sharply, calling her attention as he notices movement in the distance. Her gaze shifts upward, recognizing a black crow watching from above, confirming suspicion. While retreating, the male lead carries the silver-haired girl, maintaining speed despite danger. Above them, numerous crows gather, filling the sky and blocking any clear path forward. Realization spreads as the silver-haired girl notices the ground disappearing ahead. The red-haired girl prepares herself, aligning her movement with the male lead's plan. Without hesitation, they leap forward together, committing to a risky escape route. Dark wings surround them mid-air as the swarm of crows closes in rapidly. Feathers scatter through the air as the flock disperses, leaving the cliffside exposed. Moments later, the group regains footing, confirming the immediate threat has vanished. The red-haired girl draws attention forward, signaling something important ahead. Silence returns to the snowy plains as a lone figure stands waiting in front of them. The male lead steps forward cautiously, recognizing the identity of the mysterious man. Understanding settles in as he realizes the enemy behind the summoning has finally appeared. Ancient knowledge is revealed as the white-haired man is introduced as a legendary swordsman tied to demonic power. His title, Ghostblade, is emphasized, marking him as a dangerous and influential figure. She lead acknowledges him respectfully, recognizing both status and threat. The silver-haired girl observes quietly, trying to understand his unusual presence. Meanwhile, the male lead identifies him as a high-ranking enemy connected to a powerful faction. A brief exchange clarifies that their paths crossed due to the same divine revelation. New information surfaces as the connection between the divine message and demonic influence becomes clearer. The white-haired man considers assisting them, showing interest in their destination. However, the male lead proposes separating, anticipating future complications. Strategic reasoning unfolds, as he explains that moving together would attract stronger enemies. The white-haired man evaluates the plan, acknowledging its effectiveness. An agreement forms as both sides accept the risk and responsibilities. The two sides prepare to act independently, trusting each other's capabilities. A faint smile appears on the white-haired man, reminded of someone familiar. With the plan set, he agrees to proceed while raising a final question. While traveling near the Rocky Mountain, Landius questioned Jude Bayer about consuming the powerful sunflower herb earlier. After hearing the question, Jude and Cordelia Chase realized the man understood the strange energy hidden inside Jude's body. Although confused by the explanation, Cordelia listened while Jude quietly observed the mysterious figure before them. Landius explained that Jude's body had not fully assimilated the enormous power gained from the sunflower herb. According to his analysis, the energy remained unstable because the absorbed power far exceeded what Jude's body could currently control. As the explanation continued, blue energy surrounded Jude's body, while the remaining power stayed sealed deep within him. The stranger warned that forcing the energy awake too early could create dangerous complications during battle. Despite the risk, he explained that intense combat could even newly trigger the complete awakening of Jude's hidden abilities. Hearing the warning, Cordelia became worried while Jude considered the dangers connected to the unstable power inside him. After hearing the warning about his unstable power, Jude Bayer accepted the risks connected to the sunflower herb's energy. Standing beside him, Cordelia Chase became concerned after realizing the burden Jude had been carrying throughout their journey. Landius decided to help after understanding that Jude intended to continue fighting despite the danger. Without hesitation, Jude declared that he did not regret obtaining the powerful energy hidden inside his body. Cordelia felt relieved after hearing that the mysterious stranger possessed a method capable of stabilizing Jude's condition. Although the process would not solve everything, the man explained that it could reduce future complications. Landius explained the heavenly martial body could help Jude control the sunflower herb, though the method would not work. Surprised by the proposal, Jude and Cordelia reacted in the snowy mountains, never expecting Landius to suggest such a solution. Jude wondered why Chimera allowed this arrangement, since the unusual offer felt too important to ignore. Calmly, Landius revealed the heavenly martial body could balance unstable energy and had healed impossible injuries in the original story. Cordelia understood Chimera's decision after hearing the explanation and realized the proposal perfectly suited Jude's dangerous condition. Landius added that refusing to use such rare abilities would only waste their potential, making the situation more convincing. According to Landius, Jude already possessed enough power to strengthen himself once the unstable energy inside him stabilized. After listening carefully, Jude understood the proposal's importance, and Landius left the final decision entirely to him. Cordelia watched Jude while waiting for his decision as silence surrounded the snowy mountain. Without hesitation, Jude accepted the responsibility before him, and Landius immediately prepared to begin the treatment. A strange force spread through Jude's body as the process began, and the unstable energy reacted violently inside him. Sharp pain overwhelmed Jude while the mountain echoed, yet he still refused to lose consciousness. Nearby, Cordelia observed the dangerous process, while snow fell around the mountain and worry filled her expression. Realizing the treatment had begun, Cordelia understood there was no turning back because the situation had become too serious. Dark and bright energy clashed around Jude during stabilization, proving how dangerous the sunflower herb truly was. Dark energy spread across battlefield while Chimera stood beneath flying crows. Her appearance revealed connection to nearby demon activity. After recognizing her presence, white-haired swordsman accused Chimera of using demons for her plans. Purple magic surrounded area as power grew. Without hesitation, Chimera released violent dark energy toward the battlefield. The corrupted force rapidly spread through the forest and sky. Sharp attacks filled the air as Chimera continued controlling, overwhelming demonic power around her. The battlefield became chaotic and unstable. Although heavily outnumbered by dark energy, the white-haired swordsman remained calm during the attack. His focus never left Chimera. Chimera confidently believed nobody could stop her anymore, because previous attacks had already failed. Her expression showed complete confidence in strength. Suddenly the white-haired swordsman descended from above while holding a glowing sword. His appearance interrupted Chimera's movements. Calm determination appeared on his face as he prepared to finish the battle personally. Chimera stared at him with visible anger. Dark energy gathered around Chimera again, while she threatened retaliation against everyone opposing her. The surrounding area trembled under her power. Even after Chimera's threats, the white-haired swordsman showed no fear during confrontation. His attention remained fixed on ending the battle. Meanwhile, Chimera's corrupted power continued spreading throughout the battlefield. Her unstable emotions made the situation more dangerous. Intense clash between holy and demonic power filled the area as both sides prepared for final confrontation. Snow scattered beneath Cordelia's boots as she rushed through the forest after sensing a surge of energy once again. While moving forward, Cordelia realized her abilities had become sharper, as pressure suggested Jude's awakening affected nearby increasingly intense. Without slowing down, she focused entirely on reaching Jude before another dangerous enemy appeared within the forest. Across battlefield, Jude calmly examined corpses of monsters scattered across snowy road while testing his transformed body. As mana circulated through him, his senses expanded to detect movements hidden deep within the trees. Moments later, Jude identified a pack of hellhounds approaching from distance and rushed to intercept them first. Blue energy exploded across snow as Jude charged directly into monsters and overwhelmed them with rapid sword strikes. Although hellhounds attacked together from multiple directions, none managed to keep up with his speed or precision. After finally arriving, Cordelia watched in disbelief as Jude destroyed enemies almost effortlessly on the snowy battlefield. Memories of Jude collapsing earlier crossed Cordelia's mind, making his current condition harder for her to understand. A small smile appeared on her face after noticing how calm and confident he looked while walking through battlefield. Rather than questioning him further, Cordelia followed behind, acknowledging he had become far stronger than before. Blue magic burst across battlefield as Jude wiped out monsters before they could escape into forest, leaving Yuta shocked. Seeing danger had passed, Cordelia warned Yuta not to overexert herself because they were already close to the border. Despite trying to keep up with the group, Yuta blamed herself for becoming a burden during their escape. From behind, Yuta watched Cordelia run ahead while guilt and exhaustion weighed her down, each step through the snow becoming heavier than before. Without wasting time, Jude gathered everyone after spotting the border wall rising in the distance ahead of them. Although Cordelia wanted to help Yuta cross immediately, she hesitated after seeing how completely drained the elf had become. Concern filled Cordelia's expression as she realized Yuta lacked the strength needed to climb over the border wall alone. Instead of panicking, Jude reminded Cordelia about the rope equipment they had prepared earlier for emergency crossings. The explanation surprised Cordelia, who understood the full escape plan Jude intended to use for safety. After supporting Yuta, Cordelia secured the rope while Jude prepared the mechanism placed near the border wall. A powerful burst launched the group high into the air, carrying them over the border in one coordinated movement. Behind them, the dangerous forest faded away as the group escaped into safety together. Cold wind swept across the snowy border as they landed, and Yuta immediately collapsed from exhaustion. After checking their surroundings, Cordelia told Crimson Wind to rest while Jude confirmed the pursuit had ended. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Yuta could barely remain conscious after forcing herself through the harsh journey. A playful grin appeared on Jude's face when Cordelia asked how they crossed so quickly, joking he carried them over. Embarrassment spread across Cordelia's face as she realized how close she had been to Jude during the escape. Ignoring her reaction, Jude explained that the strange distortion enhancing his strength had disappeared after the battle. While listening nearby, Yuta compared her weakness to the overwhelming power shown by Jude and Cordelia during the battle. The painful difference in ability made her realize how helpless she had been in the earlier fighting against the forest threats. Filled with guilt, Yuta apologized for becoming a burden after being captured and unable to escape on her own. Cordelia immediately stopped her, reminding Yuta that surviving the forest alone had already been an achievement in itself. Kneeling beside her, Jude explained that the Great Tempest was the source behind her unusual growth and talent. Confusion filled Yuta's face as she began to understand her connection to the mysterious power known as the Great Tempest. Jude confidently said Crimson Wind had the potential to become a strong spirit warrior, and Cordelia supported him to encourage her. Hearing this, Yuta hesitated, embarrassed and uncertain about the expectations suddenly placed upon her. Still, the reassurance from both of them eased the fear she had carried since the battle. Regaining confidence, Yuta declared she would keep training until she reached their level someday. The atmosphere relaxed as the group discussed their remaining journey toward the tribe's territory before nightfall arrived. Leading once again, Crimson Wind guided Jude and Cordelia deeper into the snowy mountains ahead. While following, Cordelia quietly questioned whether Jude had exaggerated the Great Tempest story earlier. Jude replied that it was not false, since Yuta truly possessed extraordinary potential within her. Although still doubtful, Cordelia stopped arguing and hurried forward to catch up with Crimson Wind. As silence returned, Jude reflected on the powerful enemies they had faced near the border earlier that day. The memory of her surviving such danger convinced him her abilities were far beyond those of ordinary warriors. Far ahead on the snowy path, Yuta continued guiding them while quietly listening to their conversation behind her. After finishing patrol through snowy mountains, Jude Bayer entered Hidden Cave where Cordelia Chase waited beside small fire. Around the shelter, a magic alarm circle was already prepared by Cordelia to detect nearby threats during night. Nearby, Scarlet rested quietly under a blanket while the two companions reviewed strange events connected to Crimson Wind. During the discussion, Cordelia shared Sir Camael's warning about Canos, a demon capable of incomplete precognition abilities there. Carefully analyzing the situation, Jude realized the enemy had been adjusting their actions after partially predicting future events. Surprise appeared on Cordelia's face after Jude connected every suspicious movement surrounding the Great Gate incident there. Originally, the enemy focused on obtaining the Sunday Fire Bloom, located near the Great Gate area at first. Instead of continuing mission, the forces redirected their attention toward the dangerous wild lands without attracting suspicion. Understanding the hidden danger, Jude and Cordelia prepared themselves for whatever operation the enemy planned next ahead. While traveling near border, Jude Bayer realized the enemy continued following their group, despite leaving false trails earlier. After reviewing every possibility, he concluded Canos possessed incomplete precognition, allowing him to predict movements and locations. Cordelia Chase listened, as Jude explained Demon's ability was still imperfect and unable to predict exact outcomes. Silver-haired ally supported Jude's theory, explaining that Canos could only activate precognition occasionally, because the ability remained unstable. Hearing the explanation, Cordelia became impressed by how accurately Jude uncovered the truth behind the enemy pursuit there. Although enemy possessed dangerous abilities, Jude believed the wild lands remained outside the demon's complete control for now. Back inside the cave, the group decided to settle the problem with Canos after returning from mission. Beside the fire, Cordelia planned to create magical methods capable of disrupting the demon's precognition abilities in battles. As the night grew quieter, Jude suggested resting early, because the group needed to move quickly next morning. Inside Quiet Cave, Jude Bayer and others finally fell asleep after discussing enemies' plans throughout the night. Before resting, Cordelia Chase playfully teased Jude while wishing him pleasant dreams beside the campfire that night. During his sleep, Jude suddenly realized something strange and understood that the dream surrounding him felt real. Strong winds suddenly filled the cliffs while Jude carefully observed overwhelming presence surrounding wild lands there. A massive whale-like creature appeared in sky as Great Tempest demonstrated the power protecting the entire region. Seeing the enormous guardian shocked both Jude and Cordelia, especially after learning the true identity of Great Tempest. Without warning, Jude woke Cordelia after finding themselves standing in unfamiliar place filled winds and floating feathers there. A mysterious white-haired man called Great Tempest greeted the confused pair despite never hearing their names before. Hearing the stranger mention identities made Jude and Cordelia realize they had entered unusual situation connected powerful magic. Floating high above ground, Great Tempest formally introduced himself as Wild God guarding land and its people there. Although surprised by his appearance, Jude and Cordelia quickly tried to remain respectful before powerful being there. The atmosphere soon became calmer after Great Tempest accepted their reaction and continued speaking peacefully there in peace. Gentle waves of wind surrounded the area while Great Tempest quietly observed the two visitors from above. Without warning, powerful water erupted across the cliffs and startled Jude and Cordelia during the conversation. Even after witnessing the overwhelming display, the pair remained focused on their mission inside the dangerous wild lands. While sitting among cliffs, Great Tempest criticized manners of people from southern region after observing reactions from afar. Trying to remain respectful, Cordelia introduced herself, while Jude formally revealed his identity beside her at once. Satisfied by their response, Great Tempest finally acknowledged the pair and continued observing them with interest from above. Cordelia Chase sincerely apologized to Great Tempest for crossing the border and entering the wild lands without permission. After hearing her explanation, Great Tempest accepted pair must have carried important reason for risking dangerous journey there. A heavy pressure surrounded area as Great Tempest demanded the true purpose behind arrival in his territory. Powerful energy spread across the cliffs, while Jude Bayer carefully observed overwhelming aura surrounding Great Tempest there now. Despite the dangerous atmosphere, Jude remained calm and prepared himself to explain connection with fairies and crisis current, the pressure increasing until entire area felt unstable. Yet Jude refused to show fear before powerful guardian there. To gain Great Tempest's trust, Jude revealed an item received directly from the Fairy Queen during previous encounter. After examining object, Great Tempest listened as Jude explained danger threatening wild lands and Cordelia's connected soul there. Guardian then revealed Cordelia possessed soul of Great Witch, who once fought beside him long ago there. Great Tempest revealed that Cordelia Chase had inherited the power and soul of Great Witch from long ago. After hearing explanation, Jude Bayer explained that he and Cordelia crossed border because demon worshippers threatened wild lands. Dark energy surrounded vision of Great Witch, as Great Tempest warned about dangerous disease spreading through demon forces. The Great Tempest was surprised after hearing the Great Witch personally asked Jude and Cordelia to stop the spreading curse. Jude calmly admitted using the Great Tempest's name while rescuing Crimson Wind, showing respect toward the wild god. Realizing their mistake, Jude and Cordelia apologized for using the Great Tempest's authority without permission during the rescue. Although still serious, the Great Tempest allowed Cordelia to stand after hearing her apology, calming the heavy atmosphere. Curious about southern humans, the Great Tempest questioned why the wild lands were considered barbaric territories by outsiders. Embarrassed, Cordelia admitted the kingdom taught nobles unfair views about the wild lands, though her experiences changed those beliefs. Remembering Red Wind and Crimson Wind, Cordelia realized the wild lands contained ordinary people instead of dangerous savages. Cordelia admitted her previous opinions came from arrogant, narrow-minded teachings spread by the kingdom's nobles, surprising the Great Tempest. Satisfied by her sincerity, the Great Tempest forgave them for using his name, relieving Cordelia. Meanwhile, Jude reflected on suspicious magical disturbances surrounding the wild lands, deeply troubled by their strange similarities. After organizing his thoughts, Jude connected the magical traces to earlier incidents from the Twisty Forest. Cordelia urged everyone to leave before enemies discovered their location, and the group prepared to continue traveling following the Great Tempest's guidance. Jude noticed Cordelia's perspective toward the wild lands becoming understanding. The peaceful conversation between Cordelia and the Great Tempest reminded Jude of scenes from the original story. As the group moved forward, Jude stayed alert for nearby magical disturbances during their dangerous journey through the wild lands. Hearing about Redgale's curse, the Great Tempest became concerned about danger spreading across the wild lands. Jude explained the curse constantly exposed Redgale to Hell's cold energy, requiring the caster's defeat for removal. Listening quietly, the Great Tempest realized the curse's creator was likely connected to the chief's gathering. Despite the danger, Jude reassured the Great Tempest that the witch shared a temporary method, slowing the curse's progress. Hearing about the sacred item, the Great Tempest reacted curiously before Jude revealed the Sunday necklace beneath his coat. Jude explained the necklace produced warm energy capable of resisting the curse's freezing power and protecting Redgale temporarily. Although relieved, the Great Tempest realized the necklace needed remaining with Redgale constantly, creating another difficult decision. Jude admitted continuously using the necklace would slowly damage his body, though he still intended protecting Redgale. After hearing Jude's explanation, the Great Tempest understood the necklace's true value and felt deeply impressed. Troubled, the Great Tempest explained, The wind arrow was the tribe's only sacred treasure, naturally generating warm energy. Instead of retreating, Jude immediately requested another favor beyond borrowing the sacred item, surprising the wild god. Cordelia stepped beside Jude while the great tempest awaited their answer, causing the atmosphere to tense again. Sincerely, Jude requested permission for himself and Cordelia to become warriors serving the great tempest's tribe. Cordelia quietly stood beside Jude, awaiting the wild god's response, determined to protect the wild lands directly. Strong wind circled the area while the great tempest silently considered their request, preparing to change their journey again. After accepting them as warriors, the great tempest promised blessings protecting Jude and Cordelia throughout the wild lands. Jude listened calmly while the great tempest promised protective marks strengthening both warriors against dangerous environments. Before finishing, the great tempest warned Jude about future hardships, and Jude accepted the warning without hesitation. The great tempest revealed a sacred wind arrow hidden within the tribe's altar, capable of controlling wind energy. Cordelia felt impressed hearing the wind arrow's abilities while Jude realized the sacred item's future usefulness. Noticing Jude's expression, Cordelia suspected he planned giving away the Sunday necklace again, immediately embarrassing him. Although flustered, Jude denied Cordelia's assumption, while the Great Tempest watched their interaction with amusement. Soon afterward, the Great Tempest remembered another important tribal matter, and his expression became serious again, calling them his warriors. The Great Tempest prepared assigning Jude and Cordelia their first mission. The Great Tempest explained several warriors disappeared while investigating suspicious activity near the northern forest. According to him, even experienced hunters failed discovering the enemy hiding within the mysterious northern forest. Without hesitation, Jude and Cordelia accepted the dangerous mission, satisfying the Great Tempest with their determination. Morning sunlight slowly entered the cave as Jude Bayer and the others finally woke after meeting Great Tempest. Still feeling shocked by the experience, Cordelia Chase realized the strange encounter with the wild god had happened. While remembering the previous night, the group quietly reflected on overwhelming power and secrets connected to wild lands. A glowing mark suddenly appeared on Cordelia's body, causing excitement after receiving what she considered first tattoo there. Nearby Scarlet continued sleeping peacefully, while Cordelia carefully examined the symbol connected to the wild god's blessing there. Outside the cave, Jude calmly checked his own mark, while listening to Cordelia proudly talk about her blessing. The two compared their marks and noticed Jude possessed silver symbol, while Cordelia received golden one instead. Curious about the difference, Jude carefully analyzed the shapes and meanings behind blessings granted by Great Tempest. After thinking about the situation, Jude slowly realized might be an important reason. Cordelia's mark appeared different. Using his knowledge, Jude connected the markings to the relationship between Fairy Queen and Great Witch's power. Cordelia proudly revealed that her blessing carried a golden color because she inherited the Great Witch's soul there. Although surprised by explanation, Jude accepted truth while group prepared to continue journey through wild lands right now. After traveling through snowy mountains, Jude Bayer, Cordelia Chase, and Scarlet arrived at village Great Tempest tribe there. From cliffs above, group quietly observed enormous settlement filled with wooden houses, rivers, and defensive towers. Although Jude had seen large cities before, scale of hidden village inside wild lands surprised him greatly there. As the group approached the village gate, guards stopped them, questioning strangers standing outside the entrance near massive gate. Hearing a familiar voice, Blue Ripple rushed toward the gate after learning Crimson Wind had safely returned home with urgent news. Excitement spread quickly through the area as villagers reacted with relief after Crimson Wind finally came back within the village. Blue Ripple tightly embraced Crimson Wind while others watched emotional reunion near village entrance right now. During conversation, Crimson Wind explained that Jude and Cordelia helped rescue her from danger during journey along the way. Several villagers became shocked hearing outsiders from southern region entered wild lands to save her, immediately spreading. Later, Blue Ripple introduced Jude and Cordelia to another tribe member while thanking them for protection in front. Although language barrier caused confusion, villagers realized two humans carried no hostile intentions at first glance. Watching peaceful interaction, Jude and Cordelia felt relieved seeing situation develop better than expected in that moment. After entering village, Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase were welcomed as honored guests from southern region from distant lands. Villagers believed arrival of outsiders matched important revelation connected to future of wildlands right now. Standing before settlement, Jude and Cordelia listened, while tribe introduced them as new warriors in silence. Inside tribe chief house, a loud scream echoed as a large man rushed forward dramatically in panic. Injured warrior apologized repeatedly to Crimson Wind for failing to protect her during border attack, deeply ashamed. Despite heavy wounds, tribe chief still possessed overwhelming strength. surprising both Jude and Cordelia at once. Watching the chief closely, Jude realized the man's condition looked far healthier than expected, despite supposedly being injured. During the conversation, the chief expressed gratitude toward Jude and Cordelia for rescuing Crimson Wind and bringing her home safely today. While observing the family resemblance between the two, Jude noticed how similar the tribe chief looked to Crimson Wind right now. Inside the tribe chief's house, Jude Bayer calmly explained the true nature of the curse, affecting Crimson Wind's father and the wild lands within the sacred healing chamber. According to Jude's analysis, demon worshippers spread the curse to corrupt both the body and mind of their victims over time, and beyond ancient forgotten time. After hearing the explanation, the tribe chief finally understood that the divine object connected to Solar protected him from the curse's growth. Cordelia Chase assured the tribe chief that the sacred item could be returned after the illness completely disappeared. The chief became impressed after realizing outsiders from the Southern Kingdom possessed deep knowledge about the history of Great Tempest. Despite their urgent mission, the tribe welcomed Jude and Cordelia and invited them to remain in the village temporarily. While resting inside the building, Jude reflected on the long conflict between the Southern Kingdoms and the Wild Lands tribes. While analyzing regional political tensions further, he realized many powerful figures desired control over the future ruler of the Wild Lands across multiple hidden power factions. Now understanding the dangerous political situation, Jude became determined to protect Crimson Gale from those hidden threats while preparing for coming conflict ahead. During a peaceful night inside the village, Cordelia Chase wrote notes while watching stars through the window. Elsewhere in the village, Crimson Gale hosted a banquet to welcome visitors who helped protect the wild lands. Villagers, warriors, and guests gathered, allowing Jude Bayer and Cordelia to experience the tribe's warm hospitality together. Later that evening, Cordelia finished organizing her journal while Jude prepared their belongings for the journey ahead. After confirming everything was ready, the two decided to rest early because they planned to leave soon. The quiet room gradually became peaceful as Jude and Cordelia lay beside each other, under the same blanket. While trying to sleep, Jude became aware of how close Cordelia rested beside him throughout the night. Although he attempted to remain calm, Jude struggled to ignore awkward situation created by sharing the same bed. Eventually exhaustion overcame his thoughts and the room finally grew silent as both companions slowly fell asleep there. After preparing to leave, Jude and Cordelia walked through snowy streets. Tribe members gathered seeing them off there. Crimson Wind explained weather in Wild Lands had become calmer compared to dangerous storms of earlier days now. Before departure, Cordelia promised she and Jude would return after safely escorting Crimson Gale back in future again. While saying goodbye, Crimson Wind encouraged Cordelia to continue training both elemental magic and archery techniques skills there. Villagers wished Jude and Cordelia a safe journey as pair prepared to leave Great Tempest tribe behind there. With a final farewell, the two travelers departed from the village entrance and continued moving towards snowy mountains. Far away from the village, silence quickly surrounded the road as Jude and Cordelia crossed the quiet winter forest together. Remembering the previous banquet, Cordelia reflected on kindness shown by the tribe during their stay in Wild Lands again. As they continued journey, Jude realized untouched snowfields proved some parts of Wild Lands remained peaceful today. Walking through snowy forest, Cordelia Chase imagined traveling with Jude Bayer. After finishing their mission together, Jude noticed Cordelia's unusually cheerful behavior and quietly observed her playful reactions during the conversation. After teasing Jude, Cordelia became satisfied when his embarrassed response revealed he could not deny her words. Soon the pair focused on mission given by Great Tempest concerning strange phenomena spreading through Wild Lands. Great Tempest guided the two toward Rocky Sanctuary where communication with spirits and messengers had stopped there. As Jude analyzed situation, he concluded demon worshippers were likely connected to sinister energy nearby there. Great Tempest guided Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase toward distorted Rocky Mountain where abnormal energy affected Sanctuary now. According to Great Tempest, several tree messengers disappeared after investigating dangerous area surrounding Sanctuary there. Realizing situation had become more serious than expected, Jude and Cordelia prepared before entering corrupted region now. Great Tempest guided Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase toward distorted Rocky Mountain where abnormal energy began affecting Sanctuary there. After explaining the danger, Great Tempest assigned the pair their first official mission inside the Wild Lands. Standing before corrupted area, Jude and Cordelia prepared themselves before investigating mountain covered in silence. Now while traveling through the snow, Cordelia recalled that none of the tribe members sent to investigate the mountain had returned safely. Jude realized the demons likely established a hidden base inside the distorted region long before anyone noticed the threat. Because of their contribution to the tribe, Great Tempest, allowed the pair to freely access the village storage and sacred equipment. Inside the storage, Cordelia became excited after discovering rare divine weapons connected to the power of Solar and the Wind God. Jude immediately recognized the weapons as special, one-time items capable of displaying overwhelming strength during critical situations. After hearing the equipment came from collapsed ruins, Jude became curious about the hidden history connected to the wild lands. As they continued discussing the ruins, Jude realized the village secretly possessed treasures unknown even within the original game story. Cordelia became confused after seeing Jude suddenly react to the mention of ancient ruins hidden in the snowy mountains. Remembering forgotten game knowledge, Jude concluded that the ruins likely concealed one of Solar God's hidden secrets. Inside Snowy City, Weltfornia reports revealed Yuta Bayer and Cordelia Chase moved farther north beyond border region. Now, after confirming tracking magic results, nobles realized pair already traveled outside kingdom-monitored territory without permission at all. Lady Ardelia became alarmed, hearing two might have entered dangerous land of barbarity beyond northern borders region there. While discussing, Ardelia worried barbarians could kidnap southern nobles for political demands from neighboring states very soon now. Another noble explained northern barbarians were brutal invaders capable of far worse than hostage-taking acts. Indeed there. Remembering Cordelia's disappearance, Ardelia became terrified about dangers her sister faced beyond borderlands in unknown region now. Unable to remain calm, Ardelia decided travel north personally search for Cordelia, her missing sister, as soon possible there. Before departing, Knight warned crossing border without preparation would expose identity, create serious risks for her mission ahead. Ardelia agreed change clothes, prepare before leaving Kingdom City with hidden identity secured. While organizing supplies, group reviewed records, connected travelers merchants previously crossing northern border routes from ancient archives. Using old documents, they discovered information, weather conditions, mountain routes, dangerous snowstorms beyond kingdom lands in detail analysis. Determined rescue, Ardelia continued preparing difficult journey awaiting frozen northern region ahead, with strong determination now there. While preparing cross northern border, noble ally explained trusted candidates could guide hidden routes safely through secret paths. Far away snowy wild lands, Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase discussed mysterious ruins connected solar power ancient source. During journey, Jude realized ancient ruins likely contained secrets, even players never discovered original game world itself now. As they crossed the snowfields, Cordelia became excited after hearing Jude describe the hidden importance of Solar's forgotten ruins. According to Jude's knowledge, the ruins possibly concealed a legendary location capable of changing the future of the continent. After connecting the clues together, Jude concluded the hidden area remained undiscovered throughout the entire game storyline. While continuing their conversation, Cordelia became overwhelmed with excitement after hearing about hidden treasures. Strong winds unexpectedly began blowing across the mountains, interrupting the pair before they could continue speaking normally in the distance ahead. Now, the violent snowstorm quickly spread through the area and forced Jude and Cordelia to stop moving forward under harsh whiteout conditions there. As the blizzard intensified, Cordelia struggled to protect herself against the freezing wind surrounding the mountains. Without hesitation, Jude stepped forward and shielded Cordelia while blocking the harsh wind with his own body. Although embarrassed by the close distance, Cordelia accepted Jude's protection while the storm continued raging around them. A powerful blizzard continued surrounding Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase as the pair crossed the frozen forest together. While walking behind Jude, Cordelia smiled because she could clearly see his tail through the heavy snowstorm. After noticing her unusual behavior, Jude asked why Cordelia kept staring at him during their difficult journey. Trying to hide her embarrassment, Cordelia changed the topic while the two continued walking through deep snow. Soon, Jude sensed a strange presence hidden somewhere near the rocky mountain ahead of them. The pair quickly realized the mountain emitted unusual energy connected to abnormal phenomena spreading through the wild lands. After confirming destination, Jude and Cordelia continued climbing toward the top of Rocky Mountain. Although Cordelia was motivated at first, she became shocked seeing the mountain's enormous height. Standing below massive cliffs, the two travelers carefully prepared before starting the dangerous climb ahead. Realizing Rocky Mountain was too dangerous to climb directly, Jude Bayer searched for another safe route upward. Because demon worshippers could prepare ambushes along mountain paths, Jude avoided choosing the obvious upward route. Using special items from ruins, Jude quickly assembled a flying wooden platform for traveling through snowy cliffs. Before departing, Jude carefully tested the magic device, while Cordelia Chase prepared blankets and supplies for flight. Satisfied with results, the pair climbed onto floating platform and began traveling across mountain skies together. Although the journey became smoother, Jude quietly worried about their unstable situation while guiding the platform forward. As magic platform moved through snowstorm, Cordelia happily enjoyed ride while singing and joking beside Jude. Suddenly, Jude became embarrassed realizing his hairstyle looked almost identical to Crimson Gale's appearance. While the platform continued through the freezing wind, Cordelia laughed at the awkward similarity between the two men's looks. Snow covered the mountain path as two figures approached a hidden cave. Their mission brought them deep into enemy territory where hostile warriors guarded. Inside the cave, several tribe members gathered around the entrance. News spread quickly about approaching invaders, and curiosity mixed with confidence. The warriors mocked the small enemy force and assumed victory was certain. Their relaxed attitudes revealed arrogance, while the approaching threat remained largely underestimated by everyone. A powerful tribal leader sat among his followers while gripping a weapon firmly. His presence silenced the gathering, and attention shifted toward preparations for the coming battle. The leader expressed complete confidence in defeating any opponents who appeared. His reputation inspired loyalty, and his followers believed no force could challenge their authority. Impatience spread through the cave as waiting continued. The warriors expected another easy victory, treating the approaching enemies. Outside the cave, the infiltrators remained concealed among snowy trees. They observed enemy movements carefully while maintaining distance. Zone Guard complained about the delay and harsh weather. His frustration reflected weakening discipline, creating opportunities for hidden observers studying the stronghold from afar. From a high vantage point, the two infiltrators watched the cave entrance closely. Their surveillance continued quietly as they prepared the next stage of their operation. While observing the enemy stronghold from above, Cordelia noticed Jude's mana consumption increasing rapidly. Concern appeared on her face. Jude focused on controlling the magical platform, despite the strain. Cordelia studied the unusual mana expenditure carefully. Rather than offering a potion, Cordelia quietly moved closer behind him. Jude remained confused by her behavior. Unaware she had already chosen a completely different approach, Cordelia denied, feeling unwell, and insisted she was fine. Despite her explanation, nervous thoughts raced through her mind. As snow drifted around them, Cordelia reached toward Jude and told him to remain still. Her expression hardened with determination as she prepared to activate a special skill. Purple energy surged between them when mana drain activated. The skill transferred mana directly from Cordelia into Jude, causing both surprised. Jude immediately felt his depleted mana reserves recover. Relief replaced exhaustion as magical energy flowed through him, allowing the platform to continue moving. Cordelia laughed at Jude's reaction while maintaining the skill. Her teasing attitude contrasted sharply with his growing embarrassment as the transfer continued. Their flight carried on above the winter landscape while mana flowed steadily. Cordelia appeared entertained by the situation, whereas Jude endured the awkward experience in silence. Jude and Cordelia remained seated on the snowy summit. After their difficult flight, exhaustion lingered between them. Yet the mission continued as they recovered strength. Jude suggested resting briefly before moving again. The freezing environment tested their endurance, while the mountain peak stretched around them beneath cold winds. Cordelia complained about the lingering discomfort caused by her skill. Embarrassment mixed with frustration as she recalled the unusual method used to restore Jude's depleted mana. Jude handed Cordelia a potion and encouraged her to drink it. She accepted the bottle carefully while recovering from the strain caused by maintaining magical support. Cordelia explained that physical exhaustion was manageable, though the side effects remained unpleasant. Jude listened quietly, understanding that her condition resulted from helping him. After taking several drinks, Cordelia returned the potion and offered part of the remaining contents. Jude accepted gratefully, appreciating her willingness to share limited supplies. Jude examined the surroundings while drinking from the bottle. Reaching the summit marked important progress, but locating their objective remained the next challenge. He considered clues connected to the captured demon and the missing divine artifact. The scattered information suggested their target should still exist. Confidence returned as Jude relied on Cordelia's remarkable intuition. While she looked across, he believed her instincts could guide them. Cordelia focused her intuition toward a distant area and detected several hidden presences. Strange dark energy lingered beneath the snow, suggesting multiple enemies gathered. Jude studied the terrain and recognized the mountain's exposed landscape offered little cover. Reaching the suspicious location unnoticed required a faster method. He told Cordelia to climb onto his back, and she immediately agreed. Trusting each other completely, they prepared to approach the mysterious energy source together. Carrying Cordelia across his back again, Jude advanced through the snowfield. She continuously monitored the dark energy ahead, guiding their route while remaining alert for danger. Powerful winds swept across the mountain as they accelerated. Cordelia's expression gradually changed, suggesting she sensed something unusual hidden beneath the frozen landscape. Silence replaced their earlier confidence as the strange sensation intensified. Cordelia concentrated carefully, attempting to determine whether the hidden threat remained stationary or active. Cordelia suddenly warned Jude to stop. He halted immediately, and both noticed an unsettling presence emerging from somewhere beneath the snow-covered ground nearby. Looking around carefully, they searched for the source of the disturbance. The surrounding area appeared normal, yet an invisible corruption spread. Cracks of dark energy stretched through the ground below them. Jude recognized the signs of a demonic ritual, confirming hostile forces had already begun operating nearby. Jude examined the corrupted ground spreading across the snowy mountain. The ritual's influence seemed extensive, yet he doubted the enemy intended to corrupt an entire region. While considering possible targets, Jude suddenly sensed unfamiliar presences nearby. The atmosphere shifted instantly, causing both him and Cordelia to become alert. Hidden figures emerged and demanded that intruders reveal themselves. The unexpected confrontation interrupted their investigation, forcing Jude and Cordelia to face unknown observers. A small creature appeared and quickly denied any hostile intentions. Its nervous behavior contrasted with the threatening situation, creating confusion. The creature introduced itself as Fierce Avalanche and requested assistance. It explained that invaders had entered its territory and begged the newcomers to stop them. Rather than attacking, the tiny guardian expressed concern for its homeland. Its earnest plea surprised Jude and Cordelia, who had expected a far more dangerous encounter. Jude recognized the name Fierce Avalanche and compared the creature with old information. The being before him appeared completely different from the fearsome image. Realizing the creature showed no hostility, Jude relaxed slightly. Beside him, Cordelia observed the small guardian closely while reassessing her earlier expectations. Cordelia became fascinated by the guardian's adorable appearance. The tense atmosphere vanished briefly as she focused entirely on the unexpected charm. Fierce Avalanche panicked and warned that a terrible event was unfolding. Before anyone could react, a painful scream echoed through the mountain. Dark energy erupted across the snowy terrain with overwhelming force. Cordelia and Jude watched carefully as the disturbance spread, realizing the source was connected to something far larger. The Guardian revealed that its true body had been captured earlier. Its explanation transformed the situation, linking the spreading corruption directly to hostile forces operating. Through the ritual's energy, the Guardian showed visions of its imprisoned body. Enemy shamans surrounded the captive beast, using dark magic to exploit its immense power. The corrupted ritual intensified as crimson energy surged across the snowfield. The enemies continued their ceremony, unaware that observers had already discovered their location. Jude and Cordelia followed the vision until familiar figures appeared. Recognizing the warriors from earlier confirmed that the same tribe was responsible for the ongoing corruption. The captive guardian struggled violently against magical restraints. Every attempt to resist only fueled the ritual, causing dark energy to spread farther across the mountain. Observing from concealment, Jude identified a horned figure directing the ceremony. His knowledge immediately connected the mysterious leader to a dangerous enemy faction. The robed figure was revealed as the demon Yahello. With the enemy commander finally identified, Jude gained a clearer understanding of the threat before them. Suddenly, violent purple energy burst across the frozen sky as mysterious symbols appeared, revealing that the dragon vein had entered a dangerous and unstable state. Amid the fading waves of power, Jude and Cordelia regained their bearings within a snowy landscape after being swept into the disturbance. Recognizing that the abnormal phenomenon was connected to the dragon vein, the pair carefully assessed the situation and searched for the source of the problem before it could spread further. While crossing the icy terrain, they learned that the dragon vein contained a vast current of magical energy that supported the balance of the entire world. Far beneath the surface, a mysterious figure stood within streams of glowing power, steadily drawing energy into his body for an unknown objective. Through this revelation, the true scale of the threat became clear, as the stolen power possessed the potential to affect countless regions beyond the frozen land. Meanwhile, their small guardian admitted that maintaining the protective barrier had already consumed an enormous amount of strength. Elsewhere, the dark figure manipulated corrupted energy with remarkable precision, continuing to pressure the barrier without showing any sign of slowing down. Before long, cracks spread across the defense, as the relentless assault gradually weakened the structure that had protected the area. A devastating impact finally shattered the barrier, sending violent waves of dark energy racing across the frozen surroundings. Witnessing the collapse, Cordelia and the Guardian immediately understood that the situation had reached a critical point. Despite obvious exhaustion, the Guardian gathered the remaining strength available and attempted to contain the spreading corruption. At that moment, the Guardian revealed that the enemy had already absorbed an immense amount of power from the dragon vein. Determined to stop the growing disaster, Jude and Cordelia sought every possible clue regarding the enemy's condition, abilities, and weaknesses. Standing together on the frozen ground, they prepared for the coming confrontation, fully aware that preventing further corruption had become their most urgent mission and responsibility. After assessing the enemy's strength, Jude concluded that a direct confrontation would be too risky, because the corrupted dragon vein had greatly empowered their opponent beyond their current capabilities. Instead of rushing into battle, he carefully analyzed the situation and proposed finding another method to stop the threat before it became impossible to contain. Turning toward Cordelia, Jude revealed a bold idea and confidently insisted that they move immediately before the corruption spread any further. Hearing the proposal, Cordelia reacted with disbelief, convinced that the plan sounded reckless, even by their usual standards. Nevertheless, Jude calmly explained that time was limited and that delaying their actions would only allow the enemy to gain more control over the dragon vein. As his reasoning continued, Cordelia gradually understood that the strategy mirrored actions they had taken before, making it risky but still possible to execute. Without wasting another moment, Jude moved close and secretly shared the details of the operation, leaving Cordelia visibly flustered by the unexpected approach. Although embarrassed, she listened carefully while he outlined each step needed to activate their plan and create an opportunity against the enemy. Following a brief exchange, both agreed to proceed, accepting that success depended on acting before the corrupted power grew stronger. Determined to prepare properly, Cordelia cast enhancement magic and strengthened Jude's abilities, greatly improving his speed and combat performance. Rather than showing concern, Jude welcomed the additional support and displayed complete confidence in the role he was about to play. Once the preparations were finished, he estimated that only a short amount of time remained before the operation could begin. Stepping forward alone, Jude announced the start of the mission and immediately drew the attention of nearby enemies. Across the battlefield, hostile forces reacted with confusion as a dark figure continued, guarding the corrupted dragon vein from intruders. Before anyone could respond properly, Jude charged through a barrage of attacks, launching the first move of their carefully prepared plan. With complete confidence, Jude decided there was no need to defeat every opponent, because his true objective lay elsewhere within the battlefield. Rather than engaging in prolonged combat, he accelerated through the enemy formation and focused entirely on reaching the destination before anyone could stop him. As dozens of attackers rushed to intercept him, Jude used precise footwork and swift movements to slip through the closing encirclement, without slowing down. Meanwhile, the small Guardian watched the unfolding battle with growing concern, knowing the burden placed on Jude was becoming increasingly dangerous. Despite feeling anxious, the Guardian understood that hesitation would only benefit the enemy and force the situation further out of control. At that moment, the Guardian suddenly noticed a familiar figure entering the battlefield and immediately sensed that something important was about to happen. Elsewhere, the corrupted commander continued directing his forces, while numerous magical chains spread across the battlefield to trap intruders. Even under constant pursuit, Jude kept moving between attacks, carefully counting each passing second while avoiding direct confrontation. Once the agreed time limit was reached, he recognized that the next phase of the operation could finally begin. High above the battlefield, a brilliant object descended through the sky, drawing the attention of both allies and enemies alike. Confusion spread among the surrounding warriors as they struggled to understand the purpose of the mysterious arrival. Unlike the others, the corrupted commander quickly realized that the incoming object threatened his plans and reacted with visible alarm. Kneeling near a wooden platform, Jude revealed that the target of their mission had never been the enemy's spirit or magical essence. Nearby Cordelia activated the final part of their strategy and directed the descending object toward its intended destination. An instant later, golden light erupted across the frozen landscape as the carefully prepared plan entered its decisive stage, leaving the enemy with almost no time to respond. After uncovering the enemy's intentions, Cordelia revealed that the true target of their operation was not the enemy himself, but the explosive power hidden within the prepared artifact. Caught off guard by the sudden realization, the enemy watched as the object descended and activated at the center of the battlefield. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted across the frozen landscape, shaking the ground and engulfing the surrounding area in overwhelming energy. A red-haired girl completed a powerful ritual while concentrating her energy on a single point. Moments later, the ground began to tremble throughout the area. Several people inside the underground chamber looked around in confusion as cracks spread across the floor. While the tremors continued, the warriors guarding the site realized the ritual above had reached its final stage. Everyone prepared themselves as the shaking intensified. Blue energy suddenly appeared across the chamber, forming bright lines that spread in every direction. The people nearby watched carefully as the phenomenon grew stronger. A muscular warrior observed the glowing light with curiosity. Before anyone could understand its purpose, the energy continued gathering at a single location. Without warning, a massive pillar of light erupted from the ritual site and pierced the sky. The surrounding land shook violently as magical power exploded outward. High above the clouds, the two adventurers found themselves floating safely after the ritual's success. The pair reviewed the rewards they had earned and examined the changes caused by the completed mission. Their achievements greatly exceeded their expectations. As they discussed future plans, additional rewards and titles were granted. The success of the operation marked an important step in their journey. After collecting their rewards, the two companions prepared to leave the area. Their fluffy companion joined them as they searched for a route downward. A loud cry suddenly came from the creature, drawing everyone's attention. The group quickly realized a safe descent path had appeared beneath them. Rather than remaining at the summit, they decided to follow the newly opened route. Together they began their journey down the mountain. By the time they reached lower ground, the sky had changed, and the weather became calmer. The harsh conditions surrounding the mountain had finally disappeared. Their successful completion of the trial was officially confirmed. Excitement spread through the group as they celebrated the end of the difficult challenge. Although the mission was finished, their companion reacted dramatically to everything that had happened after the crisis ended. The dark-haired young man explained that detonating the dragon vein had been the only option. Meanwhile, the sanctuary guardian argued that the damage was far greater than anyone admitted. The mountain had been split apart, and its original body had been lost during the incident. Although the destruction looked severe, the red-haired girl pointed out that, from an outside perspective, the damage was still considered minor compared to the disaster that had been prevented. Early events were reviewed as the group recalled how the emergency ritual triggered a massive earthquake. At the same time, the dark-haired young man reflected on the difficult decision they had made. Despite the risks, he remained convinced that their actions had protected countless lives. Soon afterward, the sanctuary guardian openly expressed gratitude. Having witnessed the outcome, it finally accepted that the visitors had acted for the sanctuary's benefit. On's trust had been established. The young man revealed that he and his companions were searching for information about the dragon vein. Carefully listening to the story, the guardian learned about the dangers surrounding the dragon vein and the forces secretly connected to it. Later, the discussion expanded to powerful figures and organizations involved in recent events. Their conversation uncovered several clues about hidden movements taking place across the continent. During the exchange, the guardian described an unusual storm that had circled the mountain before the disaster. As more details emerged, the group realized the sanctuary itself had never been the true objective. Growing increasingly serious, the guardian warned that the ritual had attracted dangerous monsters and hostile forces. Listening carefully, the dark-haired young man compared the incident to future events he already knew about. Several details matched disasters that were supposed to happen much later. Because of those similarities, he concluded that unknown individuals had accelerated the timeline. By the end of the discussion, the group understood that the dragon vein incident was only part of a much larger conspiracy. While resting beside the campfire, the sanctuary guardian reflected on the recent battle. Even the powerful Furious Horn Rhino tribe, one of the strongest groups in the region. Rather than dwelling on the destruction, the dark-haired young man focused on the threat still ahead. He believed the enemy's plan had not ended and needed to be stopped before more damage was done. At the same time, he stressed the need to locate and protect the sanctuaries that could become future targets. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted the discussion. The red-haired girl and the guardian immediately turned their attention toward the source of the noise. After listening carefully, the young man recognized it as a warning signal from a magic circle. The alarm had likely reacted to the presence of something approaching nearby. Without hesitation, he stood up and decided to investigate. Leaving fresh footprints in the snow, he quietly followed the direction of the disturbance. Upon reaching the area, he discovered small tracks scattered across the ground. The marks resembled those of a fox, though their sudden appearance raised several questions. Since the natural energy of the region had recovered, he concluded that ordinary animals were beginning to return. As he walked back, his thoughts drifted to a young warrior he had heard about before. The mysterious tracks seemed connected to stories surrounding that child back at the camp. The conversation shifted toward the tribes living in the area. Curiosity led the young man to ask how their members could be identified so easily. In response, the red, red-haired girl explained that clothing often revealed a person's tribal affiliation. Certain garments carried traditions that outsiders rarely noticed. Listening closely, he realized her explanation matched the outfit he was currently wearing. That unexpected detail immediately caught everyone's attention. A moment later, the red-haired girl recognized the clothing as ceremonial attire from the Great Storm Tribe. Embarrassment followed as she began connecting several misunderstandings from earlier events. What began as a simple question unexpectedly revealed an awkward misunderstanding between the companions. After hearing an embarrassing misunderstanding about his relationship with the red-haired girl, the dark-haired young man immediately became uncomfortable. The unexpected rumor left him eager to avoid any further discussion. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl reacted with visible embarrassment as the misunderstanding continued to spread. Although she tried to stop it, the situation only became more awkward. Unable to endure the attention any longer, the young man decided to excuse himself from the camp. His departure left the others behind while he searched for a quieter place, far away from the snowy mountain. Concern was growing inside a noble estate. Reports revealed that several important individuals had lost contact during their mission. An elderly servant informed the household about the situation and reviewed the latest information available. Since communication had stopped unexpectedly, uncertainty filled the room. Around a meeting table, several nobles considered the possibilities behind the disappearance. The lack of updates made them fear that something serious had occurred. One nobleman carefully recalled the circumstances surrounding the expedition. The more he considered the missing group, the more suspicious the silence seemed. Gradually, he connected the incident to a troublesome young boy known for acting unpredictably. Before anyone could dismiss the idea, a red-haired knight abruptly rose from his seat. Determination replaced patience as he prepared to take action himself. Watching the knight leave, the elderly servant remained calm. Experience told him that the knight's reaction came from concern rather than anger. At the same time, the nobleman reviewed the available facts once more. Their messengers had failed to locate the missing group, and every communication route remained silent. Deep down, he worried that the missing youths had become involved in another dangerous situation beyond anyone's expectations.